Chapter 11, Part 1 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11, wherein a certain gentleman becomes particular in his attentions to a certain lady, and more coming events than one cast their shadows before. Part 1. The family were within 2 or 3 days of their departure for Mrs. Todgers's, and the commercial gentlemen were to a man despondent and not to be comforted because of the approaching separation, when Bailey junior, at the jocund time of noon, presented himself before Miss Charity Pecksniff, then sitting with her sister in the banquet chamber, hemming 6 new pocket handkerchiefs for Mr. Jenkins, and having expressed a hope, preliminary and pious, that he might be blessed, gave her in his pleasant way to understand that a visitor attended to pay his respects to her, and was at that moment waiting in the drawing-room. Perhaps this last announcement showed, in a more striking point of view than many lengthened speeches could have done, the trustfulness and faith of Bailey's nature, since he had, in fact, last seen the visitor on the door-mat, where, after signifying to him that he would do well to go upstairs, he had left him to the guidance of his own sagacity. Hence it was at least an even chance that the visitor was then wandering on the roof of the house, or vainly seeking to extricate himself from the maze of bedrooms, Todgers's being precisely that kind of establishment in which an unpiloted stranger is pretty sure to find himself in some place where he least expects and least desires to be. "A gentleman for me!" cried Charity, pausing in her work. "My gracious, Bailey!" "Ah," said Bailey, "it is my gracious, and it. Wouldn't I be gracious neither, not if I was him." The remark was rendered somewhat obscure in itself by reason, as the reader may have observed, of a redundancy of negatives, but accompanied by action expressive of a faithful couple walking arm in arm towards a parochial church, mutually exchanging looks of love, it clearly signified this youth's conviction that the caller's purpose was of an amorous tendency. Miss Charity affected to reprove so great a liberty, but she could not help smiling. He was a strange boy, to be sure. There was always some ground of probability and likelihood mingled with his absurd behaviour. That was the best of it. "But I don't know any gentleman, Bailey," said Miss Pecksniff. "I think you must have made a mistake." Mr. Bailey smiled at the extreme wildness of such a supposition, and regarded the young ladies with unimpaired affability. "My dear Mary," said Charity, "who can it be? Isn't it odd? I have a great mind not to go to him, really. So very strange, you know." The younger sister plainly considered that this appeal had its origin in the pride of being called upon and asked for, and that it was intended as an assertion of superiority, and a retaliation upon her for having captured the commercial gentleman. Therefore she replied, with great affection and politeness, that it was no doubt very strange indeed, and that she was totally at a loss to conceive what the ridiculous person unknown could mean by it. "Quite impossible to divine," said Charity with some sharpness, "though still at the same time you needn't be angry, my dear." "Thank you," retorted Mary, singing at her needle. "I am quite aware of that, my love." "I am afraid your head is turned, you silly thing," said Cherry. "Do you know, my dear," said Mary, with engaging candour, "that I have been afraid of that myself all along. So much incense and nonsense, and all the rest of it, is enough to turn a stronger head than mine. What a relief it must be to you, my dear, to be so very comfortable in that respect, and not to be worried by those odious men. How do you do it, Cherry?" This artless inquiry might have led to turbulent results, but for the strong emotions of delight evinced by Bailey junior, whose relish in the turn the conversation had lately taken was so acute that it impelled and forced him to the instantaneous performance of a dancing step, extremely difficult in its nature, and only to be achieved in a moment of ecstasy, which is commonly called the frog's hornpipe. A manifestation so lively brought to their immediate recollection the great virtuous precept, "Keep up appearances, whatever you do," in which they had been educated. They forbore at once, and jointly signified to Mr. Bailey that if he should presume to practise that figure any more in their presence, they would instantly acquaint Mrs. Todgers with the fact, and would demand his condign punishment at the hands of that lady. The young gentleman, having expressed the bitterness of his contrition by affecting to wipe away scalding tears with his apron, and afterwards feigning to wring a vast amount of water from that garment, held the door open while Miss Charity passed out, and so that damsel went in state upstairs to receive her mysterious adorer. By some strange occurrence of favourable circumstances he had found out the drawing room, and was sitting there alone. "Ah, cousin," he said, "here I am, you see. You thought I was lost, I'll be bound. Well, how do you find yourself by this time?" Miss Charity replied that she was quite well, and gave Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit her hand. "That's right," said Mr. Jonas. "And you've got over the fatigues of the journey, have you? I say, how's the other one?" "My sister is very well, I believe," returned the young lady. "I have not heard her complain of any indisposition, sir. Perhaps you would like to see her, and ask her yourself." "No, no, cousin," said Mr. Jonas, sitting down beside her on the window seat. "Don't be in a hurry. There's no occasion for that, you know. What a cruel girl you are!" "It's impossible for you to know," said Cherry, "whether I am or not." "Well, perhaps it is," said Mr. Jonas. "I say, did you think I was lost? You haven't told me that." "I didn't think at all about it," answered Cherry. "Didn't you, though?" said Jonas, pondering upon this strange reply. "Did the other one?" "I'm sure it's impossible for me to say what my sister may or may not have thought on such a subject," cried Cherry. "She never said anything to me about it one way or other." "Didn't she laugh about it?" inquired Jonas. "No, she didn't even laugh about it," answered Charity. "She's a terrible one to laugh, ain't she?" said Jonas, lowering his voice. "She is very lively," said Cherry. "Liveliness is a pleasant thing when it don't lead to spending money, ain't it?" asked Mr. Jonas. "Very much so indeed," said Cherry, with a demureness of manner that gave a very disinterested character to her assent. "Such liveliness as yours, I mean, you know," observed Mr. Jonas, as he nudged her with his elbow. "I should have come to see you before, but I didn't know where you was. How quick you hurried off that morning." "I was amenable to my papa's directions," said Miss Charity. "I wish he had given me his direction," returned her cousin, "and then I should have found you out before. Why, I shouldn't have found you even now if I hadn't met him in the street this morning. What a sleek, sly chap he is, just like a tomcat, ain't he?" "I must trouble you to have the goodness to speak more respectfully of my papa, Mr. Jonas," said Charity. "I can't allow such a tone as that, even in jest." "Ecod, you may say what you like of my father, then, and so I give you leave," said Jonas. "I think it's liquid aggravation that circulates through his veins, and not regular blood. How old should you think my father was, cousin?" "Old, no doubt," replied Miss Charity, "but a fine old gentleman." "A fine old gentleman," repeated Jonas, giving the crown of his hat an angry knock. "Ah, it's time he was thinking of being drawn out a little finer, too. Why, he's 80. "Is he indeed?" said the young lady. "And ecod," cried Jonas, "now he's gone so far without giving in, I don't see much to prevent his being 90. No, nor even 100. Why, a man with any feeling ought to be ashamed of being 80, let alone more. Where's his religion, I should like to know, when he goes flying in the face of the Bible like that? 70's the mark, and no man with a conscience and a proper sense of what's expected of him has any business to live longer." Is any one surprised at Mr. Jonas making such a reference to such a book for such a purpose? Does any one doubt the old saw that the devil, being a layman, quotes Scripture for his own ends? If he will take the trouble to look about him, he may find a greater number of confirmations of the fact in the occurrences of any single day than the steam gun can discharge balls in a minute. "But there's enough of my father," said Jonas. "It's of no use to go putting one's self out of the way by talking about him. I called to ask you to come and take a walk, cousin, and see some of the sights, and to come to our house afterwards and have a bit of something. Pecksniff will most likely look in the evening, he says, and bring you home. See, here's his writing. I made him put it down this morning when he told me he shouldn't be back before I came here, in case you wouldn't believe me. There's nothing like proof, is there? Ha ha! I say, you'll bring the other one, you know." Miss Charity cast her eyes upon her father's autograph, which merely said, Go, my children, with your cousin. Let there be union among us when it is possible." And after enough of hesitation to impart a proper value to her consent, withdrew to prepare her sister and herself for the excursion. She soon returned, accompanied by Miss Mercy, who was by no means pleased to leave the brilliant triumphs of Todgers's for the society of Mr. Jonas and his respected father. "Aha!" cried Jonas, "there you are you?" "Yes, fright," said Mercy, "here I am, and I would much rather be anywhere else, I assure you." "You don't mean that," cried Mr. Jonas. "You can't, you know. It isn't possible." "You can have what opinion you like, fright," retorted Mercy. "I am content to keep mine, and mine is that you are a very unpleasant, odious, disagreeable person." Here she laughed heartily, and seemed to enjoy herself very much. "Oh, you're a sharp gal," said Mr. Jonas. "She's a regular teaser, ain't she, cousin?" Miss Charity replied, in effect, that she was unable to say what the habits and propensities of a regular teaser might be, and that even if she possessed such information, it would ill become her to admit the existence of any creature with such an unceremonious name in her family, far less in the person of a beloved sister. Whatever, added Cherry, with an angry glance, whatever her real nature may be. "Well, my dear," said Mary, "the only observation I have to make is, that if we don't go out at once, I shall certainly take my bonnet off again and stay at home." This threat had the desired effect of preventing any farther altercation, for Mr. Jonas immediately proposed an adjournment, and the same being carried unanimously, they departed from the house straightway. On the doorstep Mr. Jonas gave an arm to each cousin, which act of gallantry, being observed by Bailey junior from the garret window, was by him saluted with a loud and violent fit of coughing, to which paroxysm he was still the victim when they turned the corner. Mr. Jonas inquired in the first instance if they were good walkers, and being answered yes, submitted their pedestrian powers to a pretty severe test, for he showed them as many sights in the way of bridges, churches, streets, outsides of theatres, and other free spectacles, in that one forenoon as most people see in a 12-month. It was observable in this gentleman that he had an insurmountable distaste to the insides of buildings, and that he was perfectly acquainted with the merits of all shows, in respect of which there was any charge for admission, which it seemed were every one detestable and of the very lowest grade of merit. He was so thoroughly possessed with this opinion, that when Miss Charity happened to mention the circumstance of their having been twice or thrice to the theatre with Mr. Jinkins and party, he inquired, as a matter of course, where the orders came from, and being told that Mr. Jinkins and party paid, was beyond description entertained, observing that they must be nice flats, certainly, and often in the course of the walk bursting out again into a perfect convulsion of laughter at the surpassing silliness of those gentlemen, and doubtless at his own superior wisdom. When they had been out for some hours, and were thoroughly fatigued, it being by that time twilight, Mr. Jonas intimated that he would show them one of the best pieces of fun with which he was acquainted. This joke was of a practical kind, and its humour lay in taking a hackney coach to the extreme limits of possibility for a shilling. Happily it brought them to the place where Mr. Jonas dwelt, or the young ladies might have rather missed the point and cream of the jest. The old established firm of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, Manchester, warehousemen, and so forth, had its place of business in a very narrow street somewhere behind the post office, where every house was in the brightest summer morning very gloomy, and where light porters watered the pavement, each before his own employer's premises, in fantastic patterns, in the dog days, and where spruce gentlemen, with their hands in the pockets of symmetrical trousers, were always to be seen in warm weather contemplating their undeniable boots in dusty warehouse doorways, which appeared to be the hardest work they did, except now and then carrying pens behind their ears. A dim, dirty, smoky, tumble-down, rotten old house it was, as anybody would desire to see. But there the firm of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son transacted all their business, and their pleasure too, such as it was, for neither the young man nor the old had any other residence, or any care or thought beyond its narrow limits. Business, as may be readily supposed, was the main thing in this establishment, insomuch indeed that it shouldered comfort out of doors and jostled the domestic arrangements at every turn. Thus, in the miserable bedrooms there were files of moth-eaten letters hanging up against the walls, and linen rollers, and fragments of old patterns, and odds and ends of spoiled goods strewn upon the ground, while the meagre bedsteads, washing-stands, and scraps of carpet were huddled away into corners as objects of secondary consideration, not to be thought of but as disagreeable necessities, furnishing no profit, and intruding on the one affair of life. The single sitting room was on the same principle, a chaos of boxes and old papers, and had more counting-house stools in it than chairs, not to mention a great monster of a desk straddling over the middle of the floor, and an iron safe sunk into the wall above the fireplace. The solitary little table, for purposes of reflection and social enjoyment, bore as fair a proportion to the desk and other business furniture as the graces and harmless relaxations of life had ever done, in the persons of the old man and his son, to their pursuit of wealth. It was meanly laid out now for dinner, and in a chair before the fire sat Anthony himself, who rose to greet his son and his fair cousins as they entered. An ancient proverb warns us that we should not expect to find old heads upon young shoulders, to which it may be added that we seldom meet with that unnatural combination, but we feel a strong desire to knock them off, merely from an inherent love we have of seeing things in their right places. It is not improbable that many men, in no wise choleric by nature, felt this impulse rising up within them when they first made the acquaintance of Mr. Jonas. But if they had known him more intimately in his own house, and had sat with him at his own board, it would assuredly have been paramount to all other consideration. "Well, Ghost," said Mr. Jonas, dutifully addressing his parent by that title, "is dinner nearly ready?" "I should think it was," rejoined the old man. "What's the good of that?" rejoined the son. "I should think it was. I want to know." "Ah, I don't know for certain," said Anthony. "You don't know for certain," rejoined his son, in a lower tone. "No, you don't know anything for certain, you don't. Give me your candle here. I want it for the gals." Anthony handed him a battered old office candlestick, with which Mr. Jonas preceded the young ladies to the nearest bedroom, where he left them to take off their shawls and bonnets, and returning, occupied himself in opening a bottle of wine, sharpening the carving knife, and muttering compliments to his father, until they and the dinner appeared together. The repast consisted of a hot leg of mutton with greens and potatoes, and the dishes having been set upon the table by a slipshod old woman, they were left to enjoy it after their own manner. "Bachelor's Hall, you know, cousin," said Mr. Jonas to Charity. "I say, the other one will be having a laugh at this when she gets home, won't she? Here, you sit on the right side of me, and I'll have her upon the left. Other one, will you come here?" "You're such a fright," replied Mercy, "that I know I shall have no appetite if I sit so near you. But I suppose I must." "An't she lively?" whispered Mr. Jonas to the elder sister, with his favourite elbow emphasis. "Oh, I really don't know," replied Miss Pecksniff tartly. "I am tired of being asked such ridiculous questions." "What's that precious old father of mine about now?" said Mr. Jonas, seeing that his parent was travelling up and down the room instead of taking his seat at table. "What are you looking for?" "I've lost my glasses, Jonas," said old Anthony. "Sit down without your glasses, can't you?" returned his son. "You don't eat or drink out of 'em, I think. And where's that sleepy-headed old Chuffy got to? Now, stupid. Oh, you know your name, do you?" It would seem that he didn't, for he didn't come until the father called. As he spoke, the door of a small glass office, which was partitioned off from the rest of the room, was slowly opened, and a little blear-eyed, weazen-faced ancient man came creeping out. He was of a remote fashion, and dusty like the rest of the furniture. He was dressed in a decayed suit of black, with breeches garnished at the knees with rusty wisps of ribbon, the very paupers of shoestrings. On the lower portion of his spindle legs were dingy worsted stockings of the same colour. He looked as if he had been put away and forgotten half a century before, and somebody had just found him in a lumber closet. Such as he was, he came slowly creeping on towards the table, until at last he crept into the vacant chair, from which, as his dim faculties became conscious of the presence of strangers, and those strangers ladies, he rose again, apparently intending to make a bow. But he sat down once more without having made it, and breathing on his shrivelled hands to warm them, remained with his poor blue nose immovable above his plate, looking at nothing, with eyes that saw nothing, and a face that meant nothing. Take him in that state, and he was an embodiment of nothing, nothing else. "Our clerk," said Mr. Jonas, as host and master of the ceremonies, "old Chuffy." "Is he deaf?" inquired one of the young ladies. "No, I don't know that he is. He ain't deaf, is he, father?" "I never heard him say he was," replied the old man. "Blind?" inquired the young ladies. "No, I never understood that he was at all blind," said Jonas, carelessly. "You don't consider him so, do you, father?" "Certainly not," replied Anthony. "What is he, then?" "Why, I'll tell you what he is," said Mr. Jonas, apart to the young ladies. "He's precious old, for one thing, and I ain't best pleased with him for that, for I think my father must have caught it of him. He's a strange old chap, for another," he added in a louder voice, "and don't understand any one hardly but him." He pointed to his honoured parent with the carving fork, in order that they might know whom he meant. "How very strange!" cried the sisters. "Why, you see," said Mr. Jonas, "he's been addling his old brains with figures and bookkeeping all his life, and 20 years ago or so he went and took a fever. All the time he was out of his head, which was 3 weeks, he never left off casting up, and he got to so many million at last that I don't believe he's ever been quite right since. We don't do much business now, though, and he ain't a bad clerk." "A very good one," said Anthony. "Well, he ain't a dear one, at all events," observed Jonas, "and he earns his salt, which is enough for our lookout. I was telling you that he hardly understands any one except my father. He always understands him, though, and wakes up quite wonderful. He's been used to his ways so long, you see. Why, I've seen him play whist, with my father for a partner, and a good rubber, too, when he had no more notion what sort of people he was playing against than you have." "Has he no appetite?" asked Mary. "Oh, yes," said Jonas, plying his own knife and fork very fast. "He eats, when he's helped. But he don't care whether he waits a minute or an hour, as long as father's here. So when I'm at all sharp set, as I am to-day, I come to him after I've taken the edge off my own hunger, you know. Now, Chuffy, stupid, are you ready?" Chuffy remained immovable. "Always a perverse old file he was," said Mr. Jonas, coolly helping himself to another slice. "Ask him, father." "Are you ready for your dinner, Chuffy?" asked the old man. "Yes, yes," said Chuffy, lighting up into a sentient human creature at the first sound of the voice, so that it was at once a curious and quite a moving sight to see him. "Yes, yes, quite ready, Mr. Chuzzlewit. Quite ready, sir. All ready, all ready, all ready." With that he stopped smilingly, and listened for some further address, but being spoken to no more, the light forsook his face by little and little, until he was nothing again. "He'll be very disagreeable, mind," said Jonas, addressing his cousins, as he handed the old man's portion to his father. "He always chokes himself when it ain't broth. Look at him now. Did you ever see a horse with such a wall-eyed expression as he's got? If it hadn't been for the joke of it, I wouldn't have let him come in to-day, but I thought he'd amuse you." The poor old subject of this humane speech was, happily for himself, as unconscious of its purport as of most other remarks that were made in his presence. But the mutton being tough and his gums weak, he quickly verified the statement relative to his choking propensities, and underwent so much in his attempts to dine that Mr. Jonas was infinitely amused, protesting that he had seldom seen him better company in all his life, and that he was enough to make a man split his sides with laughing. Indeed, he went so far as to assure the sisters that in this point of view he considered Chuffy superior to his own father, which, as he significantly added, was saying a great deal. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11, Part 2. It was strange enough that Anthony Chuzzlewit, himself so old a man, should take a pleasure in these gibings of his estimable son at the expense of the poor shadow at their table, but he did unquestionably, though not so much, to do him justice, with reference to their ancient clerk, as in exultation at the sharpness of Jonas. For the same reason that young man's coarse allusions, even to himself, filled him with a stealthy glee, causing him to rub his hands and chuckle covertly, as if he said in his sleeve, "I taught him, I trained him, this is the heir of my bringing up, sly, cunning, and covetous, he'll not squander my money, I worked for this, I hoped for this, it has been the great end and aim of my life." What a noble end and aim it was to contemplate in the attainment, truly! But there be some who manufacture idols after the fashion of themselves, and fail to worship them when they are made, charging their deformity on outraged nature. Anthony was better than these, at any rate. Chuffy boggled over his plate so long that Mr. Jonas, losing patience, took it from him at last with his own hands, and requested his father to signify to that venerable person that he had better peg away at his bread, which Anthony did. "Aye, aye," cried the old man, brightening up as before, when this was communicated to him in the same voice. "Quite right, quite right. He's your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit. Bless him for a sharp lad. Bless him, bless him." Mr. Jonas considered this so particularly childish, perhaps with some reason, that he only laughed the more, and told his cousins that he was afraid one of these fine days Chuffy would be the death of him. The cloth was then removed, and the bottle of wine set upon the table, from which Mr. Jonas filled the young ladies' glasses, calling on them not to spare it, as they might be certain there was plenty more where that came from. But he added with some haste after this sally that it was only his joke, and they wouldn't suppose him to be in earnest, he was sure. "I shall drink," said Anthony, "to Pecksniff, your father, my dears. A clever man, Pecksniff, a wary man. A hypocrite, though, eh? A hypocrite, girls, eh? Ha, ha, ha! Well, so he is. Now, among friends, he is. I don't think the worse of him for that, unless it is that he overdoes it. You may overdo anything, my darlings. You may overdo even hypocrisy. Ask Jonas." "You can't overdo taking care of yourself," observed that hopeful gentleman with his mouth full. "Do you hear that, my dears?" cried Anthony, quite enraptured. "Wisdom, wisdom, a good exception, Jonas. No, it's not easy to overdo that." "Except," whispered Mr. Jonas to his favourite cousin, "except when one lives too long. Ha, ha! Tell the other one that, I say." "Good gracious me," said Cherry in a petulant manner, "you can tell her yourself if you wish, can't you?" "She seems to make such game of one," replied Mr. Jonas. "Then why need you trouble yourself about her?" said Charity. "I am sure she doesn't trouble herself much about you." "Don't she, though?" asked Jonas. "Good gracious me, need I tell you that she don't?" returned the young lady. Mr. Jonas made no verbal rejoinder, but he glanced at Mercy with an odd expression in his face, and said that wouldn't break his heart, she might depend upon it. Then he looked on Charity with even greater favour than before, and besought her, as his polite manner was, to come a little closer. "There's another thing that's not easily overdone, father," remarked Jonas, after a short silence. "What's that?" asked the father, grinning already in anticipation. "A bargain," said the son. "Here's the rule for bargains. Do other men, for they would do you. That's the true business precept. All others are counterfeits." The delighted father applauded this sentiment to the echo, and was so much tickled by it that he was at the pains of imparting the same to his ancient clerk, who rubbed his hands, nodded his palsied head, winked his watery eyes, and cried in his whistling tones, "Good, good! Your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit!" with every feeble demonstration of delight that he was capable of making. But this old man's enthusiasm had the redeeming quality of being felt in sympathy with the only creature to whom he was linked by ties of long association, and by his present helplessness. And if there had been anybody there who cared to think about it, some dregs of a better nature, unawakened, might perhaps have been descried, through that very medium, melancholy though it was, yet lingering at the bottom of the worn-out cask called Chuffy. As matters stood, nobody thought or said anything upon the subject, so Chuffy fell back into a dark corner on one side of the fireplace, where he always spent his evenings, and was neither seen nor heard again that night, save once, when a cup of tea was given him, in which he was seen to soak his bread mechanically. There was no reason to suppose that he went to sleep at these seasons, or that he heard or saw or felt or thought. He remained, as it were, frozen up, if any term expressive of such a vigorous process can be applied to him, until he was again thawed for the moment by a word or touch from Anthony. Miss Charity made tea by desire of Mr. Jonas, and felt and looked so like the lady of the house that she was in the prettiest confusion imaginable, the more so from Mr. Jonas sitting close beside her, and whispering a variety of admiring expressions in her ear. Miss Mercy, for her part, felt the entertainment of the evening to be so distinctly and exclusively theirs, that she silently deplored the commercial gentleman, at that moment, no doubt, wearying for her return, and yawned over yesterday's newspaper. As to Anthony, he went to sleep outright, so Jonas and Cherry had a clear stage to themselves as long as they chose to keep possession of it. When the tea tray was taken away, as it was at last, Mr. Jonas produced a dirty pack of cards, and entertained the sisters with divers small feats of dexterity, whereof the main purpose of every one was that you were to decoy somebody into laying a wager with you that you couldn't do it, and were then immediately to win and pocket his money. Mr. Jonas informed them that these accomplishments were in high vogue in the most intellectual circles, and that large amounts were constantly changing hands on such hazards. And it may be remarked that he fully believed this, for there is a simplicity of cunning no less than a simplicity of innocence, and in all matters where a lively faith in knavery and meanness was required as the groundwork of belief, Mr. Jonas was one of the most credulous of men. His ignorance, which was stupendous, may be taken into account, if the reader pleases, separately. This fine young man had all the inclination to be a profligate of the first water, and only lacked the one good trait in the common catalogue of debauched vices, open-handedness, to be a notable vagabond. But there his griping and penurious habits stepped in, and as one poison will sometimes neutralize another, when wholesome remedies would not avail, so he was restrained by a bad passion from quaffing his full measure of evil, when virtue might have sought to hold him back in vain. By the time he had unfolded all the peddling schemes he knew upon the cards, it was growing late in the evening, and Mr. Pecksniff not making his appearance, the young ladies expressed a wish to return home. But this Mr. Jonas, in his gallantry, would by no means allow, until they had partaken of some bread and cheese and porter, and even then he was excessively unwilling to allow them to depart, often beseeching Miss Charity to come a little closer, or to stop a little longer, and preferring many other complimentary petitions of that nature in his own hospitable and earnest way. When all his efforts to detain them were fruitless, he put on his hat and greatcoat preparatory to escorting them to Todgers's, remarking that he knew they would rather walk thither than ride, and that for his part he was quite of their opinion. "Good night," said Anthony. "Good night. Remember me to to Pecksniff. Take care of your cousin, my dears. Beware of Jonas. He's a dangerous fellow. Don't quarrel for him, in any case." "Oh, the creature!" cried Mercy. "The idea of quarrelling for him! You may take him, Cherry, my love, all to yourself. I make you a present of my share." "What, I'm a sour grape, am I, cousin?" said Jonas. Miss Charity was more entertained by this repartee than one would have supposed likely, considering its advanced age and simple character, but in her sisterly affection she took Mr. Jonas to task for leaning so very hard upon a broken reed, and said that he must not be so cruel to poor Mary any more, or she, Charity, would positively be obliged to hate him. Mercy, who really had her share of good humour, only retorted with a laugh, and they walked home in consequence without any angry passages of words upon the way. Mr. Jonas, being in the middle, and having a cousin on each arm, sometimes squeezed the wrong one, so tightly, too, as to cause her not a little inconvenience. But as he talked to Charity in whispers the whole time, and paid her great attention, no doubt this was an accidental circumstance. When they arrived at Todgers's, and the door was opened, Mercy broke hastily from them and ran upstairs. But Charity and Jonas lingered on the steps talking together for more than 5 minutes. So, as Mrs. Todgers observed next morning to a third party, it was pretty clear what was going on there. And she was glad of it, for it really was high time that Miss Pecksniff thought of settling. And now the day was coming on when that bright vision which had burst on Todgers's so suddenly and made a sunshine in the shady breast of Jenkins was to be seen no more, when it was to be packed like a brown paper parcel, or a fish basket, or an oyster barrel, or a fat gentleman, or any other dull reality of life, in a stage-coach and carried down into the country. "Never, my dear Miss Pecksniffs," said Mrs. Todgers, when they retired to rest on the last night of their stay, "never have I seen an establishment so perfectly broken-hearted as mine is at this present moment of time. I don't believe the gentlemen will be the gentlemen they were, or anything like it. No, not for weeks to come. You have a great deal to answer for, both of you." They modestly disclaimed any wilful agency in this disastrous state of things, and regretted it very much. "Your pious pa, too," said Mrs. Todgers. "There's a loss. My dear Miss Pecksniff, your pa is a perfect missionary of peace and love." Entertaining an uncertainty as to the particular kind of love supposed to be comprised in Mr. Pecksniff's mission, the young ladies received the compliment rather coldly. "If I dared," said Mrs. Todgers, perceiving this, "to violate a confidence which has been reposed in me, and to tell you why I must beg of you to leave the little door between your room and mine open to night, I think you would be interested, but I mustn't do it, for I promised Mr. Jenkins faithfully that I would be as silent as the tomb." "Dear Mrs. Todgers, what can you mean?" "Why then, my sweet Miss Pecksniffs," said the lady of the house, "my own loves, if you will allow me the privilege of taking that freedom on the eve of our separation, Mr. Jenkins and the gentlemen have made up a little musical party among themselves, and do intend, in the dead of this night, to perform a serenade upon the stairs outside the door. I could have wished, I own," said Mrs. Todgers, with her usual foresight, "that it had been fixed to take place an hour or two earlier, because when gentlemen sit up late they drink, and when they drink they're not so musical, perhaps, as when they don't. But this is the arrangement, and I know you will be gratified, my dear Miss Pecksniffs, by such a mark of their attention." The young ladies were at first so much excited by the news that they vowed they couldn't think of going to bed until the serenade was over. But half an hour of cool waiting so altered their opinion that they not only went to bed, but fell asleep, and were, moreover, not ecstatically charmed to be awakened some time afterwards by certain dulcet strains breaking in upon the silent watches of the night. It was very affecting, very. Nothing more dismal could have been desired by the most fastidious taste. The gentleman of a vocal turn was head mute, or chief mourner. Jenkins took the bass, and the rest took anything they could get. The youngest gentleman blew his melancholy into a flute. He didn't blow much out of it, that was all the better. If the two Miss Pecksniffs and Mrs. Todgers had perished by spontaneous combustion, and the serenade had been in honour of their ashes, it would have been impossible to surpass the unutterable despair expressed in that one chorus, "Go where glory waits thee." It was a requiem, a dirge, a moan, a howl, a wail, a lament, an abstract of everything that is sorrowful and hideous in sound. The flute of the youngest gentleman was wild and fitful. It came and went in gusts like the wind. For a long time together he seemed to have left off, and when it was quite settled by Mrs. Todgers and the young ladies that, overcome by his feelings, he had retired in tears, he unexpectedly turned up again at the very top of the tune, gasping for breath. He was a tremendous performer. There was no knowing where to have him, and exactly when you thought he was doing nothing at all, then was he doing the very thing that ought to astonish you most. There were several of these concerted pieces, perhaps 2 or 3 too many, though that, as Mrs. Todgers said, was a fault on the right side. But even then even at that solemn moment when the thrilling sounds may be presumed to have penetrated into the very depths of his nature, if he had any depths, Jenkins couldn't leave the youngest gentleman alone. He asked him distinctly before the second song began, as a personal favour too, mark the villain in that, not to play. Yes, he said so, not to play. The breathing of the youngest gentleman was heard through the keyhole of the door. He didn't play. What vent was a flute for the passions swelling up within his breast? A trombone would have been a world too mild. The serenade approached its close. Its crowning interest was at hand. The gentleman of a literary turn had written a song on the departure of the ladies, and adapted it to an old tune. They all joined, except the youngest gentleman in company, who, for the reasons aforesaid, maintained a fearful silence. The song, which was of a classical nature, invoked the oracle of Apollo, and demanded to know what would become of Todgers's when charity and mercy were banished from its walls. The oracle delivered no opinion particularly worth remembering, according to the not infrequent practice of oracles from the earliest ages down to the present time. In the absence of enlightenment on that subject, the strain deserted it, and went on to show that the Miss Pecksniffs were nearly related to rural Britannia, and that if Great Britain hadn't been an island, there could have been no Miss Pecksniffs. And being now on a nautical tack, it closed with this verse: All hail to the vessel of Pecksniff the sire, and favouring breezes to fan, while Tritons flock round it and proudly admire the architect, artist, and man. As they presented this beautiful picture to the imagination, the gentlemen gradually withdrew to bed to give the music the effect of distance, and so it died away, and Todgers's was left to its repose. Mr. Bailey reserved his vocal offering until the morning, when he put his head into the room as the young ladies were kneeling before their trunks packing up, and treated them to an imitation of the voice of a young dog in trying circumstances, when that animal is supposed by persons of a lively fancy to relieve his feelings by calling for pen and ink. "Well, young ladies," said the youth, "so you're a going home, are you, worse luck?" "Yes, Bailey, we're going home," returned Mercy. "An't you a going to leave none of 'em a lock of your hair?" inquired the youth. "It's real, ain't it?" They laughed at this, and told him of course it was. "Oh, is it of course, though?" said Bailey. "I know better than that. Hers an't. Why, I see it hanging up once on that nail by the winder. Besides, I have gone behind her at dinner time and pulled it, and she never knowed. I say, young ladies, I'm a going to leave. I ain't a going to stand being called names by her no longer." Miss Mercy inquired what his plans for the future might be, in reply to whom Mr. Bailey intimated that he thought of going either into top boots or into the army. "Into the army!" cried the young ladies with a laugh. "Ah," said Bailey, "why not? There's a many drummers in the Tower. I'm acquainted with 'em. Don't their country set a valley on 'em, mind you? Not at all." "You'll be shot, I see," observed Mercy. "Well," cried Mr. Bailey, "what if I am? There's something gamey in it, young ladies, an't there? I'd sooner be hit with a cannon ball than a rolling pin, and she's always a catching up something of that sort and throwing it at me when the gentlemen's appetites is good." "What," said Mr. Bailey, stung by the recollection of his wrongs, "what if they do consume the provisions? It ain't my fault, is it?" "Surely no one says it is," said Mercy. "Don't they, though?" retorted the youth. "No, yes, ah, oh, no one mayn't say it is, but some one knows it is. But I ain't a going to have every rise in prices wisited on me. I ain't a going to be killed because the markets is dear. I won't stop. And therefore," added Mr. Bailey, relenting into a smile, "whatever you mean to give me, you'd better give me all at once, because if ever you come back again, I shan't be here. And as to the other boy, he won't deserve nothing, I know." The young ladies, on behalf of Mr. Pecksniff and themselves, acted on this thoughtful advice, and in consideration of their private friendship, presented Mr. Bailey with a gratuity so liberal that he could hardly do enough to show his gratitude, which found but an imperfect vent during the remainder of the day in divers secret slaps upon his pocket, and other such facetious pantomime. Nor was it confined to these ebullitions, for besides crushing a bandbox with a bonnet in it, he seriously damaged Mr. Pecksniff's luggage by ardently hauling it down from the top of the house, and in short evinced by every means in his power a lively sense of the favours he had received from that gentleman and his family. Mr. Pecksniff and Mr. Jinkins came home to dinner arm in arm, for the latter gentleman had made half holiday on purpose, thus gaining an immense advantage over the youngest gentleman and the rest, whose time, as it perversely chanced, was all bespoke until the evening. The bottle of wine was Mr. Pecksniff's treat, and they were very sociable indeed, though full of lamentations on the necessity of parting. While they were in the midst of their enjoyment, old Anthony and his son were announced, much to the surprise of Mr. Pecksniff, and greatly to the discomfiture of Jinkins. "Come to say good-bye, you see," said Anthony in a low voice to Mr. Pecksniff, as they took their seats apart at the table, while the rest conversed among themselves. "Where's the use of a division between you and me? We are the two halves of a pair of scissors when apart, Pecksniff, but together we are something, eh?" "Unanimity, my good sir," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff, "is always delightful." "I don't know about that," said the old man, "for there are some people I would rather differ from than agree with. But you know my opinion of you." Mr. Pecksniff, still having hypocrite in his mind, only replied by a motion of his head, which was something between an affirmative bow and a negative shake. "Complimentary," said Anthony, "complimentary, upon my word. It was an involuntary tribute to your abilities, even at the time, and it was not a time to suggest compliments either, but we agreed in the coach, you know, that we quite understood each other." "Oh, quite," assented Mr. Pecksniff, in a manner which implied that he himself was misunderstood most cruelly, but would not complain. Anthony glanced at his son as he sat beside Miss Charity, and then at Mr. Pecksniff, and then at his son again, very many times. It happened that Mr. Pecksniff's glances took a similar direction, but when he became aware of it, he first cast down his eyes and then closed them, as if he were determined that the old man should read nothing there. "Jonas is a shrewd lad," said the old man. "He appears," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff in his most candid manner, "to be very shrewd." "And careful," said the old man. "And careful, I have no doubt," returned Mr. Pecksniff. "Look ye," said Anthony in his ear, "I think he is sweet upon your daughter." "Tut, my good sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, with his eyes still closed. Young people, a kind of cousins, too, no more sweetness than is in that, sir." "Why, there is very little sweetness in that, according to our experience," returned Anthony. "Isn't there a trifle more here?" "Impossible to say," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff, "quite impossible. You surprise me." "Yes, I know that," said the old man dryly. "It may last, I mean the sweetness, not the surprise, and it may die off. Supposing it should last, perhaps, you having feathered your nest pretty well, and I having done the same, we might have a mutual interest in the matter." Mr. Pecksniff, smiling gently, was about to speak, but Anthony stopped him. "I know what you are going to say. It's quite unnecessary. You have never thought of this for a moment, and in a point so nearly affecting the happiness of your dear child, you couldn't, as a tender father, express an opinion, and so forth. Yes, quite right, and like you. But it seems to me, my dear Pecksniff," added Anthony, laying his hand upon his sleeve, "that if you and I kept up the joke of pretending not to see this, one of us might possibly be placed in a position of disadvantage. And as I am very unwilling to be that party myself, you will excuse my taking the liberty of putting the matter beyond a doubt thus early, and having it distinctly understood, as it is now, that we do see it and do know it. Thank you for your attention. We are now upon an equal footing, which is agreeable to us both, I am sure." He rose as he spoke, and giving Mr. Pecksniff a nod of intelligence, moved away from him to where the young people were sitting, leaving that good man somewhat puzzled and discomfited by such very plain dealing, and not quite free from a sense of having been foiled in the exercise of his familiar weapons. But the night coach had a punctual character, and it was time to join it at the office, which was so near at hand that they had already sent their luggage and arranged to walk. Thither the whole party repaired, therefore, after no more delay than sufficed for the equipment of the Miss Pecksniffs and Mrs. Todgers. They found the coach already at its starting place, and the horses in. There, too, were a large majority of the commercial gentlemen, including the youngest, who was visibly agitated, and in a state of deep mental dejection. Nothing could equal the distress of Mrs. Todgers in parting from the young ladies, except the strong emotions with which she bade adieu to Mr. Pecksniff. Never, surely, was a pocket handkerchief taken in and out of a flat reticule so often as Mrs. Todgers's was, as she stood upon the pavement by the coach door, supported on either side by a commercial gentleman, and by the side of the coach lamps caught such brief snatches and glimpses of the good man's face as the constant interposition of Mr. Jinkins allowed. For Jinkins, to the last the youngest gentleman's rock ahead in life, stood upon the coach step talking to the ladies. Upon the other step was Mr. Jonas, who maintained that position in right of his cousinship, whereas the youngest gentleman, who had been first upon the ground, was deep in the booking office among the black and red placards, and the portraits of fast coaches, where he was ignominiously harassed by porters, and had to contend and strive perpetually with heavy baggage. This false position, combined with his nervous excitement, brought about the very consummation and catastrophe of his miseries, for when, in the moment of parting, he aimed a flower, a hothouse flower that had cost money, at the fair hand of mercy, it reached instead the coachman on the box, who thanked him kindly and stuck it in his buttonhole. They were off now, and Todgers's was alone again. The two young ladies, leaning back in their separate corners, resigned themselves to their own regretful thoughts. But Mr. Pecksniff, dismissing all ephemeral considerations of social pleasure and enjoyment, concentrated his meditations on the one great virtuous purpose before him, of casting out that ingrate and deceiver whose presence yet troubled his domestic hearth and was a sacrilege upon the altars of his household gods. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12 will be seen in the long run, if not in the short one, to concern Mr. Pinch and others nearly. Mr. Pecksniff asserts the dignity of outraged virtue. Young Martin Chuzzlewit forms a desperate resolution. Part 1. Mr. Pinch and Martin, little dreaming of the stormy weather that impended, made themselves very comfortable in the Pecksniffian halls, and improved their friendship daily. Martin's facility both of invention and execution being remarkable, the grammar school proceeded with great vigour, and Tom repeatedly declared that if there were anything like certainty in human affairs, or impartiality in human judges, a design so new and full of merit could not fail to carry off the first prize when the time of competition arrived. Without being quite so sanguine himself, Martin had his hopeful anticipations too, and they served to make him brisk and eager at his task. "If I should turn out a great architect, Tom," said the new pupil one day, as he stood at a little distance from his drawing and eyed it with much complacency, "I'll tell you what should be one of the things I'd build." "Aye," cried Tom, "what?" "Why, your fortune." "No," said Tom Pinch, quite as much delighted as if the thing were done. "Would you, though? How kind of you to say so." "I'd build it up, Tom," returned Martin, "on such a strong foundation that it should last your life. Aye, and your children's lives too, and their children's after them. I'd be your patron, Tom. I'd take you under my protection. Let me see the man who should give the cold shoulder to anybody I chose to protect and patronize, if I were at the top of the tree, Tom." "No, I don't think," said Mr. Pinch, "upon my word, that I was ever more gratified than by this. I really don't." "Oh, I mean what I say," retorted Martin, with a manner as free and easy in its condescension to, not to say in its compassion for, the other, as if he were already first architect, in ordinary, to all the crowned heads in Europe. "I'd do it. I'd provide for you." "I am afraid," said Tom, shaking his head, "that I should be a mighty awkward person to provide for." "Pooh, pooh," rejoined Martin, "never mind that. If I took it in my head to say, 'Pinch is a clever fellow, I approve of Pinch,' I should like to know the man who would venture to put himself in opposition to me. Besides, confound it, Tom, you could be useful to me in 100 ways." "If I were not useful in 1 or 2, it shouldn't be for want of trying," said Tom. "For instance," pursued Martin, after a short reflection, "you'd be a capital fellow now to see that my ideas were properly carried out, and to overlook the works in their progress before they were sufficiently advanced to be very interesting to me, and to take all that sort of plain sailing. Then you'd be a splendid fellow to show people over my studio, and to talk about art to 'em when I couldn't be bored myself, and all that kind of thing. For it would be devilish creditable, Tom, I'm quite in earnest, I give you my word, to have a man of your information about one, instead of some ordinary blockhead. Oh, I'd take care of you. You'd be useful, rely upon it." To say that Tom had no idea of playing first fiddle in any social orchestra, but was always quite satisfied to be set down for the 150th violin in the band, or thereabouts, is to express his modesty in very inadequate terms. He was much delighted, therefore, by these observations. "I should be married to her then, Tom, of course," said Martin. What was that which checked Tom Pinch so suddenly in the high flow of his gladness, bringing the blood into his honest cheeks, and a remorseful feeling to his honest heart, as if he were unworthy of his friend's regard? "I should be married to her then," said Martin, looking with a smile towards the light, "and we should have, I hope, children about us. They'd be very fond of you, Tom." But not a word said Mr. Pinch. The words he would have uttered died upon his lips, and found a life more spiritual in self-denying thoughts. "All the children hereabouts are fond of you, Tom, and mine would be, of course," pursued Martin. "Perhaps I might name one of 'em after you." "Tom, eh? Well, I don't know. Tom's not a bad name. Thomas Pinch Chuzzlewit. T.P.C. on his pinafores. No objection to that, I should say." Tom cleared his throat and smiled. "She would like you, Tom, I know," said Martin. "Aye," cried Tom Pinch faintly. "I can tell exactly what she would think of you," said Martin, leaning his chin upon his hand, and looking through the window glass, as if he read there what he said. "I know her so well. She would smile, Tom, often at first when you spoke to her, or when she looked at you, merrily too, but you wouldn't mind that. A brighter smile you never saw." "No, no," said Tom, "I wouldn't mind that." "She would be as tender with you, Tom," said Martin, "as if you were a child yourself. So you are almost, in some things, ain't you, Tom?" Mr. Pinch nodded his entire assent. "She would always be kind and good humoured and glad to see you," said Martin, "and when she found out exactly what sort of fellow you were, which she'd do very soon, she would pretend to give you little commissions to execute, and to ask little services of you which she knew you were burning to render, so that when she really pleased you most, she would try to make you think you most pleased her. She would take to you uncommonly, Tom, and would understand you far more delicately than I ever shall, and would often say, I know, that you were a harmless, gentle, well-intentioned, good fellow." How silent Tom Pinch was. "In honour of old times," said Martin, "and of her having heard you play the organ in this damp little church down here, for nothing too, we will have one in the house. I shall build an architectural music room on a plan of my own, and it'll look rather knowing in a recess at one end. There you shall play away, Tom, till you tire yourself, and as you like to do so in the dark, it shall be dark, and many's the summer evening she and I will sit and listen to you, Tom, be sure of that." It may have required a stronger effort on Tom Pinch's part to leave the seat on which he sat, and shake his friend by both hands, with nothing but serenity and grateful feeling painted on his face. It may have required a stronger effort to perform this simple act with a pure heart than to achieve many and many a deed to which the doubtful trumpet blown by fame has lustily resounded. Doubtful, because from its long hovering over scenes of violence, the smoke and steam of death have clogged the keys of that brave instrument, and it is not always that its notes are either true or tuneful. "It's a proof of the kindness of human nature," said Tom, characteristically putting himself quite out of sight in the matter, "that everybody who comes here as you have done is more considerate and affectionate to me than I should have any right to hope if I were the most sanguine creature in the world, or should have any power to express if I were the most eloquent. It really overpowers me. But trust me," said Tom, "that I am not ungrateful, that I never forget, and that if I can ever prove the truth of my words to you, I will." "That's all right," observed Martin, leaning back in his chair with a hand in each pocket, and yawning drearily. "Very fine talking, Tom, but I'm at Pecksniff's, I remember, and perhaps a mile or so out of the high road to fortune just at this minute. So you've heard again this morning from what's his name, eh?" "Who may that be?" asked Tom, seeming to enter a mild protest on behalf of the dignity of an absent person. "You know, what is it, North Key?" "Westlock?" rejoined Tom, in rather a louder tone than usual. "Ah, to be sure," said Martin, "Westlock. I knew it was something connected with a point of the compass and a door. Well, and what says Westlock?" "Oh, he has come into his property," answered Tom, nodding his head and smiling. "He's a lucky dog," said Martin. "I wish it were mine instead. Is that all the mystery you were to tell me?" "No," said Tom, "not all." "What's the rest?" asked Martin. "For the matter of that," said Tom, "it's no mystery, and you won't think much of it, but it's very pleasant to me. John always used to say when he was here, 'Mark my words, Pinch, when my father's executors cash up,' he used strange expressions now and then, but that was his way." "Cash up's a very good expression," observed Martin, "when other people don't apply it to you." "Well, what a slow fellow you are, Pinch." "Yes, I am, I know," said Tom, "but you'll make me nervous if you tell me so. I'm afraid you have put me out a little now, for I forget what I was going to say." "When John's father's executors cashed up," said Martin impatiently. "Oh yes, to be sure," cried Tom. "Yes, then, says John, 'I'll give you a dinner, Pinch, and come down to Salisbury on purpose.' Now when John wrote the other day, the morning Pecksniff left, you know, he said his business was on the point of being immediately settled, and as he was to receive his money directly, when could I meet him at Salisbury? I wrote and said any day this week, and I told him besides that there was a new pupil here, and what a fine fellow you were, and what friends we had become. Upon which John writes back this letter," Tom produced it, "fixes to morrow, sends his compliments to you, and begs that we three may have the pleasure of dining together, not at the house where you and I were either, but at the very first hotel in the town. Read what he says." "Very well," said Martin, glancing over it with his customary coolness. "Much obliged to him. I'm agreeable." Tom could have wished him to be a little more astonished, a little more pleased, or in some form or other a little more interested in such a great event, but he was perfectly self-possessed, and falling into his favourite solace of whistling, took another turn at the grammar school as if nothing at all had happened. Mr. Pecksniff's horse being regarded in the light of a sacred animal, only to be driven by him, the chief priest of that temple, or by some person distinctly nominated for the time being to that high office by himself, the two young men agreed to walk to Salisbury, and so when the time came they set off on foot, which was, after all, a better mode of travelling than in the gig, as the weather was very cold and very dry. Better. A rare, strong, hearty, healthy walk. 4 statute miles an hour, preferable to that rumbling, tumbling, jolting, shaking, scraping, creaking, villainous old gig. Why, the two things will not admit of comparison. It is an insult to the walk to set them side by side. Where is an instance of a gig having ever circulated a man's blood, unless, when putting him in danger of his neck, it awakened in his veins and in his ears and all along his spine a tingling heat, much more peculiar than agreeable? When did a gig ever sharpen anybody's wits and energies, unless it was when the horse bolted, and crashing madly down a steep hill with a stone wall at the bottom, his desperate circumstances suggested to the only gentleman left inside some novel and unheard of mode of dropping out behind, better than the gig. The air was cold, Tom, so it was, there was no denying it, but would it have been more genial in the gig? The blacksmith's fire burned very bright, and leaped up high, as though it wanted men to warm, but would it have been less tempting, looked at from the clammy cushions of a gig? The wind blew keenly, nipping the features of the hardy wight who fought his way along, blinding him with his own hair if he had enough to it, and wintry dust if he hadn't, stopping his breath as though he had been soused in a cold bath, tearing aside his wrappings up, and whistling in the very marrow of his bones. But it would have done all this 100 times more fiercely to a man in a gig, wouldn't it? A fig for gigs. Better than the gig. When were travellers by wheels and hoofs seen with such red-hot cheeks as those? When were they so good-humouredly and merrily bloused? When did their laughter ring upon the air as they turned them round? What time the stronger gusts came sweeping up, and facing round again as they passed by, dashed on in such a glow of ruddy health as nothing could keep pace with but the high spirits it engendered. Better than the gig! Why, here is a man in a gig coming the same way now. Look at him as he passes his whip into his left hand, chafes his numbed right fingers on his granite leg, and beats those marble toes of his upon the footboard. Ha, ha, ha! Who would exchange this rapid hurry of the blood for yonder stagnant misery, though its pace were 20 miles for one? Better than the gig! No man in a gig could have such interest in the milestones. No man in a gig could see or feel or think like merry users of their legs. How, as the wind sweeps on upon these breezy downs, it tracks its flight in darkening ripples on the grass and smoothest shadows on the hills. Look round and round upon this bare bleak plain, and see, even here, upon a winter's day, how beautiful the shadows are. Alas, it is the nature of their kind to be so. The loveliest things in life, Tom, are but shadows, and they come and go, and change and fade away as rapidly as these. Another mile, and then begins a fall of snow, making the crow, who skims away so close above the ground to shirk the wind, a blot of ink upon the landscape. But though it drives and drifts against them as they walk, stiffening on their skirts and freezing in the lashes of their eyes, they wouldn't have it fall more sparingly. No, not so much as by a single flake, although they had to go a score of miles. And lo, the towers of the old cathedral rise before them even now, and by they come into the sheltered streets, made strangely silent by their white carpet, and so to the inn for which they are bound, where they present such flushed and burning faces to the cold waiter, and are so brimful of vigour that he almost feels assaulted by their presence, and having nothing to oppose to the attack, being fresh, or rather stale, from the blazing fire in the coffee-room, is quite put out of his pale countenance. A famous inn! The hall a very grove of dead game and dangling joints of mutton, and in one corner an illustrious larder, with glass doors, developing cold fowls and noble joints and tarts, wherein the raspberry jam coyly withdrew itself, as such a precious creature should, behind a lattice work of pastry. And behold, on the first floor, at the court end of the house, in a room with all the window curtains drawn, a fire piled half-way up the chimney, plates warming before it, wax candles gleaming everywhere, and a table spread for 3, with silver and glass enough for 30. John Westlock, not the old John of Pecksniff's, but a proper gentleman, looking another and a grander person, with the consciousness of being his own master, and having money in the bank. And yet in some respects the old John too, for he seized Tom Pinch by both his hands the instant he appeared, and fairly hugged him in his cordial welcome. "And this," said John, "is Mr. Chuzzlewit. I am very glad to see him." John had an off-hand manner of his own, so they shook hands warmly, and were friends in no time. "Stand off a moment, Tom," cried the old pupil, laying one hand on each of Mr. Pinch's shoulders, and holding him out at arm's length. "Let me look at you. Just the same, not a bit changed." "Why, it's not so very long ago, you know," said Tom Pinch, "after all." "It seems an age to me," cried John, "and so it ought to seem to you, you dog." And then he pushed Tom down into the easiest chair, and clapped him on the back so heartily, and so like his old self in their old bedroom at old Pecksniff's, that it was a toss-up with Tom Pinch whether he should laugh or cry. Laughter won it, and they all three laughed together. "I have ordered everything for dinner that we used to say we'd have, Tom," observed John Westlock. "No," said Tom Pinch. "Have you?" "Everything. Don't laugh, if you can help it, before the waiters. I couldn't when I was ordering it. It's like a dream." John was wrong there, because nobody ever dreamed such soup as was put upon the table directly afterwards, or such fish, or such side dishes, or such a top and bottom, or such a course of birds and sweets, or in short anything approaching the reality of that entertainment at 10 and 6 a head, exclusive of wines. As to them, the man who can dream such iced champagne, such claret, port, or sherry, had better go to bed and stop there. But perhaps the finest feature of the banquet was, that nobody was half so much amazed by everything as John himself, who in his high delight was constantly bursting into fits of laughter, and then endeavouring to appear preternaturally solemn, lest the waiters should conceive he wasn't used to it. Some of the things they brought him to carve were such outrageous practical jokes, though, that it was impossible to stand it, and when Tom Pinch insisted, in spite of the deferential advice of an attendant, not only on breaking down the outer wall of a raised pie with a tablespoon, but on trying to eat it afterwards, John lost all dignity, and sat behind the gorgeous dish cover at the head of the table, roaring to that extent that he was audible in the kitchen. Nor had he the least objection to laugh at himself, as he demonstrated when they had all three gathered round the fire, and the dessert was on the table, at which period the head waiter inquired, with respectful solicitude, whether that port, being a light and tawny wine, was suited to his taste, or whether he would wish to try a fruity port with greater body. To this John gravely answered that he was well satisfied with what he had, which he esteemed, as one might say, a pretty tidy vintage, for which the waiter thanked him and withdrew, and then John told his friends, with a broad grin, that he supposed it was all right, but he didn't know, and went off into a perfect shout. They were very merry and full of enjoyment the whole time, but not the least pleasant part of the festival was when they all three sat about the fire, cracking nuts, drinking wine, and talking cheerfully. It happened that Tom Pinch had a word to say to his friend the organist's assistant, and so deserted his warm corner for a few minutes at this season, lest it should grow too late, leaving the other two young men together. They drank his health in his absence, of course, and John Westlock took that opportunity of saying that he had never had even a peevish word with Tom during the whole term of their residence in Mr. Pecksniff's house. This naturally led him to dwell upon Tom's character, and to hint that Mr. Pecksniff understood it pretty well. He only hinted this, and very distantly, knowing that it pained Tom Pinch to have that gentleman disparaged, and thinking it would be as well to leave the new pupil to his own discoveries. "Yes," said Martin, "it's impossible to like Pinch better than I do, or to do greater justice to his good qualities. He is the most willing fellow I ever saw." "He's rather too willing," observed John, who was quick in observation. "It's quite a fault in him." "So it is," said Martin, "very true. There was a fellow only a week or so ago, a Mr. Tigg, who borrowed all the money he had on a promise to repay it in a few days. It was but half a sovereign, to be sure, but it's well it was no more, for he'll never see it again." "Poor fellow," said John, who had been very attentive to these few words. "Perhaps you have not had an opportunity of observing that, in his own pecuniary transactions, Tom's proud." "You don't say so." "No, I haven't." "What do you mean? Won't he borrow?" John Westlock shook his head. "That's very odd," said Martin, setting down his empty glass. "He's a strange compound, to be sure." "As to receiving money as a gift," resumed John Westlock, "I think he'd die first." "He's made up of simplicity," said Martin. "Help yourself." "You, however," pursued John, filling his own glass, and looking at his companion with some curiosity, "who are older than the majority of Mr. Pecksniff's assistants, and have evidently had much more experience, understand him, I have no doubt, and see how liable he is to be imposed upon." "Certainly," said Martin, stretching out his legs and holding his wine between his eye and the light. "Mr. Pecksniff knows that too. So do his daughters, eh?" John Westlock smiled, but made no answer. "By the by," said Martin, "that reminds me. What's your opinion of Pecksniff? How did he use you? What do you think of him now? Coolly, you know, when it's all over." "Ask Pinch," returned the old pupil. "He knows what my sentiments used to be upon the subject. They are not changed, I assure you." "No, no," said Martin, "I'd rather have them from you." "But Pinch says they are unjust," urged John, with a smile. "Oh, well, then I know what course they take beforehand," said Martin, "and therefore you can have no delicacy in speaking plainly. Don't mind me, I beg. I don't like him, I tell you frankly. I am with him because it happens from particular circumstances to suit my convenience. I have some ability, I believe, in that way, and the obligation, if any, will most likely be on his side and not mine. At the lowest mark the balance will be even, and there'll be no obligation at all. So you may talk to me as if I had no connection with him." "If you press me to give my opinion," returned John Westlock. "Yes, I do," said Martin. "You'll oblige me." "I should say," resumed the other, "that he is the most consummate scoundrel on the face of the earth." "Oh," said Martin, as coolly as ever, "that's rather strong." "Not stronger than he deserves," said John, "and if he called upon me to express my opinion of him to his face, I would do so in the very same terms, without the least qualification. His treatment of Pinch is in itself enough to justify them, but when I look back upon the 5 years I passed in that house, and remember the hypocrisy, the knavery, the meannesses, the false pretences, the lip service of that fellow, and his trading in saintly semblances for the very worst realities, when I remember how often I was the witness of all this, and how often I was made a kind of party to it by the fact of being there, with him for my teacher, I swear to you that I almost despise myself." Martin drained his glass and looked at the fire. "I don't mean to say that it is the right feeling," pursued John Westlock, "because it was no fault of mine, and I can quite understand, you for instance, fully appreciating him, and yet being forced by circumstances to remain there. I tell you simply what my feeling is, and even now, when, as you say, it's all over, and when I have the satisfaction of knowing that he always hated me, and we always quarrelled, and I always told him my mind, even now I feel sorry that I didn't yield to an impulse I often had as a boy of running away from him and going abroad." "Why abroad?" asked Martin, turning his eyes upon the speaker. "In search," replied John Westlock, shrugging his shoulders, "of the livelihood I couldn't have earned at home. There would have been something spirited in that. But come, fill your glass and let us forget him." "As soon as you please," said Martin. "In reference to myself and my connection with him, I have only to repeat what I said before. I have taken my own way with him so far, and shall continue to do so, even more than ever. For the fact is, to tell you the truth, that I believe he looks to me to supply his defects, and couldn't afford to lose me. I had a notion of that in first going there. Your health." "Thank you," returned young Westlock. "Yours. And may the new pupil turn out as well as you can desire." "What new pupil?" "The fortunate youth, born under an auspicious star," returned John Westlock, laughing, "whose parents or guardians are destined to be hooked by the advertisement." "What? Don't you know that he has advertised again?" "No." "Oh, yes, I read it just before dinner in the old newspaper. I know it to be his, having some reason to remember the style. Hush, here's Pinch. Strange, is it not, that the more he likes Pecksniff, if he can like him better than he does, the greater reason one has to like him. Not a word more, or we shall spoil his whole enjoyment." End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12, Part 2. Tom entered as the words were spoken, with a radiant smile upon his face, and rubbing his hands, more from a sense of delight than because he was cold, for he had been running fast, sat down in his warm corner again, and was as happy as only Tom Pinch could be. There is no other simile that will express his state of mind. "And so," he said, when he had gazed at his friend for some time in silent pleasure, "so you really are a gentleman at last, John. Well, to be sure." "Trying to be, Tom, trying to be," he rejoined good-humouredly. "There is no saying what I may turn out in time." "I suppose you wouldn't carry your own box to the mail now," said Tom Pinch, smiling, "although you lost it altogether by not taking it." "Wouldn't I?" retorted John. "That's all you know about it, Pinch. It must be a very heavy box that I wouldn't carry to get away from Pecksniff's, Tom." "There!" cried Pinch, turning to Martin. "I told you so. The great fault in his character is his injustice to Pecksniff. You mustn't mind a word he says on that subject. His prejudice is most extraordinary." "The absence of anything like prejudice on Tom's part, you know," said John Westlock, laughing heartily, as he laid his hand on Mr. Pinch's shoulder, "is perfectly wonderful. If one man ever had a profound knowledge of another, and saw him in a true light, and in his own proper colours, Tom has that knowledge of Mr. Pecksniff." "Why, of course I have," cried Tom. "That's exactly what I have so often said to you. If you knew him as well as I do, John, I'd give almost any money to bring that about. You'd admire, respect, and reverence him. You couldn't help it. Oh, how you wounded his feelings when you went away." "If I had known whereabout his feelings lay," retorted young Westlock, "I'd have done my best, Tom, with that end in view, you may depend upon it. But as I couldn't wound him in what he has not, and in what he knows nothing of, except in his ability to probe them to the quick in other people, I am afraid I can lay no claim to your compliment." Mr. Pinch, being unwilling to protract a discussion which might possibly corrupt Martin, forbore to say anything in reply to this speech. But John Westlock, whom nothing short of an iron gag would have silenced when Mr. Pecksniff's merits were once in question, continued notwithstanding. "His feelings! Oh, he's a tender-hearted man. His feelings! Oh, he's a considerate, conscientious, self-examining, moral vagabond, he is. His feelings! Oh, what's the matter, Tom?" Mr. Pinch was by this time erect upon the hearthrug, buttoning his coat with great energy. "I can't bear it," said Tom, shaking his head. "No, I really cannot. You must excuse me, John. I have a great esteem and friendship for you. I love you very much, and have been perfectly charmed and overjoyed today to find you just the same as ever, but I cannot listen to this." "Why, it's my old way, Tom, and you say yourself that you are glad to find me unchanged." "Not in this respect," said Tom Pinch. "You must excuse me, John. I cannot, really, I will not. It's very wrong. You should be more guarded in your expressions. It was bad enough when you and I used to be alone together, but under existing circumstances I can't endure it, really. No, I cannot, indeed." "You are quite right," exclaimed the other, exchanging looks with Martin. "And I am quite wrong, Tom. I don't know how the deuce we fell on this unlucky theme. I beg your pardon with all my heart." "You have a free and manly temper, I know," said Pinch, "and therefore your being so ungenerous in this one solitary instance only grieves me the more. It's not my pardon you have to ask, John. You have done me nothing but kindnesses." "Well, Pecksniff's pardon, then," said young Westlock. "Anything, Tom, or anybody. Pecksniff's pardon. Will that do? Here, let us drink Pecksniff's health." "Thank you," cried Tom, shaking hands with him eagerly, and filling a bumper. "Thank you. I'll drink it with all my heart, John. Mr. Pecksniff's health, and prosperity to him." John Westlock echoed the sentiment, or nearly so, for he drank Mr. Pecksniff's health and something to him, but what was not quite audible. The general unanimity being then completely restored, they drew their chairs closer round the fire, and conversed in perfect harmony and enjoyment until bedtime. No slight circumstance, perhaps, could have better illustrated the difference of character between John Westlock and Martin Chuzzlewit than the manner in which each of the young men contemplated Tom Pinch after the little rupture just described. There was a certain amount of jocularity in the looks of both, no doubt, but there all resemblance ceased. The old pupil could not do enough to show Tom how cordially he felt towards him, and his friendly regard seemed of a graver and more thoughtful kind than before. The new one, on the other hand, had no impulse but to laugh at the recollection of Tom's extreme absurdity, and mingled with his amusement there was something slighting and contemptuous, indicative, as it appeared, of his opinion that Mr. Pinch was much too far gone in simplicity to be admitted as the friend, on serious and equal terms, of any rational man. John Westlock, who did nothing by halves if he could help it, had provided beds for his two guests in the hotel, and after a very happy evening they retired. Mr. Pinch was sitting on the side of his bed with his cravat and shoes off, ruminating on the manifold good qualities of his old friend, when he was interrupted by a knock at his chamber door, and the voice of John himself. "You're not asleep yet, are you, Tom?" "Bless you, no, not I. I was thinking of you," replied Tom, opening the door. "Come in." "I am not going to detain you," said John, "but I have forgotten all the evening a little commission I took upon myself, and I'm afraid I may forget it again, if I fail to discharge it at once. You know a Mr. Tigg, Tom, I believe?" "Tigg!" cried Tom. "Tigg, the gentleman who borrowed some money of me." "Exactly," said John Westlock. "He begged me to present his compliments, and to return it with many thanks. Here it is. I suppose it's a good one, but he is rather a doubtful kind of customer, Tom." Mr. Pinch received the little piece of gold with a face whose brightness might have shamed the metal, and said he had no fear about that. He was glad, he added, to find Mr. Tigg so prompt and honourable in his dealings, very glad. "Why, to tell you the truth, Tom," replied his friend, "he is not always so. If you'll take my advice, you'll avoid him as much as you can in the event of your encountering him again, and by no means, Tom, pray bear this in mind, for I am very serious, by no means lend him money any more." "Aye, aye," said Tom, with his eyes wide open. "He is very far from being a reputable acquaintance," returned young Westlock, "and the more you let him know you think so, the better for you, Tom." "I say, John," quoth Mr. Pinch, as his countenance fell, and he shook his head in a dejected manner, "I hope you are not getting into bad company." "No, no," he replied, laughing, "don't be uneasy on that score." "Oh, but I am uneasy," said Tom Pinch. "I can't help it when I hear you talking in that way. If Mr. Tigg is what you describe him to be, you have no business to know him, John. You may laugh, but I don't consider it by any means a laughing matter, I assure you." "No, no," returned his friend, composing his features, "quite right, it is not, certainly." "You know, John," said Mr. Pinch, "your very good nature and kindness of heart make you thoughtless, and you can't be too careful on such a point as this. Upon my word, if I thought you were falling among bad companions, I should be quite wretched, for I know how difficult you would find it to shake them off. I would much rather have lost this money, John, than I would have had it back again on such terms." "I tell you, my dear good old fellow," cried his friend, shaking him to and fro with both hands, and smiling at him with a cheerful open countenance that would have carried conviction to a mind much more suspicious than Tom's, "I tell you there is no danger." "Well," cried Tom, "I am glad to hear it. I am overjoyed to hear it. I am sure there is not, when you say so in that manner. You won't take it ill, John, that I said what I did just now?" "Ill?" said the other, giving his hand a hearty squeeze. "Why, what do you think I am made of? Mr. Tigg and I are not on such an intimate footing that you need be at all uneasy. I give you my solemn assurance of that, Tom. You are quite comfortable now?" "Quite," said Tom. "Then once more, good night." "Good night," cried Tom, "and such pleasant dreams to you as should attend the sleep of the best fellow in the world." "Except Pecksniff," said his friend, stopping at the door for a moment and looking gaily back. "Except Pecksniff," answered Tom, with great gravity, "of course." And thus they parted for the night, John Westlock full of light-heartedness and good humour, and poor Tom Pinch quite satisfied, though still, as he turned over on his side in bed, he muttered to himself, "I really do wish, for all that, though, that he wasn't acquainted with Mr. Tigg." They breakfasted together very early next morning, for the two young men desired to get back again in good season, and John Westlock was to return to London by the coach that day. As he had some hours to spare, he bore them company for 3 or 4 miles on their walk, and only parted from them at last in sheer necessity. The parting was an unusually hearty one, not only as between him and Tom Pinch, but on the side of Martin also, who had found in the old pupil a very different sort of person from the milksop he had prepared himself to expect. Young Westlock stopped upon a rising ground when he had gone a little distance, and looked back. They were walking at a brisk pace, and Tom appeared to be talking earnestly. Martin had taken off his greatcoat, the wind being now behind them, and carried it upon his arm. As he looked, he saw Tom relieve him of it, after a faint resistance, and throwing it upon his own, encumber himself with the weight of both. This trivial incident impressed the old pupil mightily, for he stood there gazing after them until they were hidden from his view, when he shook his head, as if he were troubled by some uneasy reflection, and thoughtfully retraced his steps to Salisbury. In the meantime, Martin and Tom pursued their way until they halted safe and sound at Mr. Pecksniff's house, where a brief epistle from that good gentleman to Mr. Pinch announced the family's return by that night's coach. As it would pass the corner of the lane at about 6 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Pecksniff requested that the gig might be in waiting at the finger post about that time, together with a cart for the luggage. And to the end that he might be received with the greater honour, the young men agreed to rise early and be upon the spot themselves. It was the least cheerful day they had yet passed together. Martin was out of spirits and out of humour, and took every opportunity of comparing his condition and prospects with those of young Westlock, much to his own disadvantage always. This mood of his depressed Tom, and neither that morning's party nor yesterday's dinner helped to mend the matter. So the hours dragged on heavily enough, and they were glad to go to bed early. They were not quite so glad to get up again at 4:30, in all the shivering discomfort of a dark winter's morning, but they turned out punctually, and were at the finger post full half an hour before the appointed time. It was not by any means a lively morning, for the sky was black and cloudy, and it rained hard, but Martin said there was some satisfaction in seeing that brute of a horse (by this he meant Mr. Pecksniff's Arab steed) getting very wet, and that he rejoiced on his account that it rained so fast. From this it may be inferred that Martin's spirits had not improved, as indeed they had not, for while he and Mr. Pinch stood waiting under a hedge, looking at the rain, the gig, the cart, and its reeking driver, he did nothing but grumble, and but that it is indispensable to any dispute that there should be two parties to it, he would certainly have picked a quarrel with Tom. At length the noise of wheels was faintly audible in the distance, and presently the coach came splashing through the mud and mire, with one miserable outside passenger crouching down among wet straw under a saturated umbrella, and the coachman, guard, and horses in a fellowship of dripping wretchedness. Immediately on its stopping, Mr. Pecksniff let down the window glass, and hailed Tom Pinch. "Dear me, Mr. Pinch, is it possible that you are out upon this very inclement morning?" "Yes, sir," cried Tom, advancing eagerly. "Mr. Chuzzlewit and I, sir." "Oh," said Mr. Pecksniff, looking not so much at Martin as at the spot on which he stood. "Oh, indeed. Do me the favour to see to the trunks, if you please, Mr. Pinch." Then Mr. Pecksniff descended, and helped his daughters to alight. But neither he nor the young ladies took the slightest notice of Martin, who had advanced to offer his assistance, but was repulsed by Mr. Pecksniff's standing immediately before his person, with his back towards him. In the same manner, and in profound silence, Mr. Pecksniff handed his daughters into the gig, and following himself and taking the reins, drove off home. Lost in astonishment, Martin stood staring at the coach, and when the coach had driven away, at Mr. Pinch and the luggage, until the cart moved off too, when he said to Tom, "Now will you have the goodness to tell me what this portends?" "What?" asked Tom. "This fellow's behaviour. Mr. Pecksniff's, I mean. You saw it." "No, indeed I did not," cried Tom. "I was busy with the trunks." "It is no matter," said Martin. "Come, let us make haste back," and without another word started off at such a pace that Tom had some difficulty in keeping up with him. He had no care where he went, but walked through little heaps of mud and little pools of water with the utmost indifference, looking straight before him, and sometimes laughing in a strange manner within himself. Tom felt that anything he could say would only render him the more obstinate, and therefore trusted to Mr. Pecksniff's manner when they reached the house to remove the mistaken impression under which he felt convinced so great a favourite as the new pupil must unquestionably be labouring. But he was not a little amazed himself when they did reach it, and entered the parlour, where Mr. Pecksniff was sitting alone before the fire, drinking some hot tea, to find that instead of taking favourable notice of his relative and keeping him, Mr. Pinch, in the background, he did exactly the reverse, and was so lavish in his attentions to Tom that Tom was thoroughly confounded. "Take some tea, Mr. Pinch, take some tea," said Pecksniff, stirring the fire. "You must be very cold and damp. Pray take some tea, and come into a warm place, Mr. Pinch." Tom saw that Martin looked at Mr. Pecksniff as though he could have easily found it in his heart to give him an invitation to a very warm place, but he was quite silent, and standing opposite that gentleman at the table, regarded him attentively. "Take a chair, Pinch," said Pecksniff. "Take a chair, if you please. How have things gone on in our absence, Mr. Pinch?" You will be very much pleased with the grammar school, sir," said Tom. "It's nearly finished." "If you will have the goodness, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff, waving his hand and smiling, "we will not discuss anything connected with that question at present. What have you been doing, Thomas, Mr. Pinch looked from master to pupil, and from pupil to master, and was so perplexed and dismayed that he wanted presence of mind to answer the question. In this awkward interval, Mr. Pecksniff, who was perfectly conscious of Martin's gaze, though he had never once glanced towards him, poked the fire very much, and when he couldn't do that any more, drank tea assiduously. "Now, Mr. Pecksniff," said Martin at last, in a very quiet voice, "if you have sufficiently refreshed and recovered yourself, I shall be glad to hear what you mean by this treatment of me." "And what?" said Mr. Pecksniff, turning his eyes on Tom Pinch, even more placidly and gently than before. "What have you been doing, Thomas, When he had repeated this inquiry, he looked round the walls of the room, as if he were curious to see whether any nails had been left there by accident in former times. Tom was almost at his wits' end what to say between the two, and had already made a gesture as if he would call Mr. Pecksniff's attention to the gentleman who had last addressed him, when Martin saved him further trouble by doing so himself. "Mr. Pecksniff," he said, softly rapping the table twice or thrice, and moving a step or two nearer, so that he could have touched him with his hand, "you heard what I said just now. Do me the favour to reply, if you please. I ask you," he raised his voice a little here, "what you mean by this?" "I will talk to you, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff in a severe voice, as he looked at him for the first time, "presently." "You are very obliging," returned Martin. "Presently will not do. I must trouble you to talk to me at once." Mr. Pecksniff made a feint of being deeply interested in his pocket book, but it shook in his hands, he trembled so. "Now," retorted Martin, rapping the table again. "Now. Presently will not do. Now." "Do you threaten me, sir?" cried Mr. Pecksniff. Martin looked at him and made no answer, but a curious observer might have detected an ominous twitching at his mouth, and perhaps an involuntary attraction of his right hand in the direction of Mr. Pecksniff's cravat. "I lament to be obliged to say, sir," resumed Mr. Pecksniff, "that it would be quite in keeping with your character if you did threaten me. You have deceived me. You have imposed upon a nature which you knew to be confiding and unsuspicious. You have obtained admission, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, rising, "to this house on perverted statements and on false pretences." "Go on," said Martin, with a scornful smile. "I understand you now. What more?" "Thus much more, sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, trembling from head to foot, and trying to rub his hands as though he were only cold. "Thus much more. If you force me to publish your shame before a third party, which I was unwilling and indisposed to do, this lowly roof, sir, must not be contaminated by the presence of one who has deceived, and cruelly deceived, an honourable, beloved, venerated, and venerable gentleman, and who wisely suppressed that deceit from me when he sought my protection and favour, knowing that, humble as I am an honest man seeking to do my duty in this carnal universe, and setting my face against all vice and treachery. I weep for your depravity, sir, said Mr. Pecksniff. I mourn over your corruption. I pity your voluntary withdrawal of yourself from the flowery paths of purity and peace. Here he struck himself upon his breast, or moral garden. But I cannot have a leper and a serpent for an inmate. Go forth, said Mr. Pecksniff, stretching out his hand. Go forth, young man. Like all who know you, I renounce you. With what intention Martin made a stride forward at these words, it is impossible to say. It is enough to know that Tom Pinch caught him in his arms, and that at the same moment Mr. Pecksniff stepped back so hastily that he missed his footing, tumbled over a chair, and fell in a sitting posture on the ground, where he remained without an effort to get up again, with his head in a corner, perhaps considering it the safest place. "Let me go, Pinch," cried Martin, shaking him away. "Why do you hold me? Do you think a blow could make him a more abject creature than he is? Do you think that if I spat upon him I could degrade him to a lower level than his own? Look at him, Pinch." Mr. Pinch involuntarily did so. Mr. Pecksniff, sitting, as has been already mentioned, on the carpet, with his head in an acute angle of the wainscot, and all the damage and detriment of an uncomfortable journey about him, was not exactly a model of all that is prepossessing and dignified in man, certainly. Still, he was Pecksniff. It was impossible to deprive him of that unique and paramount appeal to Tom, and he returned Tom's glance as if he would have said, "Ay, Mr. Pinch, look at me. Here I am. You know what the poet says about an honest man, and an honest man is one of the few great works that can be seen for nothing. Look at me." "I tell you," said Martin, "that as he lies there disgraced, bought, used, a cloth for dirty hands, a mat for dirty feet, a lying, fawning, servile hound, he is the very last and worst among the vermin of the world. And mark me, Pinch, the day will come, he knows it, see it written on his face while I speak, when even you will find him out, and will know him as I do, and as he knows I do. He renounce me? Cast your eyes on the renouncer, Pinch, and be the wiser for the recollection." He pointed at him as he spoke with unutterable contempt, and flinging his hat upon his head, walked from the room and from the house. He went so rapidly that he was already clear of the village when he heard Tom Pinch calling breathlessly after him in the distance. "Well, what now?" he said, when Tom came up. "Dear, dear!" cried Tom. "Are you going?" "Going?" he echoed. "Going? I didn't so much mean that as were you going now at once, in this bad weather, on foot, without your clothes, with no money?" cried Tom. "Yes," he answered sternly, "I am." "And where?" cried Tom. "Oh, where will you go?" "I don't know," he said. "Yes, I do. I'll go to America." "No, no!" cried Tom, in a kind of agony. "Don't go there. Pray don't. Think better of it. Don't be so dreadfully regardless of yourself. Don't go to America." "My mind is made up," he said. "Your friend was right. I'll go to America. God bless you, Pinch." "Take this," cried Tom, pressing a book upon him in great agitation. "I must make haste back, and I can't say anything I would. Heaven be with you. Look at the leaf I have turned down. Good-bye, good-bye." The simple fellow wrung him by the hand, with tears stealing down his cheeks, and they parted hurriedly upon their separate ways. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13, showing what became of Martin and his desperate resolve after he left Mr. Pecksniff's house, what persons he encountered, what anxieties he suffered, and what news he heard. Part 1. Carrying Tom Pinch's book quite unconsciously under his arm, and not even buttoning his coat as a protection against the heavy rain, Martin went doggedly forward at the same quick pace until he had passed the finger-post, and was on the high road to London. He slackened very little in his speed even then, but he began to think and look about him, and to disengage his senses from the coil of angry passions which hitherto had held them prisoner. It must be confessed that at that moment he had no very agreeable employment either for his moral or his physical perceptions. The day was dawning from a patch of watery light in the east, and sullen clouds came driving up before it, from which the rain descended in a thick wet mist. It streamed from every twig and bramble in the hedge, made little gullies in the path, ran down 100 channels in the road, and punched innumerable holes into the face of every pond and gutter. It fell with an oozy, slushy sound among the grass, and made a muddy kennel of every furrow in the ploughed fields. No living creature was anywhere to be seen. The prospect could hardly have been more desolate if animated nature had been dissolved in water, and poured down upon the earth again in that form. The range of view within the solitary traveller was quite as cheerless as the scene without. Friendless and penniless, incensed to the last degree, deeply wounded in his pride and self-love, full of independent schemes, and perfectly destitute of any means of realizing them, his most vindictive enemy might have been satisfied with the extent of his troubles. To add to his other miseries, he was by this time sensible of being wet to the skin and cold at his very heart. In this deplorable condition he remembered Mr. Pinch's book, more because it was rather troublesome to carry than from any hope of being comforted by that parting gift. He looked at the dingy lettering on the back, and finding it to be an odd volume of the Bachelor of Salamanca in the French tongue, cursed Tom Pinch's folly 20 times. He was on the point of throwing it away in his ill humour and vexation, when he bethought himself that Tom had referred him to a leaf turned down, and opening it at that place, that he might have additional cause of complaint against him for supposing that any cold scrap of the bachelor's wisdom could cheer him in such circumstances, found, well, well, not much, but Tom's all, the half-sovereign. He had wrapped it hastily in a piece of paper and pinned it to the leaf. These words were scrawled in pencil on the inside: "I don't want it, indeed. I should not know what to do with it if I had it." There are some falsehoods, Tom, on which men mount as on bright wings towards heaven. There are some truths, cold, bitter, taunting truths, wherein your worldly scholars are very apt and punctual, which bind men down to earth with leaden chains. Who would not rather have to fan him, in his dying hour, the lightest feather of a falsehood such as thine, than all the quills that have been plucked from the sharp porcupine, reproachful truth, since time began? Martin felt keenly for himself, and he felt this good deed of Tom's keenly. After a few minutes it had the effect of raising his spirits, and reminding him that he was not altogether destitute, as he had left a fair stock of clothes behind him, and wore a gold hunting watch in his pocket. He found a curious gratification, too, in thinking what a winning fellow he must be to have made such an impression on Tom, and in reflecting how superior he was to Tom, and how much more likely to make his way in the world. Animated by these thoughts, and strengthened in his design of endeavouring to push his fortune in another country, he resolved to get to London as a rallying point, in the best way he could, and to lose no time about it. He was 10 good miles from the village made illustrious by being the abiding place of Mr. Pecksniff, when he stopped to breakfast at a little roadside alehouse, and resting upon a high-backed settle before the fire, pulled off his coat, and hung it before the cheerful blaze to dry. It was a very different place from the last tavern in which he had regaled, boasting no greater extent of accommodation than the brick-floored kitchen yielded. But the mind so soon accommodates itself to the necessities of the body, that this poor waggoner's house of call, which he would have despised yesterday, became now quite a choice hotel, while his dish of eggs and bacon and his mug of beer were not by any means the coarse fare he had supposed, but fully bore out the inscription on the window shutter, which proclaimed those viands to be good entertainment for travellers. He pushed away his empty plate, and with a second mug upon the hearth before him, looked thoughtfully at the fire until his eyes ached. Then he looked at the highly coloured scripture pieces on the walls, in little black frames like common shaving glasses, and saw how the wise men, with a strong family likeness among them, worshipped in a pink manger, and how the prodigal son came home in red rags to a purple father, and already feasted his imagination on a sea-green calf. Then he glanced through the window at the falling rain coming down aslant upon the signpost over against the house, and overflowing the horse trough, and then he looked at the fire again, and seemed to descry a double distant London, retreating among the fragments of the burning wood. He had repeated this process in just the same order many times, as if it were a matter of necessity, when the sound of wheels called his attention to the window out of its regular turn, and there he beheld a kind of light van drawn by 4 horses, and laden, as well as he could see, for it was covered in, with corn and straw. The driver, who was alone, stopped at the door to water his team, and presently came stamping and shaking the wet off his hat and coat into the room where Martin sat. He was a red-faced, burly young fellow, smart in his way, and with a good-humoured countenance. As he advanced towards the fire, he touched his shining forehead with the forefinger of his stiff leather glove by way of salutation, and said, rather unnecessarily, that it was an uncommon wet day. "Very wet," said Martin. "I don't know as ever I see a wetter." "I never felt one," said Martin. The driver glanced at Martin's soiled dress and his damp shirt sleeves and his coat hung up to dry, and said, after a pause, as he warmed his hands, "You have been caught in it, sir?" "Yes," was the short reply. "Out riding, maybe?" said the driver. "I should have been if I owned a horse, but I don't," returned Martin. "That's bad," said the driver. "And maybe worse," said Martin. Now the driver said that's bad, not so much because Martin didn't own a horse, as because he said he didn't, with all the reckless desperation of his mood and circumstances, and so left a great deal to be inferred. Martin put his hands in his pockets and whistled when he had retorted on the driver, thus giving him to understand that he didn't care a pin for fortune, that he was above pretending to be her favourite when he was not, and that he snapped his fingers at her, the driver, and everybody else. The driver looked at him stealthily for a minute or so, and in the pauses of his warming whistled too. At length he asked, as he pointed his thumb towards the road, "Up or down?" "Which is up?" said Martin. "London, of course," said the driver. "Up, then," said Martin. He tossed his head in a careless manner afterwards, as if he would have added, "Now you know all about it," put his hands deeper into his pockets, changed his tune, and whistled a little louder. "I'm going up," observed the driver. "Hounslow, 10 miles this side London." "Are you?" cried Martin, stopping short and looking at him. The driver sprinkled the fire with his wet hat until it hissed again, and answered, "Aye, to be sure he was." "Why then," said Martin, "I'll be plain with you. You may suppose from my dress that I have money to spare. I have not. All I can afford for coach hire is a crown, for I have but 2. If you can take me for that, and my waistcoat, or this silk handkerchief, do. If you can't, leave it alone." "Short and sweet," remarked the driver. "You want more?" said Martin. "Then I haven't got more, and I can't get it, so there's an end of that." Whereupon he began to whistle again. "I didn't say I wanted more, did I?" asked the driver with something like indignation. "You didn't say my offer was enough," rejoined Martin. "Why, how could I, when you wouldn't let me? In regard to the waistcoat, I wouldn't have a man's waistcoat, much less a gentleman's waistcoat, on my mind for no consideration. But the silk handkerchief's another thing, and if you was satisfied when we got to Hounslow, I shouldn't object to that as a gift." "Is it a bargain, then?" said Martin. "Yes, it is," returned the other. "Then finish this beer," said Martin, handing him the mug and pulling on his coat with great alacrity, "and let us be off as soon as you like." In 2 minutes more he had paid his bill, which amounted to a shilling, was lying at full length on a truss of straw, high and dry, at the top of the van, with the tilt a little open in front for the convenience of talking to his new friend, and was moving along in the right direction with a most satisfactory and encouraging briskness. The driver's name, as he soon informed Martin, was William Simmons, better known as Bill, and his spruce appearance was sufficiently explained by his connection with a large stage coaching establishment at Hounslow, whither he was conveying his load from a farm belonging to the concern in Wiltshire. He was frequently up and down the road on such errands, he said, and to look after the sick and rest horses, of which animals he had much to relate that occupied a long time in the telling. He aspired to the dignity of the regular box, and expected an appointment on the first vacancy. He was musical besides, and had a little key bugle in his pocket, on which, whenever the conversation flagged, he played the first part of a great many tunes, and regularly broke down in the second. "Ah," said Bill with a sigh, as he drew the back of his hand across his lips, and put this instrument in his pocket, after screwing off the mouthpiece to drain it. "Lummy Ned of the Light Salisbury, he was the one for musical talents. He was a guard. What you may call a garden angel was Ned." "Is he dead?" asked Martin. "Dead?" replied the other with a contemptuous emphasis. "Not he. You won't catch Ned a dying easy. No, no, he knows better than that." "You spoke of him in the past tense," observed Martin, "so I supposed he was no more." "He's no more in England," said Bill, "if that's what you mean. He went to the United States." "Did he?" asked Martin with sudden interest. "When?" 5 year ago, or then about," said Bill. "He had set up in the public line here, and couldn't meet his engagements, so he cut off to Liverpool one day without saying anything about it, and went and shipped himself for the United States." "Well," said Martin. "Well, as he landed there without a penny to bless himself with, of course they was very glad to see him in the United States." "What do you mean?" asked Martin with some scorn. "What do I mean?" said Bill. "Why, that. All men are alike in the United States, ain't they? It makes no odds whether a man has £1,000 or nothing, there. Particular in New York, I'm told, where Ned landed." "New York, was it?" asked Martin thoughtfully. "Yes," said Bill, "New York. I know that, because he sent word home that it brought old York to his mind, quite vivid, in consequence of being so exactly unlike it in every respect. I don't understand what particular business Ned turned his mind to when he got there, but he wrote home that him and his friends was always a singing 'Ale Columbia' and blowing up the president, so I suppose it was something in the public line, or free and easy way again. Anyhow, he made his fortune." "No!" cried Martin. "Yes, he did," said Bill. "I know that, because he lost it all the day after, and 26 banks is broke. He settled a lot of the notes on his father when it was ascertained that they was really stopped, and sent 'em over with a dutiful letter. I know that, because they was shown down our yard for the old gentleman's benefit, that he might treat himself with tobacco in the workus." "He was a foolish fellow not to take care of his money when he had it," said Martin indignantly. "There you're right," said Bill, "especially as it was all in paper, and he might have took care of it so very easy by folding it up in a small parcel." Martin said nothing in reply, but soon afterwards fell asleep, and remained so for an hour or more. When he awoke, finding it had ceased to rain, he took his seat beside the driver, and asked him several questions, as how long had the fortunate guard of the Light Salisbury been in crossing the Atlantic, at what time of the year had he sailed, what was the name of the ship in which he made the voyage, how much had he paid for passage money, did he suffer greatly from seasickness, and so forth. But on these points of detail his friend was possessed of little or no information, either answering obviously at random, or acknowledging that he had never heard, or had forgotten. Nor, although he returned to the charge very often, could he obtain any useful intelligence on these essential particulars. They jogged on all day, and stopped so often, now to refresh, now to change their team of horses, now to exchange or bring away a set of harness, now on one point of business, and now upon another, connected with the coaching on that line of road, that it was midnight when they reached Hounslow. A little short of the stables for which the van was bound, Martin got down, paid his crown, and forced his silk handkerchief upon his honest friend, notwithstanding the many protestations that he didn't wish to deprive him of it, with which he tried to give the lie to his longing looks. That done, they parted company, and when the van had driven into its own yard and the gates were closed, Martin stood in the dark street with a pretty strong sense of being shut out alone upon the dreary world without the key of it. But in this moment of despondency, and often afterwards, the recollection of Mr. Pecksniff operated as a cordial to him, awakening in his breast an indignation that was very wholesome in nerving him to obstinate endurance. Under the influence of this fiery dram, he started off for London without more ado, arriving there in the middle of the night, and not knowing where to find a tavern open, he was fain to stroll about the streets and market-places until morning. He found himself about an hour before dawn in the humbler regions of the Adelphi, and addressing himself to a man in a fur cap, who was taking down the shutters of an obscure public-house, informed him that he was a stranger, and inquired if he could have a bed there. It happened, by good luck, that he could. Though none of the gaudiest, it was tolerably clean, and Martin felt very glad and grateful when he crept into it, for warmth, rest, and forgetfulness. It was quite late in the afternoon when he awoke, and by the time he had washed and dressed and broken his fast, it was growing dusk again. This was all the better, for it was now a matter of absolute necessity that he should part with his watch to some obliging pawnbroker. He would have waited until after dark for this purpose, though it had been the longest day in the year, and he had begun it without a breakfast. He passed more golden balls than all the jugglers in Europe have juggled with, in the course of their united performances, before he could determine in favour of any particular shop where those symbols were displayed. In the end he came back to one of the first he had seen, and entering by a side door in a court where the 3 balls with the legend "Money Lent" were repeated in a ghastly transparency, passed into one of a series of little closets or private boxes erected for the accommodation of the more bashful and uninitiated customers. He bolted himself in, pulled out his watch, and laid it on the counter. "Upon my life and soul," said a low voice in the next box to the shopman who was in treaty with him, "you must make it more. You must make it a trifle more, you must indeed. You must dispense with 1/2 of an ounce in weighing out your pound of flesh, my best of friends, and make it 2 6." Martin drew back involuntarily, for he knew the voice at once. "You're always full of your chaff," said the shopman, rolling up the article, which looked like a shirt, quite as a matter of course, and nibbing his pen upon the counter. "I shall never be full of my wheat," said Mr. Tigg, "as long as I come here. Ha, ha, not bad. Make it 2 6, my dear friend, positively, for this occasion only. 1/2 crown is a delightful coin. 2 6, going at 2 6, for the last time, at 2 6. "It'll never be the last time till it's quite worn out," rejoined the shopman. "It's grown yellow in the service as it is." "Its master has grown yellow in the service, if you mean that, my friend," said Mr. Tigg. "In the patriotic service of an ungrateful country. You are making it 2 6, I think." "I'm making it," returned the shopman, "what it always has been, 2 shillings. Same name as usual, I suppose." "Still the same name," said Mr. Tigg, "my claim to the dormant peerage not being yet established by the House of Lords." "The old address?" "Not at all," said Mr. Tigg. "I have removed my town establishment from 38 Mayfair to number 1542 Park Lane." "Come, I'm not going to put down that, you know," said the shopman with a grin. "You may put down what you please, my friend," quoth Mr. Tigg. "The fact is still the same. The apartments for the under butler and the 5th footman being of a most confounded low and vulgar kind at 38 Mayfair, I have been compelled, in my regard for the feelings which do them so much honour, to take on lease for 7, 14, or 21 years, renewable at the option of the tenant, the elegant and commodious family mansion, number 1542 Park Lane. Make it 2 6, and come and see me." The shopman was so highly entertained by this piece of humour that Mr. Tigg himself could not repress some little show of exultation. It vented itself in part in a desire to see how the occupant of the next box received his pleasantry, to ascertain which he glanced round the partition, and immediately by the gaslight recognized Martin. "I wish I may die," said Mr. Tigg, stretching out his body so far that his head was as much in Martin's little cell as Martin's own head was. "But this is one of the most tremendous meetings in ancient or modern history. How are you? What is the news from the agricultural districts? How are our friends the peas? Ha ha! David, pay particular attention to this gentleman immediately, as a friend of mine, I beg. Here, please to give me the most you can for this," said Martin, handing the watch to the shopman. "I want money sorely." "He wants money sorely," cried Mr. Tigg, with excessive sympathy. "David, will you have the goodness to do your very utmost for my friend who wants money sorely? You will deal with my friend as if he were myself. A gold hunting watch, David, engine turned, capped and jewelled in 4 holes, escape movement, horizontal lever, and warranted to perform correctly upon my personal reputation, who have observed it narrowly for many years under the most trying circumstances." Here he winked at Martin, that he might understand this recommendation would have an immense effect upon the shopman. "What do you say, David, to my friend? Be very particular to deserve my custom and recommendation, David." "I can lend you £3 on this if you like," said the shopman to Martin, confidentially. "It is very old fashioned. I couldn't say more." "And devilish handsome too," cried Mr. Tigg. 2 12 6 for the watch, and 7 and 6 for personal regard. I am gratified. It may be weakness, but I am. £3 will do. We take it. The name of my friend is Smivey, Chicken Smivey of Holborn, 26 1/2 B lodger." Here he winked at Martin again, to apprise him that all the forms and ceremonies prescribed by law were now complied with, and nothing remained but the receipt for the money. In point of fact, this proved to be the case, for Martin, who had no resource but to take what was offered him, signified his acquiescence by a nod of his head, and presently came out with the cash in his pocket. He was joined in the entry by Mr. Tigg, who warmly congratulated him, as he took his arm and accompanied him into the street, on the successful issue of the negotiation. "As for my part in the same," said Mr. Tigg, "don't mention it. Don't compliment me, for I can't bear it." "I have no such intention, I assure you," retorted Martin, releasing his arm and stopping. "You oblige me very much," said Mr. Tigg. "Thank you." "Now, sir," observed Martin, biting his lip, "this is a large town, and we can easily find different ways in it. If you will show me which is your way, I will take another." Mr. Tigg was about to speak, but Martin interposed. "I need scarcely tell you, after what you have just seen, that I have nothing to bestow upon your friend Mr. Slime, and it is quite as unnecessary for me to tell you that I don't desire the honour of your company." "Stop!" cried Mr. Tigg, holding out his hand. "Hold! There is a most remarkably long-headed, flowing-bearded, and patriarchal proverb, which observes that it is the duty of a man to be just before he is generous. Be just now, and you can be generous presently. Do not confuse me with the man Slime. Do not distinguish the man Slime as a friend of mine, for he is no such thing. I have been compelled, sir, to abandon the party whom you call Slime." "I have no knowledge of the party whom you call Slime. I am, sir," said Mr. Tigg, striking himself upon the breast, "a premium tulip of a very different growth and cultivation from the cabbage Slime, sir." "It matters very little to me," said Martin coolly, "whether you have set up as a vagabond on your own account, or are still trading on behalf of Mr. Slime. I wish to hold no correspondence with you. In the devil's name, man," said Martin, scarcely able, despite his vexation, to repress a smile, as Mr. Tigg stood leaning his back against the shutters of a shop window, adjusting his hair with great composure, "will you go one way or other?" "You will allow me to remind you, sir," said Mr. Tigg, with sudden dignity, "that you, not I, that you, I say emphatically you, have reduced the proceedings of this evening to a cold and distant matter of business, when I was disposed to place them on a friendly footing. It being made a matter of business, sir, I beg to say that I expect a trifle, which I shall bestow in charity, as commission upon the pecuniary advance, in which I have rendered you my humble services, after the terms in which you have addressed me, sir, concluded Mr. Tigg. "You will not insult me, if you please, by offering more than half a crown." Martin drew that piece of money from his pocket and tossed it towards him. Mr. Tigg caught it, looked at it to assure himself of its goodness, spun it in the air after the manner of a pieman, and buttoned it up. Finally he raised his hat an inch or two from his head with a military air, and after pausing a moment with deep gravity, as to decide in which direction he should go, and to what earl or marquis among his friends he should give the preference in his next call, stuck his hands in his skirt pockets and swaggered round the corner. Martin took the directly opposite course, and so, to his great content, they parted company. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13, Part 2. It was with a bitter sense of humiliation that he cursed, again and again, the mischance of having encountered this man in the pawnbroker's shop. The only comfort he had in the recollection was Mr. Tigg's voluntary avowal of a separation between himself and Slime that would at least prevent his circumstances, so Martin argued, from being known to any member of his family, the bare possibility of which filled him with shame and wounded pride. Abstractedly, there was greater reason, perhaps, for supposing any declaration of Mr. Tigg's to be false, than for attaching the least credence to it. But remembering the terms on which the intimacy between that gentleman and his bosom friend had subsisted, and the strong probability of Mr. Tigg's having established an independent business of his own on Mr. Slime's connection, it had a reasonable appearance of probability. At all events, Martin hoped so, and that went a long way. His first step, now that he had a supply of ready money for his present necessities, was to retain his bed at the public house until further notice, and to write a formal note to Tom Pinch, for he knew Pecksniff would see it, requesting to have his clothes forwarded to London by coach, with a direction to be left at the office until called for. These measures taken, he passed the interval before the box arrived, 3 days, in making inquiries relative to American vessels at the offices of various shipping agents in the city, and in lingering about the docks and wharves with the faint hope of stumbling upon some engagement for the voyage as clerk or supercargo or custodian of something or somebody which would enable him to procure a free passage. But finding soon that no such means of employment were likely to present themselves, and dreading the consequences of delay, he drew up a short advertisement stating what he wanted, and inserted it in the leading newspapers. Pending the receipt of the 20 or 30 answers which he vaguely expected, he reduced his wardrobe to the narrowest limits consistent with decent respectability, and carried the overplus at different times to the pawnbroker's shop for conversion into money. And it was strange, very strange, even to himself, to find how, by quick though almost imperceptible degrees, he lost his delicacy and self-respect, and gradually came to do that, as a matter of course, without the least compunction, which but a few short days before had galled him to the quick. The first time he visited the pawnbroker's, he felt on his way there as if every person whom he passed suspected whither he was going, and on his way back again, as if the whole human tide he stemmed knew well where he had come from. When did he care to think of their discernment now? In his first wanderings up and down the weary streets, he counterfeited the walk of one who had an object in his view, but soon there came upon him the sauntering slipshod gait of listless idleness, and the lounging at street corners, and plucking and biting of stray bits of straw, and strolling up and down the same place, and looking into the same shop windows, with a miserable indifference 50 times a day. At first he came out from his lodging with an uneasy sense of being observed, even by those chance passers-by on whom he had never looked before, and hundreds to one would never see again, issuing in the morning from a public-house. But now, in his comings out and goings in, he did not mind to lounge about the door, or to stand sunning himself in careless thought beside the wooden stem, studded from head to heel with pegs, on which the beer-pots dangled like so many boughs upon a pewter tree. And yet it took but 5 weeks to reach the lowest round of this tall ladder. O moralists, who treat of happiness and self-respect innate in every sphere of life, and shedding light on every grain of dust in God's highway, so smooth below your carriage wheels, so rough beneath the tread of naked feet, bethink yourselves, in looking on the swift descent of men who have lived in their own esteem, that there are scores of thousands breathing now, and breathing thick with painful toil, who in that high respect have never lived at all, nor had a chance of life. Go ye, who rest so placidly upon the sacred bard, who had been young, and when he strung his harp was old, and had never seen the righteous forsaken, or his seed begging their bread. Go, teachers of content and honest pride, into the mine, the mill, the forge, the squalid depths of deepest ignorance, and uttermost abyss of man's neglect, and say, can any hopeful plant spring up in air so foul that it extinguishes the soul's bright torch as fast as it is kindled? And O ye Pharisees of the 1900th year of Christian knowledge, who soundingly appeal to human nature, see that it be human first. Take heed it has not been transformed during your slumber and the sleep of generations into the nature of the beasts. 5 weeks! Of all the 20 or 30 answers, not one had come. His money, even the additional stock he had raised from the disposal of his spare clothes, and that was not much, for clothes, though dear to buy, are cheap to pawn, was fast diminishing. Yet what could he do? At times an agony came over him, in which he darted forth again, though he was but newly home, and returning to some place where he had been already 20 times, made some new attempt to gain his end, but always unsuccessfully. He was years and years too old for a cabin boy, and years upon years too inexperienced to be accepted as a common seaman. His dress and manner, too, militated fatally against any such proposal as the latter, and yet he was reduced to making it, for even if he could have contemplated the being set down in America totally without money, he had not enough left now for a steerage passage and the poorest provisions upon the voyage. It is an illustration of a very common tendency in the mind of man, that all this time he never once doubted, one may almost say the certainty of doing great things in the New World, if he could only get there. In proportion as he became more and more dejected by his present circumstances, and the means of gaining America receded from his grasp, the more he fretted himself with the conviction that that was the only place in which he could hope to achieve any high end, and worried his brain with the thought that men going there in the meanwhile might anticipate him in the attainment of those objects which were dearest to his heart. He often thought of John Westlock, and besides looking out for him on all occasions, actually walked about London for 3 days together for the express purpose of meeting with him. But although he failed in this, and although he would not have scrupled to borrow money of him, and although he believed that John would have lent it, yet still he could not bring his mind to write to Pinch and inquire where he was to be found. For although, as we have seen, he was fond of Tom after his own fashion, he could not endure the thought, feeling so superior to Tom, of making him the stepping stone to his fortune, or being anything to him but a patron, and his pride so revolted from the idea that it restrained him even now. It might have yielded, however, and no doubt must have yielded soon, but for a very strange and unlooked for occurrence. The 5 weeks had quite run out, and he was in a truly desperate plight, when one evening, having just returned to his lodging, and being in the act of lighting his candle at the gas jet in the bar, before stalking moodily upstairs to his own room, his landlord called him by his name. Now, as he had never told it to the man, but had scrupulously kept it to himself, he was not a little startled by this, and so plainly showed his agitation that the landlord, to reassure him, said it was only a letter. "A letter!" cried Martin. "For Mr. Martin Chuzzlewit," said the landlord, reading the superscription of one he held in his hand. "Noon, chief office, paid." Martin took it from him, thanked him, and walked upstairs. It was not sealed, but pasted close. The handwriting was quite unknown to him. He opened it, and found enclosed, without any name, address, or other inscription or explanation of any kind whatever, a Bank of England note for £20. To say that he was perfectly stunned with astonishment and delight, that he looked again and again at the note and the wrapper, that he hurried below stairs to make quite certain that the note was a good note, and then hurried up again to satisfy himself for the 50th time that he had not overlooked some scrap of writing on the wrapper, that he exhausted and bewildered himself with conjectures, and could make nothing of it, but that there the note was, and he was suddenly enriched, would be only to relate so many matters of course to no purpose. The final upshot of the business at that time was, that he resolved to treat himself to a comfortable but frugal meal in his own chamber, and having ordered a fire to be kindled, went out to purchase it forthwith. He bought some cold beef, and ham, and French bread, and butter, and came back with his pockets pretty heavily laden. It was somewhat of a damping circumstance to find the room full of smoke, which was attributable to two causes: firstly, to the flue being naturally vicious and a smoker, and secondly, to their having forgotten, in lighting the fire, an odd sack or two, and some trifles which had been put up the chimney to keep the rain out. They had already remedied this oversight, however, and propped up the window sash with a bundle of firewood to keep it open, so that, except in being rather inflammatory to the eyes and choking to the lungs, the apartment was quite comfortable. Martin was in no vein to quarrel with it, if it had been in less tolerable order, especially when a gleaming pint of porter was set upon the table, and the servant girl withdrew, bearing with her particular instructions relative to the production of something hot when he should ring the bell. The cold meat being wrapped in a playbill, Martin laid the cloth by spreading that document on the little round table with the print downwards, and arranging the collation upon it. The foot of the bed, which was very close to the fire, answered for a sideboard, and when he had completed these preparations, he squeezed an old armchair into the warmest corner, and sat down to enjoy himself. He had begun to eat with great appetite, glancing round the room meanwhile with a triumphant anticipation of quitting it for ever on the morrow, when his attention was arrested by a stealthy footstep on the stairs, and presently by a knock at his chamber door, which, although it was a gentle knock enough, communicated such a start to the bundle of firewood that it instantly leaped out of window and plunged into the street. "More coals, I suppose," said Martin. "Come in." "It an't a liberty, sir, though it seems so," rejoined a man's voice. "Your servant, sir. Hope you're pretty well, sir." Martin stared at the face that was bowing in the doorway, perfectly remembering the features and expression, but quite forgetting to whom they belonged. "Tapley, sir," said his visitor. "Him as formerly lived at the Dragon, sir, and was forced to leave in consequence of a want of jollity, sir." "To be sure," cried Martin. "Why, how did you come here?" "Right through the passage and up the stairs, sir," said Mark. "How did you find me out, I mean?" asked Martin. "Why, sir," said Mark, "I've passed you once or twice in the street, if I'm not mistaken, and when I was a looking in at the beef and ham shop just now, along with a hungry sweep, as was very much calculated to make a man jolly, sir, I see you a buying that." Martin reddened as he pointed to the table, and said somewhat hastily, "Well, what then?" "Why then, sir," said Mark, "I made bold to foller, and as I told him downstairs that you expected me, I was let up." "Are you charged with any message that you told them you were expected?" inquired Martin. "No, sir, I an't," said Mark. "That was what you may call a pious fraud, sir, that was." Martin cast an angry look at him, but there was something in the fellow's merry face, and in his manner, which, with all its cheerfulness, was far from being obtrusive or familiar, that quite disarmed him. He had lived a solitary life, too, for many weeks, and the voice was pleasant in his ear. Tapley," he said, "I'll deal openly with you. From all I can judge, and from all I have heard of you through Pinch, you are not a likely kind of fellow to have been brought here by impertinent curiosity or any other offensive motive. Sit down. I'm glad to see you." "Thankee, sir," said Mark. "I'd as lieve stand." "If you don't sit down," retorted Martin, "I'll not talk to you." "Very good, sir," observed Mark. "Your will's a law, sir. Down it is." And he sat down accordingly upon the bedstead. "Help yourself," said Martin, handing him the only knife. "Thankee, sir," rejoined Mark. "After you've done." "If you don't take it now, you'll not have any," said Martin. "Very good, sir," rejoined Mark. "That being your desire, now it is." With which reply he gravely helped himself, and went on eating. Martin, having done the like for a short time in silence, said abruptly, "What are you doing in London?" "Nothing at all, sir," rejoined Mark. "How's that?" asked Martin. "I want a place," said Mark. "I'm sorry for you," said Martin. "To attend upon a single gentleman," resumed Mark, "if from the country the more desirable. Makeshifts would be preferred. Wages no object." He said this so pointedly that Martin stopped in his eating and said, "If you mean me—" "Yes, I do, sir," interposed Mark. "Then you may judge from my style of living here, of my means of keeping a manservant. Besides, I am going to America immediately." "Well, sir," returned Mark, quite unmoved by this intelligence, "from all that ever I heard about it, I should say America is a very likely sort of place for me to be jolly in." Again Martin looked at him angrily, and again his anger melted away in spite of himself. "Lord bless you, sir," said Mark, "what is the use of us a going round and round, and hiding behind the corner, and dodging up and down, when we can come straight to the point in 6 words? I've had my eye upon you any time this fortnight. I see well enough there's a screw loose in your affairs. I knowed well enough the first time I see you down at the Dragon that it must be so sooner or later. Now, sir, here am I, without a situation, without any want of wages for a year to come, for I saved up. I didn't mean to do it, but I couldn't help it. At the Dragon. Here am I, with a liking for what's wentersome, and a liking for you, and a wish to come out strong under circumstances as would keep other men down. And will you take me, or will you leave me?" "How can I take you?" cried Martin. "When I say take," rejoined Mark, "I mean will you let me go? And when I say will you let me go, I mean will you let me go along with you? For go I will, somehow or another. Now that you've said America, I see clear at once that that's the place for me to be jolly in. Therefore, if I don't pay my own passage in the ship you go in, sir, I'll pay my own passage in another. And mark my words, if I go alone, it shall be to carry out the principle in the rottenest, craziest, leakingest tub of a wessel that a place can be got in for love or money. So if I'm lost upon the way, sir, there'll be a drowned man at your door, and always a knocking double knocks at it too, or never trust me." "This is mere folly," said Martin. "Very good, sir," returned Mark. "I'm glad to hear it, because if you don't mean to let me go, you'll be more comfortable, perhaps, on account of thinking so. Therefore I contradict no gentleman. But all I say is, that if I don't emigrate to America in that case, in the beastliest old cockleshell as goes out of port, I'm—" "You don't mean what you say, I'm sure," said Martin. "Yes, I do," cried Mark. "I tell you I know better," rejoined Martin. "Very good, sir," said Mark, with the same air of perfect satisfaction. "Let it stand that way at present, sir, and wait and see how it turns out. Why, love my heart alive, the only doubt I have is whether there's any credit in going with a gentleman like you, that's as certain to make his way there as a gimlet is to go through soft deal." This was touching Martin on his weak point, and having him at a great advantage. He could not help thinking either what a brisk fellow this Mark was, and how great a change he had wrought in the atmosphere of the dismal little room already. "Why, certainly, Mark," he said, "I have hopes of doing well there, or I shouldn't go. I may have the qualifications for doing well, perhaps." "Of course you have, sir," returned Mark happily. "Everybody knows that." "You see," said Martin, leaning his chin upon his hand, and looking at the fire, "ornamental architecture, applied to domestic purposes, can hardly fail to be in great request in that country, for men are constantly changing their residences there, and moving further off. and it's clear they must have houses to live in." "I should say, sir," observed Mark, "that's a state of things as opens one of the jolliest lookouts for domestic architecture that ever I heard tell on." Martin glanced at him hastily, not feeling quite free from a suspicion that this remark implied a doubt of the successful issue of his plans. But Mr. Tapley was eating the boiled beef and bread with such entire good faith and singleness of purpose expressed in his visage, that he could not but be satisfied. Another doubt arose in his mind, however, as this one disappeared. He produced the blank cover in which the note had been enclosed, and fixing his eyes on Mark as he put it in his hands, said, "Now tell me the truth. Do you know anything about that?" Mark turned it over and over, held it near his eyes, held it away from him at arm's length, held it with the superscription upwards and with the superscription downwards, and shook his head with such a genuine expression of astonishment at being asked the question, that Martin said, as he took it from him again, "No, I see you don't. How should you? Though, indeed, your knowing about it would not be more extraordinary than its being here. Come, Tapley," he added, after a moment's thought, "I'll trust you with my history, such as it is, and then you'll see more clearly what sort of fortunes you would link yourself to if you followed me." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mark, "but afore you enter upon it, will you take me if I choose to go? Will you turn off me, Mark Tapley, formerly of the Blue Dragon, as can be well recommended by Mr. Pinch, and as wants a gentleman of your strength of mind to look up to, or will you, in climbing the ladder as you're certain to get to the top of, take me along with you at a respectful distance?" "Now, sir," said Mark, "it's of very little importance to you, I know. There's the difficulty. But it's of very great importance to me, and will you be so good as to consider of it?" If this were meant as a second appeal to Martin's weak side, founded on his observation of the effect of the first, Mr. Tapley was a skilful and shrewd observer. Whether an intentional or an accidental shot, it hit the mark fully, for Martin, relenting more and more, said, with a condescension which was inexpressibly delicious to him after his recent humiliation, "We'll see about it, Tapley. You shall tell me in what disposition you find yourself to-morrow." "Then, sir," said Mark, rubbing his hands, "the job's done. Go on, sir, if you please. I'm all attention." Throwing himself back in his armchair, and looking at the fire, with now and then a glance at Mark, who at such times nodded his head sagely to express his profound interest and attention, Martin ran over the chief points in his history to the same effect as he had related them weeks before to Mr. Pinch. But he adapted them, according to the best of his judgment, to Mr. Tapley's comprehension, and with that view made as light of his love affair as he could, and referred to it in very few words. But here he reckoned without his host, for Mark's interest was keenest in this part of the business, and prompted him to ask sundry questions in relation to it, for which he apologized as one in some measure privileged to do so, from having seen, as Martin explained to him, the young lady at the Blue Dragon. "And a young lady as any gentleman ought to feel more proud of being in love with," said Mark energetically. "Don't draw breath." "Aye, you saw her when she was not happy," said Martin, gazing at the fire again. "If you had seen her in the old times, indeed!" "Why, she certainly was a little downhearted, sir, and something paler in her colour than I could have wished," said Mark, "but none the worse in her looks for that. I think she seemed better, sir, after she come to London." Martin withdrew his eyes from the fire, stared at Mark as if he thought he had suddenly gone mad, and asked him what he meant. "No offence intended, sir," urged Mark. "I don't mean to say she was any the happier without you, but I thought she was a looking better, sir." "Do you mean to tell me she has been in London?" asked Martin, rising hurriedly and pushing back his chair. "Of course I do," said Mark, rising too, in great amazement from the bedstead. "Do you mean to tell me she is in London now?" "Most likely, sir. I mean to say she was a week ago." "And you know where?" "Yes," cried Mark. "What, don't you?" "My good fellow," exclaimed Martin, clutching him by both arms, "I have never seen her since I left my grandfather's house." "Why then," cried Mark, giving the little table such a blow with his clenched fist that the slices of beef and ham danced upon it, while all his features seemed, with delight, to be going up into his forehead, and never coming back again any more, If I an't your natural born servant, hired by fate, there an't such a thing in nature as a blue dragon. What? When I was a rambling up and down a old churchyard in the city, getting myself into a jolly state, didn't I see your grandfather a toddling to and fro for pretty nigh a mortal hour? Didn't I watch him into Todgers's commercial boarding house, and watch him out, and watch him home to his hotel, and go and tell him as his was the service for my money, and I had said so afore I left the Dragon? Wasn't the young lady a sitting with him then, and didn't she fall a laughing in a manner as was beautiful to see? Didn't your grandfather say, come back again next week, and didn't I go next week, and didn't he say that he couldn't make up his mind to trust nobody no more, and therefore wouldn't engage me, but at the same time stood something to drink as was handsome? Why, cried Mr. Tapley, with a comical mixture of delight and chagrin, where's the credit of a man's being jolly under such circumstances? Who could help it when things come about like this? For some moments Martin stood gazing at him as if he really doubted the evidence of his senses, and could not believe that Mark stood there, in the body, before him. At length he asked him whether, if the young lady were still in London, he thought he could contrive to deliver a letter to her secretly. "Do I think I can?" cried Mark. "Think I can? Here, sit down, sir. Write it out, sir." With that he cleared the table by the summary process of tilting everything upon it into the fireplace, snatched some writing materials from the mantel shelf, set Martin's chair before them, forced him down into it, dipped a pen into the ink, and put it in his hand. "Cut away, sir," cried Mark. "Make it strong, sir. Let it be wery pinted, sir. Do I think so? I should think so. Go to work, sir." Martin required no further adjuration, but went to work at a great rate, while Mr. Tapley, installing himself without any more formalities into the functions of his valet and general attendant, divested himself of his coat, and went on to clear the fireplace and arrange the room, talking to himself in a low voice the whole time. "Jolly sort of lodgings," said Mark, rubbing his nose with a knob at the end of the fire shovel, and looking round the poor chamber. "That's a comfort. The rain's come through the roof too. That ain't bad. A lively old bedstead, I'll be bound, populated by lots of wampires, no doubt. Come, my spirits is a getting up again. An uncommon ragged nightcap this. A very good sign. We shall do yet. Here, Jane, my dear," calling down the stairs, "bring up that there hot tumbler for my master, as was a mixing when I come in. That's right, sir," to Martin. "Go at it as if you meant it, sir. Be very tender, sir, if you please. You can't make it too strong, sir." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14, in which Martin bids adieu to the lady of his love, and honours an obscure individual whose fortune he intends to make by commending her to his protection. The letter being duly signed, sealed, and delivered, was handed to Mark Tapley, for immediate conveyance, if possible, and he succeeded so well in his embassy as to be enabled to return that same night, just as the house was closing, with the welcome intelligence that he had sent it upstairs to the young lady, enclosed in a small manuscript of his own, purporting to contain his further petition to be engaged in Mr. Chuzzlewit's service, and that she had herself come down and told him, in great haste and agitation, that she would meet the gentleman at 8 o'clock to-morrow morning in St. James's Park. It was then agreed between the new master and the new man that Mark should be in waiting near the hotel in good time to escort the young lady to the place of appointment, and when they had parted for the night with this understanding, Martin took up his pen again, and before he went to bed wrote another letter, whereof more will be seen presently. He was up before daybreak, and came upon the park with the morning, which was clad in the least engaging of the 365 dresses in the wardrobe of the year. It was raw, damp, dark, and dismal. The clouds were as muddy as the ground, and the short perspective of every street and avenue was closed up by the mist as by a filthy curtain. "Fine weather indeed," Martin bitterly soliloquized, "to be wandering up and down herein like a thief. Fine weather indeed for a meeting of lovers in the open air and in a public walk. I need be departing with all speed for another country, for I have come to a pretty pass in this." He might perhaps have gone on to reflect that of all mornings in the year it was not the best calculated for a young lady's coming forth on such an errand either, but he was stopped on the road to this reflection, if his thoughts tended that way, by her appearance at a short distance, on which he hurried forward to meet her. Her squire, Mr. Tapley, at the same time fell discreetly back, and surveyed the fog above him with an appearance of attentive interest. "My dear Martin," said Mary. "My dear Mary," said Martin. And lovers are such a singular kind of people that this is all they did say just then, though Martin took her arm and her hand too, and they paced up and down a short walk that was least exposed to observation half a dozen times. "If you have changed at all, my love, since we parted," said Martin at length, as he looked upon her with a proud delight, "it is only to be more beautiful than ever." Had she been of the common metal of love-worn young ladies, she would have denied this in her most interesting manner, and would have told him that she knew she had become a perfect fright, or that she had wasted away with weeping and anxiety, or that she was dwindling gently into an early grave, or that her mental sufferings were unspeakable, or would, either by tears or words, or a mixture of both, have furnished him with some other information to that effect, and made him as miserable as possible. But she had been reared up in a sterner school than the minds of most young girls are formed in, and she had her nature strengthened by the hands of hard endurance and necessity, had come out from her young trials constant, self-denying, earnest, and devoted, had acquired in her maidenhood, whether happily in the end for herself or him, is foreign to our present purpose to inquire, something of that nobler quality of gentle hearts, which is developed often by the sorrows and struggles of matronly years, but often by their lessons only. Unspoiled, unpampered in her joys or griefs, with frank and full and deep affection for the object of her early love, she saw in him one who for her sake was an outcast from his home and fortune, and she had no more idea of bestowing that love upon him in other than cheerful and sustaining words, full of high hope and grateful trustfulness, than she had of being unworthy of it, in her lightest thought or deed, for any base temptation that the world could offer. "What change is there in you, Martin?" she replied, "for that concerns me nearest. You look more anxious and more thoughtful than you used." "Why, as to that, my love," said Martin, as he drew her waist within his arm, first looking round to see that there were no observers near, and beholding Mr. Tapley more intent than ever on the fog, "it would be strange if I did not, for my life, especially of late, has been a hard one." "I know it must have been," she answered. "When have I forgotten to think of it, and you?" "Not often, I hope," said Martin. "Not often, I am sure. Not often I have some right to expect, Mary, for I have undergone a great deal of vexation and privation, and I naturally look for that return, you know." "A very, very poor return," she answered, with a fainter smile. "But you have it, and will have it always. You have paid a dear price for a poor heart, Martin, but it is at least your own, and a true one." "Of course I feel quite certain of that," said Martin, "or I shouldn't have put myself in my present position. And don't say a poor heart, Mary, for I say a rich one. Now I am about to break a design to you, dearest, which will startle you at first, but which is undertaken for your sake. I am going," he added slowly, looking far into the deep wonder of her bright dark eyes, "abroad." "Abroad, Martin?" "Only to America. See now, how you droop directly." "If I do, or I hope I may say if I did," she answered, raising her head after a short silence, and looking once more into his face, "it was for grief to think of what you are resolved to undergo for me. I would not venture to dissuade you, Martin, but it is a long, long distance. There is a wide ocean to be crossed. Illness and want are sad calamities in any place, but in a foreign country dreadful to endure. Have you thought of all this?" "Thought of it!" cried Martin, abating in his fondness, and he was very fond of her, hardly an iota of his usual impetuosity. What am I to do? It's very well to say, have I thought of it, my love, but you should ask me in the same breath, have I thought of starving at home? Have I thought of doing porter's work for a living? Have I thought of holding horses in the streets to earn my roll of bread from day to day? Come, come, he added in a gentler tone, do not hang down your head, my dear, for I need the encouragement that your sweet face alone can give me. Why, that's well. Now you are brave again. I am endeavouring to be, she answered, smiling through her tears. Endeavouring to be anything that's good, and being it is with you all one. Don't I know that of old? Cried Martin gaily. So, that's famous. Now I can tell you all my plans as cheerfully as if you were my little wife already, Mary. She hung more closely on his arm, and looking upwards in his face, bade him speak on. You see, said Martin, playing with the little hand upon his wrist, that my attempts to advance myself at home have been baffled and rendered abortive. I will not say by whom, Mary, for that would give pain to us both, but so it is. Have you heard him speak of late of any relative of mine or his called Pecksniff? Only tell me what I ask you, no more. I have heard, to my surprise, that he is a better man than was supposed. I thought so, interrupted Martin. And that it is likely we may come to know him, if not to visit and reside with him, and, I think, his daughters. He has daughters, has he, love? A pair of them, Martin answered, a precious pair, gems of the first water. Ah, you are jesting. There is a sort of jesting which is very much in earnest and includes some pretty serious disgust, said Martin. I jest in reference to Mr. Pecksniff, at whose house I have been living as his assistant, and at whose hands I have received insult and injury. In that vein. Whatever betides, or however closely you may be brought into communication with this family, never forget that, Mary, and never for an instant, whatever appearances may seem to contradict me, lose sight of this assurance. Pecksniff is a scoundrel. Indeed. In thought and in deed, and in everything else. A scoundrel from the topmost hair of his head to the nethermost atom of his heel. Of his daughters I will only say, that to the best of my knowledge and belief, they are dutiful young ladies, and take after their father closely. This is a digression from the main point, and yet it brings me to what I was going to say. He stopped to look into her eyes again, and seeing, in a hasty glance over his shoulder, that there was no one near, and that Mark was still intent upon the fog, not only looked at her lips too, but kissed them into the bargain. Now I am going to America with great prospects of doing well, and of returning home myself very soon. It may be to take you there for a few years, but at all events to claim you for my wife, which, after such trials, I should do with no fear of your still thinking it a duty to cleave to him who will not suffer me to live, for this is true, if he can help it, in my own land. How long I may be absent is of course uncertain, but it shall not be very long, trust me for that. In the meantime, dear Martin, that's the very thing I am coming to. In the meantime, you shall hear constantly of all my goings on, thus. He paused to take from his pocket the letter he had written overnight, and then resumed. In this fellow's employment, and living in this fellow's house, by fellow I mean Mr. Pecksniff, of course, there is a certain person of the name of Pinch, don't forget, a poor, strange, simple oddity, Mary, but thoroughly honest and sincere, full of zeal and with a cordial regard for me, which I mean to return one of these days by setting him up in life in some way or other. Your old kind nature, Martin. Oh, said Martin, that's not worth speaking of, my love. He's very grateful and desirous to serve me, and I am more than repaid. Now one night I told this Pinch my history, and all about myself and you, in which he was not a little interested, I can tell you, for he knows you. Ay, you may look surprised, and the longer the better, for it becomes you. But you have heard him play the organ in the church of that village before now, and he has seen you listening to his music, and has caught his inspiration from you too. Was he the organist? Cried Mary. I thank him from my heart. Yes, he was, said Martin, and is, and gets nothing for it either. There never was such a simple fellow, quite an infant, but a very good sort of creature, I assure you. I am sure of that, she said with great earnestness. He must be. Oh yes, no doubt at all about it, rejoined Martin, in his usual careless way. He is. Well, it has occurred to me, but stay. If I read you what I have written and intend sending to him by post tonight, it will explain itself. My dear Tom Pinch. That's rather familiar, perhaps, said Martin, suddenly remembering that he was proud when they had last met. But I call him my dear Tom Pinch because he likes it and it pleases him. Very right and very kind, said Mary. Exactly so, cried Martin. It's as well to be kind whenever one can, and, as I said before, he really is an excellent fellow. My dear Tom Pinch, I address this under cover to Mrs. Lupin at the Blue Dragon, and have begged her in a short note to deliver it to you without saying anything about it elsewhere, and to do the same with all future letters she may receive from me. My reason for so doing will be at once apparent to you. I don't know that it will be, by the by, said Martin, breaking off, for he's slow of comprehension, poor fellow, but he'll find it out in time. My reason simply is that I don't want my letters to be read by other people, and particularly by the scoundrel whom he thinks an angel. Mr. Pecksniff again? Asked Mary. The same, said Martin. Will be at once apparent to you. I have completed my arrangements for going to America, and you will be surprised to hear that I am to be accompanied by Mark Tapley, upon whom I have stumbled strangely in London, and who insists on putting himself under my protection. Meaning, my love, said Martin, breaking off again, our friend in the rear, of course. She was delighted to hear this, and bestowed a kind glance upon Mark, which he brought his eyes down from the fog to encounter, and received with immense satisfaction. She said in his hearing, too, that he was a good soul and a merry creature, and would be faithful, she was certain. Commendations which Mr. Tapley inwardly resolved to deserve from such lips if he died for it. Now, my dear Pinch, resumed Martin, proceeding with his letter, I am going to repose great trust in you, knowing that I may do so with perfect reliance on your honour and secrecy, and having nobody else just now to trust in. I don't think I would say that, Martin. Wouldn't you? Well, I'll take that out as perfectly true, though. But it might seem ungracious, perhaps. Oh, I don't mind Pinch, said Martin. There's no occasion to stand on any ceremony with him. However, I'll take it out as you wish it, and make the letter full stop at secrecy. Very well. I shall not only, this is the letter again, you know. I understand. I shall not only enclose my letters to the young lady of whom I have told you, to your charge, to be forwarded as she may request, but I most earnestly commit her, the young lady herself, to your care and regard in the event of your meeting in my absence. I have reason to think that the probabilities of your encountering each other, perhaps very frequently, are now neither remote nor few, and although in our position you can do very little to lessen the uneasiness of hers, I trust to you implicitly to do that much, and so deserve the confidence I have reposed in you. You see, my dear Mary, said Martin, it will be a great consolation to you to have anybody, no matter how simple, with whom you can speak about me, and the very first time you talk to Pinch you'll feel at once that there is no more occasion for any embarrassment or hesitation in talking to him than if he were an old woman. However that may be, she returned, smiling, he is your friend, and that is enough. Oh yes, he's my friend, said Martin. Certainly. In fact, I have told him in so many words that we'll always take notice of him and protect him, and it's a good trait in his character that he's grateful, very grateful indeed. You'll like him of all things, my love, I know. You'll observe very much that's comical and old-fashioned about Pinch, but you needn't mind laughing at him, for he'll not care about it. He'll rather like it, indeed. I don't think I shall put that to the test, Martin. You won't if you can help it, of course, he said, but I think you'll find him a little too much for your gravity. However, that's neither here nor there, and it certainly is not the letter, which ends thus. Knowing that I need not impress the nature and extent of that confidence upon you at any greater length, as it is already sufficiently established in your mind, I will only say, in bidding you farewell, and looking forward to our next meeting, that I shall charge myself from this time, through all changes for the better, with your advancement and happiness, as if they were my own. You may rely upon that. And always believe me, my dear Tom Pinch, faithfully your friend, Martin Chuzzlewit. P.S. I enclose the amount which you so kindly... Oh, said Martin, checking himself and folding up the letter, that's nothing. At this crisis Mark Tapley interposed, with an apology for remarking that the clock at the Horse Guards was striking. "Which I shouldn't have said nothing about, sir," added Mark, "if the young lady hadn't begged me to be particular in mentioning it." "I did," said Mary. "Thank you. You were quite right. In another minute I shall be ready to return. We have time for a very few words more, dear Martin, and although I had much to say, it must remain unsaid until the happy time of our next meeting. Heaven send it may come speedily and prosperously, but I have no fear of that." "Fear!" cried Martin. "Why, who has? What are a few months? What is a whole year? When I come gaily back, with a road through life hewn out before me, then indeed, looking back upon this parting, it may seem a dismal one. But now, I swear I wouldn't have it happen under more favourable auspices if I could, for then I should be less inclined to go, and less impressed with the necessity." "Yes, yes, I feel that too. When do you go?" "Tonight. We leave for Liverpool tonight. A vessel sails from that port, as I hear, in 3 days. In a month or less we shall be there." "Why, what's a month? How many months have flown by since our last parting?" "Long to look back upon," said Mary, echoing his cheerful tone, "but nothing in their course." "Nothing at all," cried Martin. "I shall have change of scene and change of place, change of people, change of manners, change of cares and hopes. Time will wear wings indeed. I can bear anything, so that I have swift action, Mary." Was he thinking solely of her care for him when he took so little heed of her share in the separation, of her quiet monotonous endurance, and her slow anxiety from day to day? Was there nothing jarring and discordant, even in his tone of courage, with this one note self, for ever audible, however high the strain? Not in her ears. It had been better otherwise, perhaps, but so it was. She heard the same bold spirit which had flung away as dross all gain and profit for her sake, making light of peril and privation that she might be calm and happy, and she heard no more. That heart where self has found no place and raised no throne is slow to recognize its ugly presence when it looks upon it. As one possessed of an evil spirit was held in old time to be alone conscious of the lurking demon in the breasts of other men, so kindred vices know each other in their hiding places every day, when virtue is incredulous and blind. "The quarter's gone," cried Mr. Tapley in a voice of admonition. "I shall be ready to return immediately," she said. "One thing, dear Martin, I am bound to tell you. You entreated me a few minutes since only to answer what you asked me in reference to one theme, but you should and must know, otherwise I could not be at ease, that since that separation of which I was the unhappy occasion, he has never once uttered your name, has never coupled it, or any faint allusion to it, with passion or reproach, and has never abated in his kindness to me." "I thank him for that last act," said Martin, "and for nothing else. Though on consideration I may thank him for his other forbearance also, inasmuch as I neither expect nor desire that he will mention my name again. He may once, perhaps, to couple it with reproach in his will. Let him, if he please. By the time it reaches me he will be in his grave, a satire on his own anger, God help him. Martin, if you would but sometimes, in some quiet hour beside the winter fire, in the summer air, when you hear gentle music, or think of death, or home, or childhood, if you would at such a season resolve to think, but once a month, or even once a year, of him, or any one who ever wronged you, you would forgive him in your heart, I know." "If I believed that to be true, Mary," he replied, "I would resolve at no such time to bear him in my mind, wishing to spare myself the shame of such a weakness. I was not born to be the toy and puppet of any man, far less his, to whose pleasure and caprice, in return for any good he did me, my whole youth was sacrificed. It became between us two a fair exchange, a barter, and no more, and there is no such balance against me that I need throw in a mawkish forgiveness to poise the scale. He has forbidden all mention of me to you, I know," he added hastily. "Come, has he not?" "That was long ago," she returned, "immediately after your parting, before you had left the house. He has never done so since." "He has never done so since, because he has seen no occasion," said Martin, "but that is of little consequence one way or other. Let all allusion to him between you and me be interdicted from this time forth. And therefore, love, He drew her quickly to him, for the time of parting had now come. "In the first letter that you write to me through the post office, addressed to New York, and in all the others that you send through Pinch, remember he has no existence, but has become to us as one who is dead. Now, God bless you. This is a strange place for such a meeting and such a parting, but our next meeting shall be in a better, and our next and last parting in a worse." "One other question, Martin, I must ask. Have you provided money for this journey?" "Have I?" cried Martin. It might have been in his pride, it might have been in his desire to set her mind at ease. "Have I provided money? Why, there's a question for an emigrant's wife. How could I move on land or sea without it, love?" "I mean enough." "Enough? More than enough. 20 times more than enough. A pocketful. Mark and I, for all essential ends, are quite as rich as if we had the purse of Fortunatus in our baggage." "The half hour's a-going," cried Mr. Tapley. "Good-bye 100 times," cried Mary in a trembling voice. But how cold the comfort in good-bye! Mark Tapley knew it perfectly. Perhaps he knew it from his reading, perhaps from his experience, perhaps from intuition. It is impossible to say. But however he knew it, his knowledge instinctively suggested to him the wisest course of proceeding that any man could have adopted under the circumstances. He was taken with a violent fit of sneezing, and was obliged to turn his head another way, in doing which he, in a manner, fenced and screened the lovers into a corner by themselves. There was a short pause, but Mark had an undefined sensation that it was a satisfactory one in its way. Then Mary, with her veil lowered, passed him with a quick step, and beckoned him to follow. She stopped once more before they lost that corner, looked back, and waved her hand to Martin. He made a start towards them at the moment, as if he had some other farewell words to say, but she only hurried off the faster, and Mr. Tapley followed as in duty bound. When he rejoined Martin again in his own chamber, he found that gentleman seated moodily before the dusty grate, with his 2 feet on the fender, his 2 elbows on his knees, and his chin supported, in a not very ornamental manner, on the palms of his hands. "Well, Mark?" "Well, sir," said Mark, taking a long breath, "I see the young lady safe home, and I feel pretty comfortable after it. She sent a lot of kind words, sir, and this," handing him a ring, "for a parting keepsake." "Diamonds," said Martin, kissing it. Let us do him justice. It was for her sake, not for theirs, and putting it on his little finger, "Splendid diamonds. My grandfather is a singular character, Mark. He must have given her this now." Mark Tapley knew as well that she had bought it, to the end that that unconscious speaker might carry some article of sterling value with him in his necessity, as he knew that it was day and not night. Though he had no more acquaintance of his own knowledge with the history of the glittering trinket on Martin's outspread finger than Martin himself had, he was as certain that in its purchase she had expended her whole stock of hoarded money, as if he had seen it paid down coin by coin. Her lover's strange obtuseness in relation to this little incident promptly suggested to Mark's mind its real cause and root, and from that moment he had a clear and perfect insight into the one absorbing principle of Martin's character. "She is worthy of the sacrifices I have made," said Martin, folding his arms and looking at the ashes in the stove, as if in resumption of some former thoughts. "Well worthy of them. No riches," here he stroked his chin and mused, "could have compensated for the loss of such a nature. Not to mention that in gaining her affection I have followed the bent of my own wishes, and balked the selfish schemes of others who had no right to form them. She is quite worthy, more than worthy, of the sacrifices I have made. Yes, she is, no doubt of it." These ruminations might or might not have reached Mark Tapley, for though they were by no means addressed to him, yet they were softly uttered. In any case, he stood there watching Martin with an indescribable and most involved expression on his visage, until that young man roused himself and looked towards him, when he turned away, as being suddenly intent upon certain preparations for the journey, and without giving vent to any articulate sound, smiled with surpassing ghastliness, and seemed, by a twist of his features and a motion of his lips, to release himself of this word: "Jolly." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15. The burden whereof is Hail Columbia. A dark and dreary night. People nestling in their beds or circling late about the fire. Want, colder than charity, shivering at the street corners. Church towers humming with the faint vibration of their own tongues, but newly resting from the ghostly preachment one. The earth covered with a sable pall, as for the burial of yesterday. The clumps of dark trees, its giant plumes of funeral feathers waving sadly to and fro, all hushed, all noiseless, and in deep repose, save the swift clouds that skim across the moon, and the cautious wind, as, creeping after them upon the ground, it stops to listen, and goes rustling on, and stops again and follows, like a savage on the trail. Whither go the clouds and wind so eagerly? If, like guilty spirits, they repair to some dread conference with powers like themselves, in what wild regions do the elements hold council, or where unbend in terrible disport? Here, free from that cramped prison called the earth, and out upon the waste of waters. Here, roaring, raging, shrieking, howling all night long, hither come the sounding voices from the caverns on the coast of that small island, sleeping 1,000 miles away, so quietly in the midst of angry waves, and hither to meet them rush the blasts from unknown desert places of the world. Here, in the fury of their unchecked liberty, they storm and buffet with each other, until the sea, lashed into passion like their own, leaps up, in ravings mightier than theirs, and the whole scene is madness. On, over the countless miles of angry space roll the long heaving billows. Mountains and caves are here, and yet are not, for what is now the one is now the other. Then all is but a boiling heap of rushing water, pursuit and flight and mad return of wave on wave, and savage struggle, ending in a spouting up of foam that whitens the black night. Incessant change of place and form and hue, constancy in nothing but eternal strife. On they roll, and darker grows the night, and louder howls the wind, and more clamorous and fierce become the million voices in the sea, when the wild cry goes forth upon the storm, "A ship!" Onward she comes, in gallant combat with the elements, her tall masts trembling, and her timbers starting on the strain. Onward she comes, now high upon the curling billows, now low down in the hollows of the sea, as hiding for the moment from its fury, and every storm voice in the air and water cries more loudly yet, "A ship!" Still she comes striving on, and at her boldness and the spreading cry, the angry waves rise up above each other's hoary heads to look, and round about the vessel, far as the mariners on the decks can pierce into the gloom, they press upon her, forcing each other down, and starting up, and rushing forward from afar in dreadful curiosity. High over her they break, and round her surge and roar, and giving place to others moaningly depart, and dash themselves to fragments in their baffled anger. Still she comes onward bravely, and though the eager multitude crowd thick and fast upon her all the night, and dawn of day discovers the untiring train, yet bearing down upon the ship in an eternity of troubled water, onward she comes, with dim lights burning in her hull, and people there asleep, as if no deadly element were peering in at every seam and chink, and no drowned seaman's grave, with but a plank to cover it, were yawning in the unfathomable depths below. Among these sleeping voyagers were Martin and Mark Tapley, who, rocked into a heavy drowsiness by the unaccustomed motion, were as insensible to the foul air in which they lay as to the uproar without. It was broad day when the latter awoke with a dim idea that he was dreaming of having gone to sleep in a 4-post bedstead which had turned bottom upwards in the course of the night. There was more reason in this, too, than in the roasting of eggs, for the first objects Mr. Tapley recognized when he opened his eyes were his own heels, looking down to him, as he afterwards observed, from a nearly perpendicular elevation. "Well," said Mark, getting himself into a sitting posture, after various ineffectual struggles with the rolling of the ship, "this is the first time as ever I stood on my head all night." "You shouldn't go to sleep upon the ground with your head to leeward, then," growled a man in one of the berths. "With my head to where?" asked Mark. The man repeated his previous sentiment. "No, I won't another time," said Mark, "when I know whereabouts on the map that country is. In the meanwhile I can give you a better piece of advice. Don't you nor any other friend of mine never go to sleep with his head in a ship any more." The man gave a grunt of discontented acquiescence, turned over in his berth, and drew his blanket over his head. "For," said Mr. Tapley, pursuing the theme by way of soliloquy in a low tone of voice, "the sea is as nonsensical a thing as any going. It never knows what to do with itself. It hasn't got no employment for its mind, and is always in a state of vacancy, like them polar bears in the wild beast shows, as is constantly a nodding their heads from side to side. It never can be quiet, which is entirely owing to its uncommon stupidity." "Is that you, Mark?" asked a faint voice from another berth. "It's as much of me as is left, sir, after a fortnight of this work," Mr. Tapley replied. "What with leading the life of a fly ever since I've been aboard, for I've been perpetually holding on to something or other in a upside down position, what with that, sir, and putting a very little into myself, and taking a good deal out of myself, there ain't too much of me to swear by. How do you find yourself this morning, sir?" "Very miserable," said Martin, with a peevish groan. "Ugh! This is wretched indeed." "Creditable," muttered Mark, pressing one hand upon his aching head, and looking round him with a rueful grin. "That's the great comfort. It is creditable to keep up one's spirits here. Virtue's its own reward. So's jollity." Mark was so far right that unquestionably any man who retained his cheerfulness among the steerage accommodations of that noble and fast-sailing line of packet ship, the Screw, was solely indebted to his own resources, and shipped his good humour, like his provisions, without any contribution or assistance from the owners. A dark, low, stifling cabin, surrounded by berths, all filled to overflowing with men, women, and children, in various stages of sickness and misery, is not the liveliest place of assembly at any time. But when it is so crowded, as the steerage cabin of the Screw was, every passage out, that mattresses and beds are heaped upon the floor to the extinction of everything like comfort, cleanliness, and decency, it is liable to operate not only as a pretty strong banner against amiability of temper, but as a positive encourager of selfish and rough humours. Mark felt this as he sat looking about him, and his spirits rose proportionately. There were English people, Irish people, Welsh people, and Scotch people there, all with their little store of coarse food and shabby clothes, and nearly all with their families of children. There were children of all ages, from the baby at the breast to the slattern girl who was as much a grown woman as her mother. Every kind of domestic suffering that is bred in poverty, illness, banishment, sorrow, and long travel in bad weather was crammed into the little space, and yet was there infinitely less of complaint and querulousness, and infinitely more of mutual assistance and general kindness, to be found in that unwholesome ark than in many brilliant ball-rooms. Mark looked about him wistfully, and his face brightened as he looked. Here an old grandmother was crooning over a sick child, and rocking it to and fro, in arms hardly more wasted than its own young limbs. Here a poor woman with an infant in her lap mended another little creature's clothes, and quieted another who was creeping up about her from their scanty bed upon the floor. Here were old men awkwardly engaged in little household offices, wherein they would have been ridiculous but for their good will and kind purpose. And here were swarthy fellows, giants in their way, doing such little acts of tenderness for those about them as might have belonged to gentlest hearted dwarfs. The very idiot in the corner, who sat mowing there all day, had his faculty of imitation roused by what he saw about him, and snapped his fingers to amuse a crying child. "Now then," said Mark, nodding to a woman who was dressing her 3 children at no great distance from him, and the grin upon his face had by this time spread from ear to ear, "hand over one of them young uns, according to custom." "I wish you'd get breakfast, Mark, instead of worrying with people who don't belong to you," observed Martin petulantly. "All right," said Mark, "she'll do that. It's a fair division of labour, sir. I wash her boys and she makes our tea. I never could make tea, but any one can wash a boy." The woman, who was delicate and ill, felt and understood his kindness, as well she might, for she had been covered every night with his greatcoat, while he had for his own bed the bare boards and a rug. But Martin, who seldom got up or looked about him, was quite incensed by the folly of this speech, and expressed his dissatisfaction by an impatient groan. "So it is, certainly," said Mark, brushing the child's hair as coolly as if he had been born and bred a barber. "What are you talking about now?" asked Martin. "What you said," replied Mark, "or what you meant, when you gave that there dismal vent to your feelings. I quite go along with it, sir. It is very hard upon her." "What is?" "Making the voyage by herself, along with these young impediments here, and going such a way at such a time of the year to join her husband. If you don't want to be driven mad with yellow soap in your eye, young man," said Mr. Tapley to the second urchin, who was by this time under his hands at the basin, "you'd better shut it." "Where does she join her husband?" asked Martin, yawning. "Why, I'm very much afraid," said Mr. Tapley in a low voice, "that she don't know. I hope she mayn't miss him. But she sent her last letter by hand, and it don't seem to have been very clearly understood between 'em without it, and if she don't see him a waving his pocket handkerchief on the shore, like a picture out of a song book, my opinion is she'll break her heart." "Why, how in folly's name does the woman come to be on board ship on such a wild goose venture?" cried Martin. Mr. Tapley glanced at him for a moment as he lay prostrate in his berth, and then said very quietly, "Ah, how indeed, I can't think. He's been away from her for 2 year. She's been very poor and lonely in her own country, and has always been a looking forward to meeting him. It's very strange she should be here, quite amazing. A little mad, perhaps. There can't be no other way of accounting for it." Martin was too far gone in the lassitude of seasickness to make any reply to these words, or even to attend to them as they were spoken, and the subject of their discourse, returning at this crisis with some hot tea, effectually put a stop to any resumption of the theme by Mr. Tapley, who, when the meal was over and he had adjusted Martin's bed, went up on deck to wash the breakfast service, which consisted of 2 half-pint tin mugs and a shaving pot of the same metal. It is due to Mark Tapley to state that he suffered at least as much from seasickness as any man, woman, or child on board, and that he had a peculiar faculty of knocking himself about on the smallest provocation, and losing his legs at every lurch of the ship; but resolved, in his usual phrase, to come out strong under disadvantageous circumstances, he was the life and soul of the steerage, and made no more of stopping in the middle of a facetious conversation to go away and be excessively ill by himself, and afterwards come back in the very best and gayest of tempers to resume it, than if such a course of proceeding had been the commonest in the world. It cannot be said that as his illness wore off his cheerfulness and good nature increased, because they would hardly admit of augmentation, but his usefulness among the weaker members of the party was much enlarged, and at all times and seasons there he was exerting it. If a gleam of sun shone out of the dark sky, down Mark tumbled into the cabin, and presently up he came again with a woman in his arms, or 6 children, or a man, or a bed, or a saucepan, or a basket, or something animate or inanimate, that he thought would be the better for the air. If an hour or 2 of fine weather in the middle of the day tempted those who seldom or never came on deck at other times to crawl into the long boat, or lie down upon the spare spars and try to eat, there in the centre of the group was Mr. Tapley, handing about salt, beef, and biscuit, or dispensing tastes of grog, or cutting up the children's provisions with his pocket knife, for their greater ease and comfort, or reading aloud from a venerable newspaper, or singing some roaring old song to a select party, or writing the beginnings of letters to their friends at home for people who couldn't write, or cracking jokes with the crew, or nearly getting blown over the side, or emerging half drowned from a shower of spray, or lending a hand somewhere or other, but always doing something for the general entertainment. At night, when the cooking fire was lighted on the deck, and the driving sparks that flew among the rigging and the clouds of sails seemed to menace the ship with certain annihilation by fire, in case the elements of air and water failed to compass her destruction, there again was Mr. Tapley, with his coat off and his shirt sleeves turned up to his elbows, doing all kinds of culinary offices, compounding the strangest dishes, recognized by everyone as an established authority, and helping all parties to achieve something which, left to themselves, they never could have done, and never would have dreamed of. In short, there never was a more popular character than Mark Tapley became on board that noble and fast-sailing line of packet ship, the Screw, and he attained at last to such a pitch of universal admiration that he began to have grave doubts within himself whether a man might reasonably claim any credit for being jolly under such exciting circumstances. "If this was going to last," said Tapley, "there'd be no great difference, as I can perceive, between the Screw and the Dragon. I never am to get credit, I think. I begin to be afraid that the Fates is determined to make the world easy to me." "Well, Mark," said Martin, near whose berth he had ruminated to this effect, "when will this be over?" "Another week, they say, sir," returned Mark, "will most likely bring us into port. The ship's a-going along at present as sensible as a ship can, sir, though I don't mean to say as that's any very high praise." "I don't think it is, indeed," groaned Martin. "You'd feel all the better for it, sir, if you was to turn out," observed Mark. "And be seen by the ladies and gentlemen on the after deck," returned Martin, with a scornful emphasis upon the words, "mingling with the beggarly crowd that are stowed away in this vile hole. I should be greatly the better for that, no doubt." "I'm thankful that I can't say from my own experience what the feelings of a gentleman may be," said Mark, "but I should have thought, sir, as a gentleman would feel a deal more uncomfortable down here than up in the fresh air, especially when the ladies and gentlemen in the after cabin know just as much about him as he does about them, and are likely to trouble their heads about him in the same proportion. I should have thought that, certainly." "I tell you, then," rejoined Martin, "you would have thought wrong, and do think wrong." "Very likely, sir," said Mark, with imperturbable good humour. "I often do." "As to lying here," cried Martin, raising himself on his elbow, and looking angrily at his follower, "do you suppose it's a pleasure to lie here?" "All the madhouses in the world," said Mr. Tapley, "couldn't produce such a maniac as the man must be who could think that." "Then why are you forever goading and urging me to get up?" asked Martin. "I lie here because I don't wish to be recognized, in the better days to which I aspire, by any purse-proud citizen, as the man who came over with him among the steerage passengers. I lie here because I wish to conceal my circumstances and myself, and not to arrive in a new world badged and ticketed as an utterly poverty-stricken man. If I could have afforded a passage in the after cabin, I should have held up my head with the rest. As I couldn't, I hide it. Do you understand that?" "I am very sorry, sir," said Mark. "I didn't know you took it so much to heart as this comes to." "Of course you didn't know," returned his master. "How should you know, unless I told you? It's no trial to you, Mark, to make yourself comfortable and to bustle about. It's as natural for you to do so under the circumstances as it is for me not to do so. Why, you don't suppose there is a living creature in this ship who can, by possibility, have half so much to undergo on board of her as I have, do you?" he asked, sitting upright in his berth, and looking at Mark with an expression of great earnestness, not unmixed with wonder. Mark twisted his face into a tight knot, and with his head very much on one side, pondered upon this question, as if he felt it an extremely difficult one to answer. He was relieved from his embarrassment by Martin himself, who said, as he stretched himself upon his back again, and resumed the book he had been reading, "But what is the use of my putting such a case to you, when the very essence of what I have been saying is, that you cannot by possibility understand it? Make me a little brandy and water, cold and very weak, and give me a biscuit, and tell your friend, who is a nearer neighbour of ours than I could wish, to try and keep her children a little quieter to-night than she did last night. That's a good fellow." Mr. Tapley set himself to obey these orders with great alacrity, and pending their execution, it may be presumed his flagging spirits revived, inasmuch as he several times observed, below his breath, that in respect of its power of imparting a credit to jollity, the screw unquestionably had some decided advantages over the dragon. He also remarked that it was a high gratification to him to reflect that he would carry its main excellence ashore with him, and have it constantly beside him wherever he went. But what he meant by these consolatory thoughts he did not explain. And now a general excitement began to prevail on board, and various predictions relative to the precise day, and even the precise hour at which they would reach New York, were freely broached. There was infinitely more crowding on deck and looking over the ship's side than there had been before, and an epidemic broke out for packing up things every morning, which required unpacking again every night. Those who had any letters to deliver, or any friends to meet, or any settled plans of going anywhere or doing anything, discussed their prospects 100 times a day, and as this class of passengers was very small, and the number of those who had no prospects whatever was very large, there were plenty of listeners and few talkers. Those who had been ill all along got well now, and those who had been well got better. An American gentleman in the after cabin, who had been wrapped up in fur and oilskin the whole passage, unexpectedly appeared in a very shiny tall black hat, and constantly overhauled a very little valise of pale leather which contained his clothes, linen, brushes, shaving apparatus, books, trinkets, and other baggage. He likewise stuck his hands deep into his pockets, and walked the deck with his nostrils dilated, as already inhaling the air of freedom which carries death to all tyrants, and can never, under any circumstances worth mentioning, be breathed by slaves. An English gentleman, who was strongly suspected of having run away from a bank with something in his possession belonging to its strong box besides the key, grew eloquent upon the subject of the rights of man, and hummed the Marseillaise hymn constantly. In a word, one great sensation pervaded the whole ship, and the soil of America lay close before them, so close at last, that upon a certain starlight night they took a pilot on board, and within a few hours afterwards lay to until the morning, awaiting the arrival of a steamboat in which the passengers were to be conveyed ashore. Off she came, soon after it was light next morning, and lying alongside an hour or more, during which period her very firemen were objects of hardly less interest and curiosity than if they had been so many angels, good or bad, took all her living freight aboard, among them Mark, who still had his friend and her 3 children under his close protection, and Martin, who had once more dressed himself in his usual attire, but wore a soiled old cloak above his ordinary clothes, until such time as he should separate forever from his late companions. The steamer, which, with its machinery on deck, looked, as it worked its long slim legs, like some enormously magnified insect or antediluvian monster, dashed at great speed up a beautiful bay, and presently they saw some heights and islands and a long, flat, straggling city. "And this," said Mr. Tapley, looking far ahead, "is the land of liberty, is it? Very well, I'm agreeable. Any land will do for me after so much water." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1, of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. Martin disembarks from that noble and fast-sailing line of packet ship, the Screw, at the port of New York, in the United States of America. He makes some acquaintances, and dines at a boarding-house. The particulars of those transactions. Part 1. Some trifling excitement prevailed upon the very brink and margin of the land of liberty, for an alderman had been elected the day before, and party feeling naturally running rather high on such an exciting occasion, the friends of the disappointed candidate had found it necessary to assert the great principles of purity of election and freedom of opinion by breaking a few legs and arms, and furthermore pursuing one obnoxious gentleman through the streets with the design of hitting his nose. These good-humoured little outbursts of the popular fancy were not in themselves sufficiently remarkable to create any great stir after the lapse of a whole night, but they found fresh life and notoriety in the breath of the newsboys, who not only proclaimed them with shrill yells in all the highways and byways of the town, upon the wharves and among the shipping, but on the deck and down in the cabins of the steamboat, which, before she touched the shore, was boarded and overrun by a legion of those young citizens. "Here's this morning's New York sewer," cried one. "Here's this morning's New York stabber. Here's the New York family spy. Here's the New York private listener. Here's the New York peeper. Here's the New York plunderer. Here's the New York keyhole reporter. Here's the New York rowdy journal. Here's all the New York papers. Here's full particulars of the patriotic locofocal movement yesterday, in which the Whigs was so chawed up, and the last Alabama gouging case, and the interesting Arkansas duel with bowie knives, and all the political, commercial, and fashionable news. Here they are, here they are. Here's the papers, here's the papers." "Here's the sewer," cried another. "Here's the New York sewer. Here's some of the 12,000 of today's sewers, with the best accounts of the markets and all the shipping news, and 4 whole columns of country correspondence, and a full account of the ball at Mrs. White's last night, where all the beauty and fashion of New York was assembled, with the sewer's own particulars of the private lives of all the ladies that was there. Here's the sewer. Here's some of the 12,000 of the New York sewer. Here's the sewer's exposure of the Wall Street gang, and the sewer's exposure of the Washington gang, and the sewer's exclusive account of a flagrant act of dishonesty committed by the Secretary of State when he was 8 years old, now communicated at a great expense by his own nurse. Here's the sewer. Here's the New York sewer in its 12,000, with a whole column of New Yorkers to be shown up, and all their names printed. Here's the sewer's article upon the judge that tried him, day afore yesterday, for libel, and the sewer's tribute to the independent jury that didn't convict him, and the sewer's account of what they might have expected if they had. Here's the sewer, here's the sewer. Here's the Wide Awake sewer, always on the lookout, the leading journal of the United States, now in its 12,000, and still a printing off. Here's the New York sewer." "It is in such enlightened means," said a voice almost in Martin's ear, "that the bubbling passions of my country find a vent." Martin turned involuntarily, and saw, standing close at his side, a sallow gentleman with sunken cheeks, black hair, small twinkling eyes, and a singular expression hovering about that region of his face which was not a frown nor a leer, and yet might have been mistaken at the first glance for either. Indeed, it would have been difficult, on a much closer acquaintance, to describe it in any more satisfactory terms than as a mixed expression of vulgar cunning and conceit. This gentleman wore a rather broad-brimmed hat for the greater wisdom of his appearance, and had his arms folded for the greater impressiveness of his attitude. He was somewhat shabbily dressed in a blue surtout, reaching nearly to his ankles, short loose trousers of the same colour, and a faded buff waistcoat, through which a discoloured shirt frill struggled to force itself into notice, as asserting an equality of civil rights with the other portions of his dress, and maintaining a declaration of independence on its own account. His feet, which were of unusually large proportions, were leisurely crossed before him as he half leaned against, half sat upon the steamboat's bulwark, and his thick cane, shod with a mighty ferrule at one end, and armed with a great metal knob at the other, depended from a line and tassel on his wrist. Thus attired, and thus composed into an aspect of great profundity, the gentleman twitched up the right-hand corner of his mouth and his right eye simultaneously, and said once more, It is in such enlightened means that the bubbling passions of my country find a vent." As he looked at Martin, and nobody else was by, Martin inclined his head and said, "You allude to the palladium of rational liberty at home, sir, and the dread of foreign oppression abroad," returned the gentleman, as he pointed with his cane to an uncommonly dirty newsboy with one eye. "To the envy of the world, sir, and the leaders of human civilization. Let me ask you, sir," he added, bringing the ferrule of his stick heavily upon the deck with the air of a man who must not be equivocated with, "how do you like my country?" "I am hardly prepared to answer that question yet," said Martin, "seeing that I have not been ashore." "Well, I should expect you were not prepared, sir," said the gentleman, "to behold such signs of national prosperity as those." He pointed to the vessels lying at the wharves, and then gave a vague flourish with his stick, as if he would include the air and water generally in this remark. "Really," said Martin, "I don't know. Yes, I think I was." The gentleman glanced at him with a knowing look, and said he liked his policy. It was natural, he said, and it pleased him as a philosopher to observe the prejudices of human nature. "You have brought, I see, sir," he said, turning round towards Martin, and resting his chin on the top of his stick, "the usual amount of misery and poverty and ignorance and crime to be located in the bosom of the great republic. Well, sir, let 'em come on in shiploads from the old country. When vessels are about to founder, the rats are said to leave 'em. There is considerable of truth, I find, in that remark." "The old ship will keep afloat a year or two longer yet, perhaps," said Martin with a smile, partly occasioned by what the gentleman said, and partly by his manner of saying it, which was odd enough, for he emphasized all the small words and syllables in his discourse, and left the others to take care of themselves, as if he thought the larger parts of speech could be trusted alone, but the little ones required to be constantly looked after. "Hope is said by the poet, sir," observed the gentleman, "to be the nurse of young desire." Martin signified that he had heard of the cardinal virtue in question serving occasionally in that domestic capacity. "She will not rear her infant in the present instance, sir, you'll find," observed the gentleman. "Time will show," said Martin. The gentleman nodded his head gravely, and said, "What is your name, sir?" Martin told him. "How old are you, sir?" Martin told him. "What is your profession, sir?" Martin told him that also. "What is your destination, sir?" inquired the gentleman. "Really," said Martin, laughing, "I can't satisfy you in that particular, for I don't know it myself." "Yes?" said the gentleman. "No," said Martin. The gentleman adjusted his cane under his left arm, and took a more deliberate and complete survey of Martin than he had yet had leisure to make. When he had completed his inspection, he put out his right hand, shook Martin's hand, and said, "My name is Colonel Diver, sir. I am the editor of the New York Rowdy Journal." Martin received the communication with that degree of respect which an announcement so distinguished appeared to demand. "The New York Rowdy Journal, sir," resumed the Colonel, "is, as I expect you know, the organ of our aristocracy in this city." "Oh, there is an aristocracy here, then," said Martin. "Of what is it composed?" "Of intelligence, sir," replied the Colonel, "of intelligence and virtue, and of their necessary consequence in this republic, dollars, sir." Martin was very glad to hear this, feeling well assured that if intelligence and virtue led as a matter of course to the acquisition of dollars, he would speedily become a great capitalist. He was about to express the gratification such news afforded him, when he was interrupted by the captain of the ship, who came up at the moment to shake hands with the Colonel, and who, seeing a well-dressed stranger on the deck, for Martin had thrown aside his cloak, shook hands with him also. This was an unspeakable relief to Martin, who, in spite of the acknowledged supremacy of intelligence and virtue in that happy country, would have been deeply mortified to appear before Colonel Diver in the poor character of a steerage passenger. "Well, cap'n," said the Colonel. "Well, Colonel," cried the captain, "you're looking most uncommon bright, sir. I can hardly realize its being you, and that's a fact." "A good passage, cap'n?" inquired the Colonel, taking him aside. "Well, now, it was a pretty spanking run, sir," said, or rather sung, the captain, who was a genuine New Englander, "Considerin' the weather." "Yes?" said the Colonel. "Well, it was, sir," said the captain. "I've just now sent a boy up to your office with the passenger list, Colonel." "You haven't got another boy to spare, p'raps, cap'n," said the Colonel, in a tone almost amounting to severity. "I guess there air a dozen if you want 'em, Colonel," said the captain. "One moderate big 'un could convey a dozen champagne, perhaps," observed the Colonel, musing, "to my office. You said a spanking run, I think?" "Well, so I did," was the reply. "It's very nigh, you know," observed the Colonel. "I'm glad it was a spanking run, cap'n. Don't mind about quarts if you're short of 'em. The boy can as well bring 24 pints and travel twice as once. A first rate spanker, cap'n, was it? Yes?" "A most etarnal spanker," said the skipper. "I admire at your good fortin, cap'n. You might loan me a corkscrew at the same time, and half a dozen glasses if you liked. However bad the elements combine against my country's noble packet ship the Screw, sir," said the Colonel, turning to Martin and drawing a flourish on the surface of the deck with his cane, "her passage either way is almost certain to eventuate a spanker." The captain, who had the sewer below at that moment, lunching expensively in one cabin, while the amiable Stabber was drinking himself into a state of blind madness in another, took a cordial leave of his friend the Colonel, and hurried away to dispatch the champagne, well knowing, as it afterwards appeared, that if he failed to conciliate the editor of the Rowdy Journal, that potentate would denounce him and his ship in large capitals before he was a day older, and would probably assault the memory of his mother also, who had not been dead more than 20 years. The Colonel, being again left alone with Martin, checked him as he was moving away, and offered, in consideration of his being an Englishman, to show him the town, and to introduce him, if such were his desire, to a genteel boarding house. But before they entered on these proceedings, he said, he would beseech the honour of his company at the office of the Rowdy Journal, to partake of a bottle of champagne of his own importation. All this was so extremely kind and hospitable, that Martin, though it was quite early in the morning, readily acquiesced. So, instructing Mark, who was deeply engaged with his friend and her 3 children, that when he had done assisting them, and had cleared the baggage, he was to wait for further orders at the Rowdy Journal office, Martin accompanied his new friend on shore. They made their way as best they could through the melancholy crowd of emigrants upon the wharf, who, grouped about their beds and boxes, with the bare ground below them and the bare sky above, might have fallen from another planet for anything they knew of the country, and walked for some short distance along a busy street, bounded on one side by the quays and shipping, and on the other by a long row of staring red brick storehouses and offices, ornamented with more black boards and white letters, and more white boards and black letters, than Martin had ever seen before in 50 times the space. Presently they turned up a narrow street, and presently into other narrow streets, until at last they stopped before a house, whereon was painted in great characters, Rowdy Journal. The Colonel, who had walked the whole way with one hand in his breast, his head occasionally wagging from side to side, and his hat thrown back upon his ears, like a man who was oppressed to inconvenience by a sense of his own greatness, led the way up a dark and dirty flight of stairs, into a room of similar character, all littered and bestrewn with odds and ends of newspapers, and other crumpled fragments, both in proof and manuscript. Behind a mangy old writing table in this apartment sat a figure with a stump of a pen in its mouth, and a great pair of scissors in its right hand, clipping and slicing at a file of Rowdy Journals, and it was such a laughable figure that Martin had some difficulty in preserving his gravity, though conscious of the close observation of Colonel Diver. The individual who sat clipping and slicing as aforesaid at the Rowdy Journals was a small young gentleman of very juvenile appearance, and unwholesomely pale in the face, partly perhaps from intense thought, but partly, there is no doubt, from the excessive use of tobacco, which he was at that moment chewing vigorously. He wore his shirt collar turned down over a black ribbon, and his lank hair, a fragile crop, was not only smoothed and parted back from his brow, that none of the poetry of his aspect might be lost, but had, here and there, been grubbed up by the roots, which accounted for his loftiest developments being somewhat pimply. He had that order of nose on which the envy of mankind has bestowed the appellation snub, and it was very much turned up at the end, as with a lofty scorn. Upon the upper lip of this young gentleman were tokens of a sandy down, so very, very smooth and scant, that, though encouraged to the utmost, it looked more like a recent trace of gingerbread than the fair promise of a moustache, and this conjecture his apparently tender age went far to strengthen. He was intent upon his work. Every time he snapped the great pair of scissors he made a corresponding motion with his jaws, which gave him a very terrible appearance. Martin was not long in determining within himself that this must be Colonel Diver's son, the hope of the family and future mainspring of the Rowdy Journal. Indeed, he had begun to say that he presumed this was the Colonel's little boy, and that it was very pleasant to see him playing at editor in all the guilelessness of childhood, when the Colonel proudly interposed and said, "My war correspondent, sir, Mr. Jefferson Brick." Martin could not help starting at this unexpected announcement, and the consciousness of the irretrievable mistake he had nearly made. Mr. Brick seemed pleased with the sensation he produced upon the stranger, and shook hands with him with an air of patronage designed to reassure him, and to let him know that there was no occasion to be frightened, for he, Brick, wouldn't hurt him. "You have heard of Jefferson Brick, I see, sir," quoth the Colonel with a smile. "England has heard of Jefferson Brick. Europe has heard of Jefferson Brick. Let me see, when did you leave England, sir?" 5 weeks ago," said Martin. 5 weeks ago," repeated the Colonel thoughtfully, as he took his seat upon the table and swung his legs. "Now let me ask you, sir, which of Mr. Brick's articles had become at that time the most obnoxious to the British Parliament and the Court of St. James's?" "Upon my word," said Martin, I have reason to know, sir," interrupted the Colonel, "that the aristocratic circles of your country quail before the name of Jefferson Brick. I should like to be informed, sir, from your lips, which of his sentiments has struck the deadliest blow." At the 100 heads of the hydra of corruption now grovelling in the dust beneath the lance of reason, and spouting up to the universal arch above us its sanguinary gore, said Mr. Brick, putting on a little blue cloth cap with a glazed front, and quoting his last article. "The libation of freedom, Brick," hinted the Colonel. "Must sometimes be quaffed in blood, Colonel," cried Brick, and when he said blood he gave the great pair of scissors a sharp snap, as if they said blood too, and were quite of his opinion. This done, they both looked at Martin, pausing for a reply. "Upon my life," said Martin, who had by this time quite recovered his usual coolness, "I can't give you any satisfactory information about it, for the truth is that I—" "Stop!" cried the Colonel, glancing sternly at his war correspondent, and giving his head one shake after every sentence. "That you never heard of Jefferson Brick, sir? That you never read Jefferson Brick, sir? That you never saw the Rowdy Journal, sir? That you never knew, sir, of its mighty influence upon the cabinets of Europe? Yes?" "That's what I was about to observe, certainly," said Martin. "Keep cool, Jefferson," said the Colonel gravely. "Don't bust. Oh, you Europeans! After that, let's have a glass of wine." So saying, he got down from the table and produced from a basket outside the door a bottle of champagne and 3 glasses. "Mr. Jefferson Brick, sir," said the Colonel, filling Martin's glass and his own, and pushing the bottle to that gentleman, "will give us a sentiment." "Well, sir," cried the war correspondent, "since you have concluded to call upon me, I will respond. I will give you, sir, the Rowdy Journal and its brethren, the well of truth, whose waters are black from being composed of printer's ink, but are quite clear enough for my country to behold the shadow of her destiny reflected in." "Hear, hear!" cried the Colonel with great complacency. "There are flowery components, sir, in the language of my friend." "Very much so indeed," said Martin. "There is to-day's Rowdy, sir," observed the Colonel, handing him a paper. "You'll find Jefferson Brick at his usual post in the van of human civilization and moral purity." The Colonel was by this time seated on the table again. Mr. Brick also took up a position on that same piece of furniture, and they fell to drinking pretty hard. They often looked at Martin as he read the paper, and then at each other. When he laid it down, which was not until they had finished a second bottle, the Colonel asked him what he thought of it. "Why, it's horribly personal," said Martin. The Colonel seemed much flattered by this remark, and said he hoped it was. "We are independent here, sir," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "We do as we like." "If I may judge from this specimen," returned Martin, "there must be a few thousands here, rather the reverse of independent, who do as they don't like." "Well, they yield to the popular mind of the popular instructor, sir," said the Colonel. "They rile up sometimes, but in general we have a hold upon our citizens, both in public and in private life, which is as much one of the ennobling institutions of our happy country as nigger slavery itself," suggested Mr. Brick. "Entirely so," remarked the Colonel. "Pray," said Martin, after some hesitation, "may I venture to ask, with reference to a case I observe in this paper of yours, whether the popular instructor often deals in, I am at a loss to express it without giving you offence, in forgery, in forged letters, for instance?" he pursued, for the Colonel was perfectly calm and quite at his ease. "Solemnly purporting to have been written at recent periods by living men?" "Well, sir," replied the Colonel, "it does now and then." "And the popular instructed, what do they do?" asked Martin. "Buy 'em," said the Colonel. Mr. Jefferson Brick expectorated and laughed, the former copiously, the latter approvingly. "Buy 'em by hundreds of thousands," resumed the Colonel. "We are a smart people here, and can appreciate smartness." "Is smartness American for forgery?" asked Martin. "Well," said the Colonel, "I expect it's American for a good many things that you call by other names, but you can't help yourself in Europe. We can." "And do, sometimes," thought Martin. "You help yourselves with very little ceremony, too." "At all events, whatever name we choose to employ," said the Colonel, stooping down to roll the third empty bottle into a corner after the other two, "I suppose the art of forgery was not invented here, sir?" "I suppose not," replied Martin. "Nor any other kind of smartness, I reckon?" "Invented? No, I presume not." "Well," said the Colonel, "then we got it all from the old country, and the old country's to blame for it, and not the new one. There's an end of that. Now, if Mr. Jefferson Brick and you will be so good as to clear, I'll come out last and lock the door." Rightly interpreting this as the signal for their departure, Martin walked downstairs after the war correspondent, who preceded him with great majesty. The Colonel following, they left the rowdy Journal office, and walked forth into the streets, Martin feeling doubtful whether he ought to kick the Colonel for having presumed to speak to him, or whether it came within the bounds of possibility that he and his establishment could be among the boasted usages of that regenerated land. It was clear that Colonel Diver, in the security of his strong position, and in his perfect understanding of the public sentiment, cared very little what Martin or anybody else thought about him. His high-spiced wares were made to sell, and they sold, and his thousands of readers could as rationally charge their delight in filth upon him as a glutton can shift upon his cook the responsibility of his beastly excess. Nothing would have delighted the Colonel more than to be told that no such man as he could walk in high success the streets of any other country in the world, for that would only have been a logical assurance to him of the correct adaptation of his labours to the prevailing taste, and of his being strictly and peculiarly a national feature of America. They walked a mile or more along a handsome street, which the Colonel said was called Broadway, and which Mr. Jefferson Brick said whipped the universe. Turning at length into one of the numerous streets which branched from this main thoroughfare, they stopped before a rather mean-looking house with jalousie blinds to every window, a flight of steps before the green street door, a shining white ornament on the rails on either side like a petrified pineapple, polished, a little oblong plate of the same material over the knocker whereon the name of Pawkins was engraved, and 4 accidental pigs looking down the area. The Colonel knocked at this house with the air of a man who lived there, and an Irish girl popped her head out of one of the top windows to see who it was. Pending her journey downstairs, the pigs were joined by 2 or 3 friends from the next street, in company with whom they lay down sociably in the gutter. "Is the Major indoors?" inquired the Colonel as he entered. "Is it the master, sir?" returned the girl. with a hesitation which seemed to imply that they were rather flush of majors in that establishment. "The master!" said Colonel Diver, stopping short and looking round at his war correspondent. "Oh, the depressing institutions of that British Empire, Colonel," said Jefferson Brick. "Master!" "What's the matter with the word?" asked Martin. "I should hope it was never heard in our country, sir, that's all," said Jefferson Brick, "except when it is used by some degraded help, as new to the blessings of our form of government as this help is. There are no masters here." "All owners, are they?" said Martin. Mr. Jefferson Brick followed in the Rowdy Journal's footsteps without returning any answer. Martin took the same course, thinking as he went that perhaps the free and independent citizens, who in their moral elevation owned the Colonel for their master, might render better homage to the goddess Liberty in nightly dreams upon the oven of a Russian serf. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16, Part 2. The Colonel led the way into a room at the back of the house upon the ground floor, light and of fair dimensions, but exquisitely uncomfortable, having nothing in it but the four cold white walls and ceiling, a mean carpet, a dreary waste of dining table reaching from end to end, and a bewildering collection of cane-bottomed chairs. In the further region of this banqueting hall was a stove, garnished on either side with a great brass spittoon, and shaped in itself like three little iron barrels set up on end in a fender, and joined together on the principle of the Siamese twins. Before it, swinging himself in a rocking chair, lounged a large gentleman with his hat on, who amused himself by spitting alternately into the spittoon on the right hand of the stove and the spittoon on the left, and then working his way back again in the same order. A negro lad in a soiled white jacket was busily engaged in placing on the table two long rows of knives and forks, relieved at intervals by jugs of water, and as he travelled down one side of this festive board, he straightened with his dirty hands the dirtier cloth, which was all askew, and had not been removed since breakfast. The atmosphere of this room was rendered intensely hot and stifling by the stove, but being further flavoured by a sickly gush of soup from the kitchen, and by such remote suggestions of tobacco as lingered within the brazen receptacles already mentioned, it became, to a stranger's senses, almost insupportable. The gentleman in the rocking chair, having his back towards them, and being much engaged in his intellectual pastime, was not aware of their approach until the Colonel, walking up to the stove, contributed his mite towards the support of the left-hand spittoon, just as the Major, for it was the Major, bore down upon it. Major Pawkins then reserved his fire, and looking upwards said, with a peculiar air of quiet weariness, like a man who had been up all night, an air which Martin had already observed both in the Colonel and Mr. Jefferson Brick, "Well, Colonel." "Here is a gentleman from England, Major," the Colonel replied, "who has concluded to locate himself here if the amount of compensation suits him." "I am glad to see you, sir," observed the Major, shaking hands with Martin, and not moving a muscle of his face. "You are pretty bright, I hope." "Never better," said Martin. "You are never likely to be," returned the Major. "You will see the sunshine here." "I think I remember to have seen it shine at home sometimes," said Martin, smiling. "I think not," replied the Major. He said so with a stoical indifference certainly, but still in a tone of firmness which admitted of no further dispute on that point. When he had thus settled the question, he put his hat a little on one side for the greater convenience of scratching his head, and saluted Mr. Jefferson Brick with a lazy nod. Major Pawkins, a gentleman of Pennsylvanian origin, was distinguished by a very large skull and a great mass of yellow forehead. in deference to which commodities it was currently held in bar rooms and other such places of resort that the Major was a man of huge sagacity. He was further to be known by a heavy eye and a dull, slow manner, and for being a man of that kind who, mentally speaking, requires a deal of room to turn himself in. But in trading on his stock of wisdom he invariably proceeded on the principle of putting all the goods he had, and more, into his window, and that went a great way with his constituency of admirers. It went a great way, perhaps, with Mr. Jefferson Brick, who took occasion to whisper in Martin's ear, "One of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." It must not be supposed, however, that the perpetual exhibition in the market-place of all his stock in trade for sale or hire was the Major's sole claim to a very large share of sympathy and support. He was a great politician, and the one article of his creed, in reference to all public obligations involving the good faith and integrity of his country, was "Run a moist pen slick through everything, and start fresh." This made him a patriot. In commercial affairs he was a bold speculator. In plainer words, he had a most distinguished genius for swindling, and could start a bank, or negotiate a loan, or form a land jobbing company, entailing ruin, pestilence, and death on hundreds of families, with any gifted creature in the Union. This made him an admirable man of business. He could hang about a bar room discussing the affairs of the nation for 12 hours together, and in that time could hold forth with more intolerable dulness, chew more tobacco, smoke more tobacco, drink more rum toddy, mint julep, gin sling and cocktail, than any private gentleman of his acquaintance. This made him an orator, and a man of the people. In a word, the Major was a rising character, and a popular character, and was in a fair way to be sent by the popular party to the State House of New York, if not in the end to Washington itself. But as a man's private prosperity does not always keep pace with his patriotic devotion to public affairs, and as fraudulent transactions have their downs as well as ups, the Major was occasionally under a cloud. Hence, just now, Mrs. Pawkins kept a boarding house, and Major Pawkins rather loafed his time away than otherwise. "You have come to visit our country, sir, at a season of great commercial depression," said the Major. "At an alarming crisis," said the Colonel. "At a period of unprecedented stagnation," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "I am sorry to hear that," returned Martin. "It's not likely to last, I hope." Martin knew nothing about America, or he would have known perfectly well that if its individual citizens, to a man, are to be believed, it always is depressed, and always is stagnated, and always is at an alarming crisis, and never was otherwise, though as a body they are ready to make oath upon the evangelists at any hour of the day or night that it is the most thriving and prosperous of all countries on the habitable globe. "It's not likely to last, I hope," said Martin. "Well," returned the Major, "I expect we shall get along somehow, and come right in the end." "We are an elastic country," said the Rowdy Journal. "We are a young lion," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "We have revivifying and vigorous principles within ourselves," observed the Major. "Shall we drink a bitter afore dinner, Colonel?" The Colonel assenting to this proposal with great alacrity, Major Pawkins proposed an adjournment to a neighbouring bar room, which, as he observed, was only in the next block. He then referred Martin to Mrs. Pawkins for all particulars connected with the rate of board and lodging, and informed him that he would have the pleasure of seeing that lady at dinner, which would soon be ready, as the dinner hour was 2 o'clock, and it only wanted a quarter now. This reminded him that if the bitter were to be taken at all there was no time to lose, so he walked off without more ado, and left them to follow if they thought proper. When the Major rose from his rocking chair before the stove, and so disturbed the hot air and balmy whiff of soup which fanned their brows, the odour of stale tobacco became so decidedly prevalent as to leave no doubt of its proceeding mainly from that gentleman's attire. Indeed, as Martin walked behind him to the bar room, he could not help thinking that the great square Major, in his listlessness and languor, looked very much like a stale weed himself, such as might be hoed out of the public garden, with great advantage to the decent growth of that preserve, and tossed on some congenial dunghill. They encountered more weeds in the bar room, some of whom, being thirsty souls as well as dirty, were pretty stale in one sense and pretty fresh in another. Among them was a gentleman who, as Martin gathered from the conversation that took place over the bitter, started that afternoon for the far west on a 6 months' business tour, and who, as his outfit and equipment for this journey, had just such another shiny hat and just such another little pale valise as had composed the luggage of the gentleman who came from England in the Screw. They were walking back very leisurely, Martin arm in arm with Mr. Jefferson Brick, and the Major and the Colonel side by side before them, when, as they came within a house or two of the Major's residence, they heard a bell ringing violently. The instant this sound struck upon their ears, the Colonel and the Major darted off, dashed up the steps, and in at the street door, which stood ajar, like lunatics, while Mr. Jefferson Brick, detaching his arm from Martin's, made a precipitate dive in the same direction and vanished also. "Good heaven!" thought Martin, "the premises are on fire. It was an alarm bell." But there was no smoke to be seen, nor any flame, nor was there any smell of fire. As Martin faltered on the pavement, 3 more gentlemen, with horror and agitation depicted in their faces, came plunging wildly round the street corner, jostled each other on the steps, struggled for an instant, and rushed into the house, a confused heap of arms and legs. Unable to bear it any longer, Martin followed. Even in his rapid progress he was run down, thrust aside, and passed by 2 more gentlemen, stark mad, as it appeared, with fierce excitement. "Where is it?" cried Martin breathlessly to a negro whom he encountered in the passage. "In a eatin' room, sah. Colonel, sah, him kep a seat side himself, sah." "A seat!" cried Martin. "For a dinar, sah." Martin stared at him for a moment, and burst into a hearty laugh, to which the negro, out of his natural good humour and desire to please, so heartily responded that his teeth shone like a gleam of light. "You're the pleasantest fellow I have seen yet," said Martin, clapping him on the back, "and give me a better appetite than bitters." With this sentiment he walked into the dining room and slipped into a chair next the Colonel, which that gentleman, by this time nearly through his dinner, had turned down in reserve for him, with its back against the table. It was a numerous company, 18 or 20 perhaps. Of these some 5 or 6 were ladies, who sat wedged together in a little phalanx by themselves. All the knives and forks were working away at a rate that was quite alarming. Very few words were spoken, and everybody seemed to eat his utmost in self-defence, as if a famine were expected to set in before breakfast time to-morrow morning, and it had become high time to assert the first law of nature. The poultry, which may perhaps be considered to have formed the staple of the entertainment, for there was a turkey at the top, a pair of ducks at the bottom, and 2 fowls in the middle, disappeared as rapidly as if every bird had had the use of its wings and had flown in desperation down a human throat. The oysters, stewed and pickled, leaped from their capacious reservoirs and slid by scores into the mouths of the assembly. The sharpest pickles vanished, whole cucumbers at once, like sugar plums, and no man winked his eye. Great heaps of indigestible matter melted away as ice before the sun. It was a solemn and an awful thing to see. Dyspeptic individuals bolted their food in wedges, feeding not themselves, but broods of nightmares who were continually standing at livery within them. Spare men, with lank and rigid cheeks, came out unsatisfied from the destruction of heavy dishes, and glared with watchful eyes upon the pastry. What Mrs. Pawkins felt each day at dinner time is hidden from all human knowledge, but she had one comfort: it was very soon over. When the Colonel had finished his dinner, which event took place while Martin, who had sent his plate for some turkey, was waiting to begin, he asked him what he thought of the boarders, who were from all parts of the Union, and whether he would like to know any particulars concerning them. "Pray," said Martin, "who is that sickly little girl opposite, with the tight round eyes? I don't see anybody here who looks like her mother, or who seems to have charge of her." "Do you mean the matron in blue, sir?" asked the Colonel with emphasis. "That is Mrs. Jefferson Brick, sir." "No, no," said Martin, "I mean the little girl, like a doll, directly opposite." "Well, sir," cried the Colonel, "that is Mrs. Jefferson Brick." Martin glanced at the Colonel's face, but he was quite serious. "Bless my soul, I suppose there will be a young Brick then, one of these days," said Martin. "There are 2 young Bricks already, sir," returned the Colonel. The matron looked so uncommonly like a child herself that Martin could not help saying as much. "Yes, sir," returned the Colonel, "but some institutions develop human nature, others retard it." "Jefferson Brick," he observed after a short silence, in commendation of his correspondent, "is one of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." This had passed almost in a whisper, for the distinguished gentleman alluded to sat on Martin's other hand. "Pray, Mr. Brick," said Martin, turning to him and asking a question more for conversation's sake than from any feeling of interest in its subject, "who is that," he was going to say young, but thought it prudent to eschew the word, "that very short gentleman yonder with the red nose?" "That is Professor Mullet, sir," replied Jefferson. "May I ask what he is professor of?" asked Martin. "Of education, sir," said Jefferson Brick. "A sort of schoolmaster, possibly?" Martin ventured to observe. "He is a man of fine moral elements, sir, and not commonly endowed," said the war correspondent. "He felt it necessary at the last election for President to repudiate and denounce his father, who voted on the wrong interest. He has since written some powerful pamphlets under the signature of Superb, or Brutus reversed. He is one of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." "There seem to be plenty of 'em," thought Martin, at any rate. Pursuing his inquiries, Martin found that there were no fewer than 4 majors present, 2 colonels, 1 general, and a captain, so that he could not help thinking how strongly officered the American militia must be, and wondering very much whether the officers commanded each other, or, if they did not, where on earth the privates came from. There seemed to be no man there without a title, for those who had not attained to military honours were either doctors, professors, or reverends. 3 very hard and disagreeable gentlemen were on missions from neighbouring states, 1 on monetary affairs, 1 on political, 1 on sectarian. Among the ladies there were Mrs. Pawkins, who was very straight, bony, and silent, and a wiry faced old damsel who held strong sentiments touching the rights of women, and had diffused the same in lectures. But the rest were strangely devoid of individual traits of character, insomuch that any one of them might have changed minds with the other, and nobody would have found it out. These, by the way, were the only members of the party who did not appear to be among the most remarkable people in the country. Several of the gentlemen got up, one by one, and walked off as they swallowed their last morsel, pausing generally by the stove for a minute or so to refresh themselves at the brass spittoons. A few sedentary characters, however, remained at table full a quarter of an hour, and did not rise until the ladies rose, when all stood up. "Where are they going?" asked Martin, in the ear of Mr. Jefferson Brick. "To their bedrooms, sir." "Is there no dessert, or other interval of conversation?" asked Martin, who was disposed to enjoy himself after his long voyage. "We are a busy people here, sir, and have no time for that," was the reply. So the ladies passed out in single file, Mr. Jefferson Brick and such other married gentlemen as were left acknowledging the departure of their other halves by a nod, and there was an end of them. Martin thought this an uncomfortable custom, but he kept his opinion to himself for the present, being anxious to hear, and inform himself by, the conversation of the busy gentlemen, who now lounged about the stove as if a great weight had been taken off their minds by the withdrawal of the other sex, and who made a plentiful use of the spittoons and their toothpicks. It was rather barren of interest, to say the truth, and the greater part of it may be summed up in one word: dollars. All their cares, hopes, joys, affections, virtues, and associations seemed to be melted down into dollars. Whatever the chance contributions that fell into the slow cauldron of their talk, they made the gruel thick and slab with dollars. Men were weighed by their dollars, measures gauged by their dollars, Life was auctioneered, appraised, put up and knocked down for its dollars. The next respectable thing to dollars was any venture having their attainment for its end. The more of that worthless ballast, honour and fair dealing, which any man cast overboard from the ship of his good name and good intent, the more ample stowage room he had for dollars. Make commerce one huge lie and mighty theft. Deface the banner of the nation for an idle rag. Pollute it star by star, and cut out stripe by stripe as from the arm of a degraded soldier. Do anything for dollars. What is a flag to them? One who rides at all hazards of limb and life in the chase of a fox will prefer to ride recklessly at most times. So it was with these gentlemen. He was the greatest patriot in their eyes who brawled the loudest, and who cared the least for decency. He was their champion who, in the brutal fury of his own pursuit, could cast no stigma upon them for the hot knavery of theirs. Thus Martin learned in the 5 minutes' straggling talk about the stove that to carry pistols into legislative assemblies, and swords in sticks, and other such peaceful toys, to seize opponents by the throat as dogs or rats might do, to bluster, bully, and overbear by personal assailment, were glowing deeds. Not thrusts and stabs at freedom, striking far deeper into her house of life than any sultan's scimitar could reach, but rare incense on her altars, having a grateful scent in patriotic nostrils, and curling upward to the 7th heaven of fame. Once or twice, when there was a pause, Martin asked such questions as naturally occurred to him, being a stranger, about the national poets, the theatre, literature, and the arts. But the information which these gentlemen were in a condition to give him on such topics did not extend beyond the effusions of such master spirits of the time as Colonel Diver, Mr. Jefferson Brick, and others, renowned, as it appeared, for excellence in the achievement of a peculiar style of broadside essay called a screamer. "We are a busy people, sir," said one of the captains, who was from the West, "and have no time for reading mere notions. We don't mind 'em if they come to us in newspapers along with almighty strong stuff of another sort, but darn your books." Here the General, who appeared to grow quite faint at the bare thought of reading anything which was neither mercantile nor political, and was not in a newspaper, inquired if any gentleman would drink some. Most of the company, considering this a very choice and seasonable idea, lounged out one by one to the bar room in the next block. Thence they probably went to their stores and counting houses, thence to the bar room again to talk once more of dollars, and enlarge their minds with the perusal and discussion of screamers, and thence each man to snore in the bosom of his own family. "Which would seem," said Martin, pursuing the current of his own thoughts, "to be the principal recreation they enjoy in common." With that he fell a musing again on dollars, demagogues, and bar rooms, debating within himself whether busy people of this class were really as busy as they claimed to be, or only had an inaptitude for social and domestic pleasure. It was a difficult question to solve, and the mere fact of its being strongly presented to his mind by all that he had seen and heard was not encouraging. He sat down at the deserted board, and becoming more and more despondent as he thought of all the uncertainties and difficulties of his precarious situation, sighed heavily. Now there had been at the dinner table a middle-aged man with a dark eye and a sunburnt face, who had attracted Martin's attention by having something very engaging and honest in the expression of his features, but of whom he could learn nothing from either of his neighbours, who seemed to consider him quite beneath their notice. He had taken no part in the conversation round the stove, nor had he gone forth with the rest; and now, when he heard Martin sigh for the 3rd or 4th time, he interposed with some casual remark, as if he desired, without obtruding himself upon a stranger's notice, to engage him in cheerful conversation if he could. His motive was so obvious, and yet so delicately expressed, that Martin felt really grateful to him, and showed him so in the manner of his reply. "I will not ask you," said this gentleman with a smile, as he rose and moved towards him, "how you like my country, for I can quite anticipate your feeling on that point. But as I am an American, and consequently bound to begin with a question, I'll ask you how you like the Colonel." "You are so very frank," returned Martin, "that I have no hesitation in saying I don't like him at all, though I must add that I am beholden to him for his civility in bringing me here, and arranging for my stay, on pretty reasonable terms, by the way," he added, remembering that the Colonel had whispered him to that effect before going out. "Not much beholden," said the stranger dryly. "The Colonel occasionally boards packet ships, I have heard, to glean the latest information for his journal, and he occasionally brings strangers to board here, I believe, with a view to the little percentage which attaches to those good offices, and which the hostess deducts from his weekly bill. I don't offend you, I hope," he added, seeing that Martin reddened. "My dear sir," returned Martin, as they shook hands, "how is that possible? To tell you the truth, I am—" "Yes?" said the gentleman, sitting down beside him. "I am rather at a loss, since I must speak plainly," said Martin, getting the better of his hesitation, "to know how this Colonel escapes being beaten." "Well, he has been beaten once or twice," remarked the gentleman quietly. "He is one of a class of men in whom our own Franklin, so long ago as 10 years before the close of the last century, foresaw our danger and disgrace. Perhaps you don't know that Franklin, in very severe terms, published his opinion that those who were slandered by such fellows as this Colonel, having no sufficient remedy in the administration of this country's laws, or in the decent and right-minded feeling of its people, were justified in retorting on such public nuisances by means of a stout cudgel." "I was not aware of that," said Martin, "but I am very glad to know it, and I think it worthy of his memory. Especially—" here he hesitated again. "Go on," said the other, smiling as if he knew what stuck in Martin's throat. "Especially," pursued Martin, "as I can already understand that it may have required great courage, even in his time, to write freely on any question which was not a party one in this very free country." "Some courage, no doubt," returned his new friend. "Do you think it would require any to do so now?" "Indeed I think it would, and not a little," said Martin. "You are right, so very right that I believe no satirist could breathe this air. If another Juvenal or Swift could rise up among us to morrow, he would be hunted down. If you have any knowledge of our literature, and can give me the name of any man, American born and bred, who has anatomized our follies as a people, and not as this or that party, and who has escaped the foulest and most brutal slander, the most inveterate hatred and intolerant pursuit, it will be a strange name in my ears, believe me. In some cases I could name to you, where a native writer has ventured on the most harmless and good-humoured illustrations of our vices or defects, it has been found necessary to announce that in a second edition the passage has been expunged, or altered, or explained away, or patched into praise." "And how has this been brought about?" asked Martin in dismay. "Think of what you have seen and heard to day, beginning with the Colonel," said his friend, "and ask yourself. How they came about is another question. Heaven forbid that they should be samples of the intelligence and virtue of America, but they come uppermost and in great numbers, and too often represent it. Will you walk?" There was a cordial candour in his manner, and an engaging confidence that it would not be abused, a manly bearing on his own part, and a simple reliance on the manly faith of a stranger, which Martin had never seen before. He linked his arm readily in that of the American gentleman, and they walked out together. It was perhaps to men like this, his new companion, that a traveller of honoured name, who trod those shores now nearly 40 years ago, and woke upon that soil, as many have done since, to blots and stains upon its high pretensions, which in the brightness of his distant dreams were lost to view, appealed in these words: "Oh, but for such, Columbia's days were done, rank without ripeness, quickened without sun. Crude at the surface, rotten at the core, her fruits would fall before her spring were o'er." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Part 1 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Martin enlarges his circle of acquaintance, increases his stock of wisdom, and has an excellent opportunity of comparing his own experiences with those of Lummy Ned of the Light Salisbury, as related by his friend Mr. William Simmons. Part 1. It was characteristic of Martin that all this while he had either forgotten Mark Tapley as completely as if there had been no such person in existence, or, if for a moment the figure of that gentleman rose before his mental vision, had dismissed it as something by no means of a pressing nature, which might be attended to by and by, and could wait his perfect leisure. But being now in the streets again, it occurred to him, as just coming within the bare limits of possibility, that Mr. Tapley might, in course of time, grow tired of waiting on the threshold of the rowdy Journal office. So he intimated to his new friend that if they could conveniently walk in that direction, he would be glad to get this piece of business off his mind. "And speaking of business," said Martin, "may I ask, in order that I may not be behindhand with questions either, whether your occupation holds you to this city, or, like myself, you are a visitor here?" "A visitor," replied his friend. "I was raised in the state of Massachusetts, and reside there still. My home is in a quiet country town. I am not often in these busy places, and my inclination to visit them does not increase with our better acquaintance, I assure you." "You have been abroad?" asked Martin. "Oh, yes." "And, like most people who travel, have become more than ever attached to your home and native country?" said Martin, eyeing him curiously. "To my home, yes," rejoined his friend. "To my native country, as my home, yes, also." "You imply some reservation," said Martin. "Well," returned his new friend, "if you ask me whether I came back here with a greater relish for my country's faults, with a greater fondness for those who claim, at the rate of so many dollars a day, to be her friends, with a cooler indifference to the growth of principles among us in respect of public matters and of private dealings between man and man, the advocacy of which, beyond the foul atmosphere of a criminal trial, would disgrace your own Old Bailey lawyers, why, then I answer plainly, no." "Oh," said Martin, in so exactly the same key as his friend's "no," that it sounded like an echo. "If you ask me," his companion pursued, "whether I came back here better satisfied with a state of things which broadly divides society into two classes, whereof one, the great mass, asserts a spurious independence, most miserably dependent for its mean existence on the disregard of humanizing conventionalities of manner and social custom, so that the coarser a man is, the more distinctly it shall appeal to his taste, while the other, disgusted with the low standard thus set up and made adaptable to everything, takes refuge among the graces and refinements it can bring to bear on private life, and leaves the public weal to such fortune as may betide it in the press and uproar of a general scramble, then again I answer no." And again Martin said "oh," in the same odd way as before, being anxious and disconcerted, not so much to say the truth on public grounds, as with reference to the fading prospects of domestic architecture. "In a word," resumed the other, "I do not find and cannot believe, and therefore will not allow, that we are a model of wisdom and an example to the world, and the perfection of human reason, and a great deal more to the same purpose, which you may hear any hour in the day, simply because we began our political life with two inestimable advantages." "What were they?" asked Martin. "One, that our history commenced at so late a period as to escape the ages of bloodshed and cruelty through which other nations have passed, and so had all the light of their probation and none of its darkness. The other, that we have a vast territory, and not, as yet, too many people on it. These facts considered, we have done little enough, I think." "Education?" suggested Martin faintly. "Pretty well on that head," said the other, shrugging his shoulders. "Still, no mighty matter to boast of, for old countries, and despotic countries too. have done as much, if not more, and made less noise about it. We shine out brightly in comparison with England, certainly, but hers is a very extreme case. You complimented me on my frankness, you know," he added, laughing. "Oh, I am not at all astonished at your speaking thus openly when my country is in question," returned Martin. "It is your plain speaking in reference to your own that surprises me. You will not find it a scarce quality here, I assure you. Saving among the Colonel Divers and Jefferson Bricks and Major Pawkinses, though the best of us are something like the man in Goldsmith's comedy, who wouldn't suffer anybody but himself to abuse his master. Come," he added, "let us talk of something else. You have come here on some design of improving your fortune, I dare say, and I should grieve to put you out of heart. I am some years older than you besides, and may, on a few trivial points, advise you, perhaps." There was not the least curiosity or impertinence in the manner of this offer, which was open-hearted, unaffected, and good-natured. As it was next to impossible that he should not have his confidence awakened by a deportment so prepossessing and kind, Martin plainly stated what had brought him into those parts, and even made the very difficult avowal that he was poor. He did not say how poor, it must be admitted, rather throwing off the declaration with an air which might have implied that he had money enough for 6 months instead of as many weeks. But poor he said he was, and grateful he said he would be for any counsel that his friend would give him. It would not have been very difficult for any one to see, but it was particularly easy for Martin, whose perceptions were sharpened by his circumstances, to discern, that the stranger's face grew infinitely longer as the domestic architecture project was developed. Nor, although he made a great effort to be as encouraging as possible, could he prevent his head from shaking once, involuntarily, as if it said in the vulgar tongue, upon its own account, "No go." But he spoke in a cheerful tone, and said that although there was no such opening as Martin wished in that city, he would make it matter of immediate consideration and inquiry where one was most likely to exist, and then he made Martin acquainted with his name, which was Bevan, and with his profession, which was physic, though he seldom or never practised, and with other circumstances connected with himself and family, which fully occupied the time until they reached the Rowdy Journal office. Mr. Tapley appeared to be taking his ease on the landing of the first floor, for sounds as of some gentleman established in that region whistling Rule Britannia with all his might and main greeted their ears before they reached the house. On ascending to the spot from whence this music proceeded, they found him recumbent in the midst of a fortification of luggage, apparently performing his national anthem for the gratification of a grey-haired black man, who sat on one of the outworks, a portmanteau, staring intently at Mark, while Mark, with his head reclining on his hand, returned the compliment in a thoughtful manner, and whistled all the time. He seemed to have recently dined, for his knife, a case bottle, and certain broken meats in a handkerchief lay near at hand. He had employed a portion of his leisure in the decoration of the Rowdy Journal door, whereon his own initials now appeared, in letters nearly half a foot long, together with the day of the month in smaller type, the whole surrounded by an ornamental border and looking very fresh and bold. "I was a'most afraid you was lost, sir," cried Mark, rising, and stopping the tune at that point where Britons generally are supposed to declare, when it is whistled, that they never, never, never— "Nothing gone wrong, I hope, sir?" "No, Mark. Where's your friend?" "The mad woman, sir?" said Mr. Tapley. "Oh, she's all right, sir." "Did she find her husband?" "Yes, sir. Leastways, she's found his remains," said Mark, correcting himself. "The man's not dead, I hope?" "Not altogether dead, sir," returned Mark, "but he's had more fevers and agues than is quite reconcilable with being alive. When she didn't see him a-waiting for her, I thought she'd have died herself, I did." "Was he not here, then?" "He wasn't here. There was a feeble old shadow come a-creeping down at last, as much like his substance when she knowed him as your shadow, when it's drawn out to its very finest and longest by the sun, is like you. But it was his remains, there's no doubt about that. She took on with joy, poor thing, as much as if it had been all of him." Had he bought land? Asked Mr. Bevan. Ah, he'd bought land, said Mark, shaking his head, and paid for it too. Every sort of natural advantage was connected with it, the agent said, and there certainly was one, quite unlimited. No end of the water. "It's a thing he couldn't have done without, I suppose," observed Martin peevishly. "Certainly not, sir. There it was, anyway. Always turned on and no water rate. Independent of 3 or 4 slimy old rivers close by, it varied on the farm from 4 to 6 foot deep in the dry season. He couldn't say how deep it was in the rainy time, for he never had anything long enough to sound it with." "Is this true?" asked Martin of his companion. "Extremely probable," he answered. "Some Mississippi or Missouri lot, I dare say." "However," pursued Mark, "he came from I don't know where and all, down to New York here to meet his wife and children, and they started off again in a steamboat this blessed afternoon, as happy to be along with each other as if they were going to heaven. I should think they was pretty straight, if I may judge from the poor man's looks." "And may I ask," said Martin, glancing, but not with any displeasure, from Mark to the negro, "who this gentleman is? Another friend of yours?" "Why, sir," returned Mark, taking him aside and speaking confidentially in his ear, "he's a man of colour, sir." "Do you take me for a blind man?" asked Martin, somewhat impatiently, "that you think it necessary to tell me that, when his face is the blackest that ever was seen?" "No, no. When I say a man of colour," returned Mark, "I mean that he's been one of them as there's pictures of in the shops. A man and a brother, you know, sir," said Mr. Tapley, favouring his master with a significant indication of the figures so often represented in tracts and cheap prints. "A slave?" cried Martin in a whisper. "Ah," said Mark in the same tone, "nothing else. A slave. Why, when that there man was young, don't look at him while I'm a-telling it, he was shot in the leg, gashed in the arm, scored in his live limbs like crimped fish, beaten out of shape, had his neck galled with an iron collar, and wore iron rings upon his wrists and ankles. The marks are on him to this day. When I was having my dinner just now, he stripped off his coat and took away my appetite." "Is this true?" asked Martin of his friend, who stood beside them. "I have no reason to doubt it," he answered, shaking his head. "It very often is." "Bless you," said Mark, "I know it is, from hearing his whole story. That master died. So did his second master, from having his head cut open with a hatchet by another slave, who, when he'd done it, went and drowned himself. Then he got a better one. In years and years he saved up a little money and bought his freedom, which he got pretty cheap at last, on account of his strength being nearly gone, and he being ill. Then he come here, and now he's a saving up to treat himself, afore he dies, to one small purchase. It's nothing to speak of, only his own daughter, that's all," cried Mr. Tapley, becoming excited. "Liberty for ever! Hurrah! Hail Columbia!" "Hush!" cried Martin, clapping his hand upon his mouth, "and don't be an idiot. What is he doing here?" "Waiting to take our luggage off upon a truck," said Mark. "He'd have come for it by and by, but I engaged him for a very reasonable charge, out of my own pocket, to sit along with me and make me jolly. And I am jolly, and if I was rich enough to contract with him to wait upon me once a day to be looked at, I'd never be anything else." The fact may cause a solemn impeachment of Mark's veracity, but it must be admitted, nevertheless, that there was that in his face and manner at the moment which militated strongly against this emphatic declaration of his state of mind. "Lord love you, sir," he added, "they're so fond of liberty in this part of the globe, that they buy her and sell her and carry her to market with them. They've such a passion for liberty that they can't help taking liberties with her. That's what it's owing to." "Very well," said Martin, wishing to change the theme. "Having come to that conclusion, Mark, perhaps you'll attend to me. The place to which the luggage is to go is printed on this card: Mrs. Pawkins's boarding house." "Mrs. Pawkins's boarding house," repeated Mark. "Now, Cicero." "Is that his name?" asked Martin. "That's his name, sir," rejoined Mark; and the negro, grinning assent from under a leathern portmanteau, than which his own face was many shades deeper, hobbled downstairs with his portion of their worldly goods, Mark Tapley having already gone before with his share. Martin and his friend followed them to the door below, and were about to pursue their walk, when the latter stopped and asked with some hesitation whether that young man was to be trusted. "Mark? Oh, certainly, with anything." "You don't understand me. I think he had better go with us. He is an honest fellow, and speaks his mind so very plainly." "Why, the fact is," said Martin, smiling, "that being unaccustomed to a free republic, he is used to do so." "I think he had better go with us," returned the other. "He may get into some trouble otherwise. This is not a slave state, but I am ashamed to say that a spirit of tolerance is not so common anywhere in these latitudes as the form. We are not remarkable for behaving very temperately to each other when we differ, but to strangers! No, I really think he had better go with us." Martin called to him immediately to be of their party, so Cicero and the truck went one way, and they three went another. They walked about the city for 2 or 3 hours, seeing it from the best points of view, and pausing in the principal streets, and before such public buildings as Mr. Bevan pointed out. Night then coming on apace, Martin proposed that they should adjourn to Mrs. Pawkins's establishment for coffee. But in this he was overruled by his new acquaintance, who seemed to have set his heart on carrying him, though it were only for an hour, to the house of a friend of his who lived hard by. Feeling, however disinclined he was, being weary, that it would be in bad taste and not very gracious to object that he was unintroduced, when this open-hearted gentleman was so ready to be his sponsor, Martin, for once in his life at all events, sacrificed his own will and pleasure to the wishes of another, and consented with a fair grace, so travelling had done him that much good already. Mr. Bevan knocked at the door of a very neat house of moderate size, from the parlour windows of which lights were shining brightly into the now dark street. It was quickly opened by a man with such a thoroughly Irish face that it seemed as if he ought, as a matter of right and principle, to be in rags, and could have no sort of business to be looking cheerfully at anybody out of a whole suit of clothes. Commending Mark to the care of this phenomenon, for such he may be said to have been in Martin's eyes, Mr. Bevan led the way into the room which had shed its cheerfulness upon the street, to whose occupants he introduced Mr. Chuzzlewit as a gentleman from England, whose acquaintance he had recently had the pleasure to make. They gave him welcome in all courtesy and politeness, and in less than 5 minutes' time he found himself sitting very much at his ease by the fireside, and becoming vastly well acquainted with the whole family. There were 2 young ladies, one 18, the other 20, both very slender but very pretty. Their mother, who looked, as Martin thought, much older and more faded than she ought to have looked, and their grandmother, a little sharp-eyed, quick old woman, who seemed to have got past that stage, and to have come all right again. Besides these, there were the young lady's father, and the young lady's brother, the first engaged in mercantile affairs, the second a student at college, both in a certain cordiality of manner, like his own friend, and not unlike him in face. Which was no great wonder, for it soon appeared that he was their near relation. Martin could not help tracing the family pedigree from the 2 young ladies, because they were foremost in his thoughts, not only from being, as aforesaid, very pretty, but by reason of their wearing miraculously small shoes and the thinnest possible silk stockings, the which their rocking chairs developed to a distracting extent. There is no doubt that it was a monstrous comfortable circumstance to be sitting in a snug, well-furnished room, warmed by a cheerful fire, and full of various pleasant decorations, including 4 small shoes and the like amount of silk stockings, and, yes, why not, the feet and legs therein enshrined. And there is no doubt that Martin was monstrous well disposed to regard his position in that light, after his recent experience of the screw and of Mrs. Pawkins's boarding house. The consequence was that he made himself very agreeable indeed, and by the time the tea and coffee arrived, with sweet preserves and cunning tea cakes in its train, was in a highly genial state, and much esteemed by the whole family. Another delightful circumstance turned up before the first cup of tea was drunk. The whole family had been in England. There was a pleasant thing. But Martin was not quite so glad of this when he found that they knew all the great dukes, lords, viscounts, marquesses, duchesses, knights, and baronets quite affectionately, and were, beyond everything, interested in the least particular concerning them. However, when they asked after the wearer of this or that coronet, and said, "Was he quite well?" Martin answered, "Yes, oh yes, never better." And when they said, "His lordship's mother, the Duchess, was she much changed?" Martin said, "Oh dear no, they would know her anywhere if they saw her to morrow," and so got on pretty well. In like manner, when the young ladies questioned him touching the gold fish in that Grecian fountain in such and such a nobleman's conservatory, and whether there were as many as there used to be, he gravely reported, after mature consideration, that there must be at least twice as many. And as to the exotics, oh well, it was of no use talking about them. They must be seen to be believed. Which improved state of circumstances reminded the family of the splendour of that brilliant festival, comprehending the whole British peerage and court calendar, to which they were specially invited, and which indeed had been partly given in their honour; and recollections of what Mr. Norris the father had said to the Marquess, and of what Mrs. Norris the mother had said to the Marchioness, and of what the Marquess and Marchioness had both said, when they said that upon their words and honours they wished Mr. Norris the father, and Mrs. Norris the mother, and the Misses Norris the daughters, and Mr. Norris junior the son, would only take up their permanent residence in England, and give them the pleasure of their everlasting friendship, occupied a very considerable time. Martin thought it rather strange, and in some sort inconsistent, that during the whole of these narrations, and in the very meridian of their enjoyment thereof, both Mr. Norris the father and Mr. Norris junior the son, who corresponded every post with 4 members of the English peerage, enlarged upon the inestimable advantage of having no such arbitrary distinctions in that enlightened land, where there were no noblemen but nature's noblemen, and where all society was based on one broad level of brotherly love and natural equality. Indeed, Mr. Norris the father, gradually expanding into an oration on this swelling theme, was becoming tedious, when Mr. Bevan diverted his thoughts by happening to make some causal inquiry relative to the occupier of the next house; in reply to which this same Mr. Norris the father observed that that person entertained religious opinions of which he couldn't approve, and therefore he hadn't the honour of knowing the gentleman. Mrs. Norris the mother added another reason of her own, the same in effect, but varying in words, to wit, that she believed the people were well enough in their way, but they were not genteel. Another little trait came out which impressed itself on Martin forcibly. Mr. Bevan told them about Mark and the negro, and then it appeared that all the Norrises were abolitionists. It was a great relief to hear this, and Martin was so much encouraged on finding himself in such company, that he expressed his sympathy with the oppressed and wretched blacks. Now, one of the young ladies, the prettiest and most delicate, was mightily amused at the earnestness with which he spoke, and on his craving leave to ask her why, was quite unable for a time to speak for laughing. As soon, however, as she could, she told him that the negroes were such a funny people, so excessively ludicrous in their manners and appearance, that it was wholly impossible for those who knew them well to associate any serious ideas with such a very absurd part of the creation. Mr. Norris the father, and Mrs. Norris the mother, and Miss Norris the sister, and Mr. Norris junior the brother, and even Mrs. Norris senior the grandmother, were all of this opinion, and laid it down as an absolute matter of fact, as if there were nothing in suffering and slavery grim enough to cast a solemn air on any human animal, though it were as ridiculous physically as the most grotesque of apes, or morally as the mildest Nimrod among tuft-hunting republicans. In short, said Mr. Norris the father, settling the question comfortably, there is a natural antipathy between the races. Extending, said Martin's friend in a low voice, to the cruellest of tortures and the bargain and sale of unborn generations. Mr. Norris the son said nothing, but he made a wry face, and dusted his fingers as Hamlet might after getting rid of Yorick's skull, just as though he had that moment touched a negro and some of the black had come off upon his hands. In order that their talk might fall again into its former pleasant channel, Martin dropped the subject, with a shrewd suspicion that it would be a dangerous theme to revive under the best of circumstances, and again addressed himself to the young ladies, who were very gorgeously attired in very beautiful colours, and had every article of dress on the same extensive scale as the little shoes and the thin silk stockings. This suggested to him that they were great proficients in the French fashions, which soon turned out to be the case; for though their information appeared to be none of the newest, it was very extensive, and the eldest sister in particular, who was distinguished by a talent for metaphysics, the laws of hydraulic pressure, and the rights of humankind, had a novel way of combining these acquirements and bringing them to bear on any subject from millinery to the millennium, both inclusive, which was at once improving and remarkable; so much so, in short, that it was usually observed to reduce foreigners to a state of temporary insanity in 5 minutes. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Part 2, of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17, Part 2. Martin felt his reason going, and as a means of saving himself, besought the other sister, seeing a piano in the room, to sing. With this request she willingly complied, and a bravura concert, solely sustained by the Misses Norris, presently began. They sang in all languages except their own, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Swiss, but nothing native, nothing so low as native. For in this respect languages are like many other travellers, ordinary and commonplace enough at home, but specially genteel abroad. There is little doubt that in the course of time the Misses Norris would have come to Hebrew, if they had not been interrupted by an announcement from the Irishman, who, flinging open the door, cried in a loud voice, "Gineral Fladdock!" "My!" cried the sisters, desisting suddenly, "the General come back!" As they made the exclamation, the General, attired in full uniform for a ball, came darting in with such precipitancy that, hitching his boot in the carpet and getting his sword between his legs, he came down headlong, and presented a curious little bald place on the crown of his head to the eyes of the astonished company. Nor was this the worst of it, for being rather corpulent and very tight, the General, being down, could not get up again, but lay there writing and doing such things with his boots as there is no other instance of in military history. Of course there was an immediate rush to his assistance, and the General was promptly raised; but his uniform was so fearfully and wonderfully made that he came up stiff and without a bend in him, like a dead clown, and had no command whatever of himself until he was put quite flat upon the soles of his feet, when he became animated as by a miracle, and moving edgewise that he might go in a narrower compass, and be in less danger of fraying the gold lace on his epaulettes by brushing them against anything, advanced with a smiling visage to salute the lady of the house. To be sure, it would have been impossible for the family to testify purer delight and joy than at this unlooked for appearance of General Fladdock. The General was as warmly received as if New York had been in a state of siege, and no other general was to be got for love or money. He shook hands with the Norrises 3 times all round, and then reviewed them from a little distance, as a brave commander might, with his ample cloak drawn forward over the right shoulder and thrown back upon the left side to reveal his manly breast. "And do I then," cried the General, "once again behold the choicest spirits of my country?" "Yes," said Mr. Norris the father, "here we are, General." Then all the Norrises pressed round the General, inquiring how and where he had been since the date of his letter, and how he had enjoyed himself in foreign parts, and particularly and above all to what extent he had become acquainted with the great dukes, lords, viscounts, marquesses, duchesses, knights, and baronets, in whom the people of those benighted countries had delight. "Well, then, don't ask me," said the General, holding up his hand. "I was among 'em all the time, and have got public journals in my trunk with my name printed." He lowered his voice, and was very impressive here. "Among the fashionable news. But oh, the conventionalities of that amazing Europe!" "Ah!" cried Mr. Norris the father, giving his head a melancholy shake, and looking towards Martin as though he would say, "I can't deny it, sir. I would if I could." "The limited diffusion of a moral sense in that country," exclaimed the General. "The absence of a moral dignity in man." "Ah!" sighed all the Norrises, quite overwhelmed with despondency. "I couldn't have realised it," pursued the General, "without being located on the spot. Norris, your imagination is the imagination of a strong man, but you couldn't have realised it without being located on the spot." "Never," said Mr. Norris. "The exclusiveness, the pride, the form, the ceremony," exclaimed the General, emphasizing the article more vigorously at every repetition. "The artificial barriers set up between man and man, the division of the human race into court cards and plain cards of every denomination, into clubs, diamonds, spades, anything but heart." "Ah!" cried the whole family. "Too true, General." "But stay," cried Mr. Norris the father, taking him by the arm. "Surely you crossed in the Screw, General?" "Well, so I did," was the reply. "Possible!" cried the young ladies. "Only think!" The General seemed at a loss to understand why his having come home in the Screw should occasion such a sensation. Nor did he seem at all clearer on the subject when Mr. Norris, introducing him to Martin, said, "A fellow passenger of yours, I think." "Of mine?" exclaimed the General. "No." He had never seen Martin, but Martin had seen him, and recognized him, now that they stood face to face, as the gentleman who had stuck his hands in his pockets towards the end of the voyage, and walked the deck with his nostrils dilated. Everybody looked at Martin. There was no help for it. The truth must out. "I came over in the same ship as the General," said Martin, "but not in the same cabin. It being necessary for me to observe strict economy, I took my passage in the steerage." If the General had been carried up bodily to a loaded cannon, and required to let it off that moment, he could not have been in a state of greater consternation than when he heard these words. He, Fladdock in full militia uniform, Fladdock the General, Fladdock the caressed of foreign noblemen, expected to know a fellow who had come over in the steerage of a line of packet ship at the cost of £4 10, and meeting that fellow in the very sanctuary of New York fashion, and nestling in the bosom of the New York aristocracy, he almost laid his hand upon his sword. A deathlike stillness fell upon the Norrises. If this story should get wind, their country relation had, by his imprudence, for ever disgraced them. They were the bright particular stars of an exalted New York sphere. There were other fashionable spheres above them, and other fashionable spheres below, and none of the stars in any one of these spheres had anything to say to the stars in any other of these spheres. But through all the spheres it would go forth that the Norrises, deceived by gentlemanly manners and appearances, had, falling from their high estate, received a dollarless and unknown man. O guardian eagle of the pure republic, had they lived for this? "You will allow me," said Martin, after a terrible silence, "to take my leave. I feel that I am the cause of at least as much embarrassment here as I have brought upon myself. But I am bound, before I go, to exonerate this gentleman, who, in introducing me to such society, was quite ignorant of my unworthiness, I assure you." With that he made his bow to the Norrises, and walked out like a man of snow, very cool externally, but pretty hot within. "Come, come," said Mr. Norris the father, looking with a pale face on the assembled circle as Martin closed the door. "The young man has this night beheld a refinement of social manner, and an easy magnificence of social decoration, to which he is a stranger in his own country. Let us hope it may awake a moral sense within him." If that peculiarly transatlantic article, a moral sense, For if native statesmen, orators, and pamphleteers are to be believed, America quite monopolizes the commodity. If that peculiarly transatlantic article be supposed to include a benevolent love of all mankind, certainly Martin's would have borne just then a deal of waking. As he strode along the street with Mark at his heels, his immoral sense was in active operation, prompting him to the utterance of some rather sanguinary remarks which it was well for his own credit that nobody overheard. He had so far cooled down, however, that he had begun to laugh at the recollection of these incidents, when he heard another step behind him, and turning round encountered his friend Bevan quite out of breath. He drew his arm through Martin's, and entreating him to walk slowly, was silent for some minutes. At length he said, "I hope you exonerate me in another sense." "How do you mean?" asked Martin. "I hope you acquit me of intending or foreseeing the termination of our visit. But I scarcely need ask you that." "Scarcely indeed," said Martin. "I am the more beholden to you for your kindness when I find what kind of stuff the good citizens here are made of." "I reckon," his friend returned, "that they are made of pretty much the same stuff as other folks, if they would but own it, and not set up on false pretences." "In good faith, that's true," said Martin. "I dare say," resumed his friend, "you might have such a scene as that in an English comedy, and not detect any gross improbability or anomaly in the matter of it?" "Yes, indeed." "Doubtless it is more ridiculous here than anywhere else," said his companion, "but our professions are to blame for that. So far as I myself am concerned, I may add that I was perfectly aware from the first that you came over in the steerage, for I had seen the list of passengers, and knew it did not comprise your name." "I feel more obliged to you than before," said Martin. "Norris is a very good fellow in his way," observed Mr. Bevan. "Is he?" said Martin dryly. "Oh yes. There are 100 good points about him. If you or anybody else addressed him as another order of being, and sued to him in forma pauperis, he would be all kindness and consideration." "I needn't have travelled 3000 miles from home to find such a character as that," said Martin. Neither he nor his friend said anything more on the way back, each appearing to find sufficient occupation in his own thoughts. The tea, or the supper, or whatever else they called the evening meal, was over when they reached the Major's. But the cloth, ornamented with a few additional smears and stains, was still upon the table. At one end of the board Mrs. Jefferson Brick and two other ladies were drinking tea, out of the ordinary course evidently, for they were bonneted and shawled, and seemed to have just come home. By the light of 3 flaring candles of different lengths, in as many candlesticks of different patterns, the room showed to almost as little advantage as in broad day. These ladies were all 3 talking together in a very loud tone when Martin and his friend entered. But seeing those gentlemen, they stopped directly, and became excessively genteel, not to say frosty. As they went on to exchange some few remarks in whispers, the very water in the teapot might have fallen 20 degrees in temperature beneath their chilling coldness. "Have you been to meeting, Mrs. Brick?" asked Martin's friend, with something of a roguish twinkle in his eye. "To lecture, sir." "I beg your pardon, I forgot. You don't go to meeting, I think." Here the lady on the right of Mrs. Brick gave a pious cough, as much as to say, "I do," as indeed she did nearly every night in the week. "A good discourse, ma'am?" asked Mr. Bevan, addressing this lady. The lady raised her eyes in a pious manner, and answered, "Yes." She had been much comforted by some good strong peppery doctrine, which satisfactorily disposed of all her friends and acquaintances, and quite settled their business. Her bonnet, too, had far outshone every bonnet in the congregation, so she was tranquil on all accounts. "What course of lectures are you attending now, ma'am?" said Martin's friend, turning again to Mrs. Brick. "The Philosophy of the Soul, on Wednesdays." "On Mondays?" "The Philosophy of Crime." "On Fridays?" "The Philosophy of Vegetables." "You have forgotten Thursdays, the Philosophy of Government, my dear," observed the third lady. "No," said Mrs. Brick, "that's Tuesdays." "So it is," cried the lady. "The Philosophy of Matter on Thursdays, of course." "You see, Mr. Chuzzlewit, our ladies are fully employed," said Bevan. "Indeed you have reason to say so," answered Martin, Between these very grave pursuits abroad and family duties at home, their time must be pretty well engrossed." Martin stopped here, for he saw that the ladies regarded him with no very great favour, though what he had done to deserve the disdainful expression which appeared in their faces he was at a loss to divine. But on their going upstairs to their bedrooms, which they very soon did, Mr. Bevan informed him that domestic drudgery was far beneath the exalted range of these philosophers, and that the chances were 100 to 1 that not one of the three could perform the easiest woman's work for herself, or make the simplest article of dress for any of her children. Though whether they might not be better employed with such blunt instruments as knitting needles than with these edge tools, he said, is another question. But I can answer for one thing, they don't often cut themselves. Devotions and lectures are our balls and concerts. They go to these places of resort as an escape from monotony, look at each other's clothes, and come home again." "When you say home, do you mean a house like this?" "Very often. But I see you are tired to death, and will wish you good night. We will discuss your projects in the morning. You cannot but feel already that it is useless staying here with any hope of advancing them. You will have to go further." "And to fare worse?" said Martin, pursuing the old adage. "Well, I hope not, but sufficient for the day, you know. Good night." They shook hands heartily and separated. As soon as Martin was left alone, the excitement of novelty and change which had sustained him through all the fatigues of the day departed, and he felt so thoroughly dejected and worn out that he even lacked the energy to crawl upstairs to bed. In 12 or 15 hours how great a change had fallen on his hopes and sanguine plans! New and strange as he was to the ground on which he stood, and to the air he breathed, he could not, recalling all that he had crowded into that one day, but entertain a strong misgiving that his enterprise was doomed. Rash and ill-considered as it had often looked on shipboard, but had never seemed on shore, it wore a dismal aspect now that frightened him. Whatever thoughts he called up to his aid, they came upon him in depressing and discouraging shapes, and gave him no relief. Even the diamonds on his fingers sparkled with the brightness of tears, and had no ray of hope in all their brilliant lustre. He continued to sit in gloomy rumination by the stove, unmindful of the boarders who dropped in one by one from their stores and counting-houses, or the neighbouring bar-rooms, and after taking long pulls from a great white water-jug upon the sideboard, and lingering with a kind of hideous fascination near the brass spittoons, lounged heavily to bed, until at length Mark Tapley came and shook him by the arm, supposing him asleep. "Mark!" he cried, starting. "All right, sir," said that cheerful follower, snuffing with his fingers the candle he bore. "It ain't a very large bed, yourn, sir, and a man as wasn't thirsty might drink afore breakfast all the water you've got to wash in, and afterwards eat the towel. But you'll sleep without rocking to-night, sir." "I feel as if the house were on the sea," said Martin, staggering when he rose, "and am utterly wretched." "I'm as jolly as a sandboy myself, sir," said Mark. "But, Lord, I have reason to be. I ought to have been born here, that's my opinion. Take care how you go," for they were now ascending the stairs. "You recollect the gentleman aboard the Screw as had the very small trunk, sir? The valise? Yes. Well, sir, there's been a delivery of clean clothes from the wash to-night, and they're put outside the bedroom doors here. If you take notice as we go up what a very few shirts there are, and what a many fronts, you'll penetrate the mystery of his packing." But Martin was too weary and despondent to take heed of anything, so he had no interest in this discovery. Mr. Tapley, nothing dashed by his indifference, conducted him to the top of the house, and into the bedchamber prepared for his reception, which was a very little narrow room with half a window in it, a bedstead like a chest without a lid, 2 chairs, a piece of carpet, such as shoes are commonly tried upon at a ready-made establishment in England, a little looking-glass nailed against the wall, and a washing-table with a jug and ewer, that might have been mistaken for a milk-pot and slop-basin. "I suppose they polish themselves with a dry cloth in this country," said Mark. "They've certainly got a touch of the phoby, sir." "I wish you would pull off my boots for me," said Martin, dropping into one of the chairs. "I am quite knocked up. Dead beat, Mark." "You won't say that to-morrow morning, sir," returned Mr. Tapley. nor even to-night, sir, when you've made a trial of this." With which he produced a very large tumbler, piled up to the brim with little blocks of clear transparent ice, through which one or two thin slices of lemon and a golden liquid of delicious appearance appealed from the still depths below to the loving eyes of the spectator. "What do you call this?" said Martin. But Mr. Tapley made no answer, merely plunging a reed into the mixture, which caused a pleasant commotion among the pieces of ice, and signifying by an expressive gesture that it was to be pumped up through that agency by the enraptured drinker. Martin took the glass with an astonished look, applied his lips to the reed, and cast up his eyes once in ecstasy. He paused no more until the goblet was drained to the last drop. "There, sir," said Mark, taking it from him with a triumphant face. "If ever you should happen to be dead beat again when I ain't in the way, all you've got to do is ask the nearest man to go and fetch a cobbler." "To go and fetch a cobbler?" repeated Martin. "This wonderful invention, sir," said Mark, tenderly patting the empty glass, "is called a cobbler. Sherry cobbler when you name it long, cobbler when you name it short. Now you're equal to having your boots took off, and are, in every particular worth mentioning, another man." Having delivered himself of this solemn preface, he brought the boot jack. "Mind, I am not going to relapse, Mark," said Martin. "But, good heaven, if we should be left in some wild part of this country without goods or money—" "Well, sir," replied the imperturbable Tapley, "from what we've seen already, I don't know whether, under those circumstances, we shouldn't do better in the wild parts than in the tame ones." "Oh, Tom Pinch, Tom Pinch," said Martin in a thoughtful tone, "what would I give to be again beside you, and able to hear your voice, though it were even in the old bedroom at Pecksniff's." "Oh, dragon, dragon," echoed Mark cheerfully. "If there warn't any water between you and me, and nothing faint-hearted like in going back, I don't know that I mightn't say the same. But here am I, dragon, in New York, America, and there are you in Wiltshire, Europe, and there's a fortune to make, dragon, and a beautiful young lady to make it for. And whenever you go to see the monument, dragon, you mustn't give in on the doorsteps, or you'll never get up to the top." "Wisely said, Mark," cried Martin. "We must look forward." "In all the story books as ever I read, sir, the people as looked backward was turned into stones," replied Mark. "And my opinion always was, that they brought it on themselves, and it served 'em right. I wish you good night, sir, and pleasant dreams." "They must be of home, then," said Martin, as he lay down in bed. "So I say too," whispered Mark Tapley, when he was out of hearing and in his own room. "For if there don't come a time afore we're well out of this, when there'll be a little more credit in keeping up one's jollity, I'm a united statesman." Leaving them to blend and mingle in their sleep the shadows of objects afar off, as they take fantastic shapes upon the wall in the dim light of thought without control, be it the part of this slight chronicle, a dream within a dream, as rapidly to change the scene and cross the ocean to the English shore. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. Does business with the house of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, from which one of the partners retires unexpectedly. Change begets change. Nothing propagates so fast. If a man habituated to a narrow circle of cares and pleasures, out of which he seldom travels, step beyond it, though for never so brief a space, his departure from the monotonous scene on which he has been an actor of importance would seem to be the signal for instant confusion. As if, in the gap he had left, the wedge of change were driven to the head, rending what was a solid mass to fragments. Things cemented and held together by the usages of years burst asunder in as many weeks. The mine which time has slowly dug beneath familiar objects is sprung in an instant, and what was rock before becomes but sand and dust. Most men, at one time or other, have proved this in some degree. The extent to which the natural laws of change asserted their supremacy in that limited sphere of action which Martin had deserted, shall be faithfully set down in these pages. "What a cold spring it is!" whimpered old Anthony, drawing near the evening fire. "It was a warmer season, sure, when I was young." "You needn't go scorching your clothes into holes, whether it was or not," observed the amiable Jonas, raising his eyes from yesterday's newspaper. "Broadcloth ain't so cheap as that comes to." "A good lad!" cried the father, breathing on his cold hands, and feebly chafing them against each other. "A prudent lad! He never delivered himself up to the vanities of dress. No, no." "I don't know but I would, though, mind you, if I could do it for nothing," said his son, as he resumed the paper. "Ah," chuckled the old man, "if indeed! But it's very cold." "Let the fire be," cried Mr. Jonas, stopping his honoured parent's hand in the use of the poker. "Do you mean to come to want in your old age that you take to wasting now?" "There's not time for that, Jonas," said the old man. "Not time for what?" bawled his heir. "For me to come to want. I wish there was." "You always were as selfish an old blade as need be," said Jonas, in a voice too low for him to hear, and looking at him with an angry frown. "You act up to your character. You wouldn't mind coming to want, wouldn't you? I dare say you wouldn't, and your own flesh and blood might come to want too, might they, for anything you cared? Oh, you precious old flint!" After this dutiful address he took his teacup in his hand, for that meal was in progress, and the father and son and Chuffy were partakers of it. Then, looking steadfastly at his father, and stopping now and then to carry a spoonful of tea to his lips, he proceeded in the same tone, thus: "Want, indeed! You're a nice old man to be talking of want at this time of day. Beginning to talk of want, are you? Well, I declare! There isn't time? No, I should hope not. But you'd live to be a couple of 100 if you could, and after all be discontented, I know you." The old man sighed, and still sat cowering before the fire. Mr. Jonas shook his Britannium metal teaspoon at him, and taking a loftier position went on to argue the point on high moral grounds. "If you're in such a state of mind as that," he grumbled, but in the same subdued key, "why don't you make over your property, buy an annuity cheap, and make your life interesting to yourself and everybody else that watches the speculation? But no, that wouldn't suit you. That would be natural conduct to your own son, and you like to be unnatural, and to keep him out of his rights. Why, I should be ashamed of myself if I was you, and glad to hide my head in the what-you-may-call-it." Possibly this general phrase supplied the place of grave, or tomb, or sepulchre, or cemetery, or mausoleum, or other such word which the filial tenderness of Mr. Jonas made him delicate of pronouncing. He pursued the theme no further, for Chuffy, somehow discovering from his old corner by the fireside that Anthony was in the attitude of a listener, and that Jonas appeared to be speaking, suddenly cried out, like one inspired: "He is your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit, your own son, sir." Old Chuffy little suspected what depth of application these words had, or that, in the bitter satire which they bore, they might have sunk into the old man's very soul, could he have known what words were hanging on his own son's lips, or what was passing in his thoughts. But the voice diverted the current of Anthony's reflections, and roused him. "Yes, yes, Chuffy, Jonas is a chip off the old block. It is a very old block now, Chuffy," said the old man, with a strange look of discomposure. "Precious old," assented Jonas. "No, no, no," said Chuffy. "No, Mr. Chuzzlewit, not old at all, sir." "Oh, he's worse than ever, you know," cried Jonas, quite disgusted. "Upon my soul, father, he's getting too bad. Hold your tongue, will you?" "He says you're wrong," cried Anthony to the old clerk. "Tut, tut," was Chuffy's answer. "I know better. I say he's wrong. I say he's wrong. He's a boy, that's what he is. So are you, Mr. Chuzzlewit, a kind of boy. Ha, ha, ha. You're quite a boy to many I have known. You're a boy to me. You're a boy to hundreds of us. Don't mind him." With which extraordinary speech, for in the case of Chuffy this was a burst of eloquence without a parallel, the poor old shadow drew through his palsied arm his master's hand, and held it there with his own folded upon it, as if he would defend him. "I grow deafer every day, Chuff," said Anthony, with as much softness of manner, or, to describe it more correctly, with as little hardness as he was capable of expressing. "No, no," cried Chuffy. "No, you don't. What if you did? I've been deaf this 20 year." "I grow blinder too," said the old man, shaking his head. "That's a good sign," cried Chuffy. "Ha, ha! The best sign in the world. You saw too well before." He patted Anthony upon the hand as one might comfort a child, and drawing the old man's arm still further through his own, shook his trembling fingers towards the spot where Jonas sat, as though he would wave him off. But Anthony remaining quite still and silent, he relaxed his hold by slow degrees, and lapsed into his usual niche in the corner, merely putting forth his hand at intervals and touching his old employer gently on the coat, as with the design of assuring himself that he was yet beside him. Mr. Jonas was so very much amazed by these proceedings that he could do nothing but stare at the two old men, until Chuffy had fallen into his usual state and Anthony had sunk into a doze, when he gave some vent to his emotions by going close up to the former personage and making as though he would, in vulgar parlance, punch his head. "They've been carrying on this game," thought Jonas, in a brown study, "for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I never saw my father take so much notice of him as he has in that time. What? You're legacy hunting, are you, Mr. Chuff, eh?" But Chuffy was as little conscious of the thought as of the bodily advance of Mr. Jonas's clenched fist, which hovered fondly about his ear. When he had scowled at him to his heart's content, Jonas took the candle from the table, and walking into the glass office produced a bunch of keys from his pocket. With one of these he opened a secret drawer in the desk, peeping stealthily out as he did so, to be certain that the two old men were still before the fire. "All as right as ever," said Jonas, propping the lid of the desk open with his forehead and unfolding a paper. "Here's the will, Mr. Chuff. £30 a year for your maintenance, old boy, and all the rest to his only son Jonas. You needn't trouble yourself to be too affectionate. You won't get anything by it." "What's that?" It was startling, certainly. A face on the other side of the glass partition looking curiously in, and not at him but at the paper in his hand. For the eyes were attentively cast down upon the writing, and were swiftly raised when he cried out. Then they met his own, and were as the eyes of Mr. Pecksniff. Suffering the lid of the desk to fall with a loud noise, but not forgetting even then to lock it, Jonas, pale and breathless, gazed upon this phantom. It moved, opened the door, and walked in. "What's the matter?" cried Jonas, falling back. "Who is it? Where do you come from? What do you want?" "Matter!" cried the voice of Mr. Pecksniff, as Pecksniff in the flesh smiled amiably upon him. "The matter, Mr. Jonas?" "What are you prying and peering about here for?" said Jonas angrily. "What do you mean by coming up to town in this way and taking one unawares? It's precious odd a man can't read the newspaper in his own office without being startled out of his wits by people coming in without notice. Why didn't you knock at the door?" "So I did, Mr. Jonas," answered Pecksniff, "but no one heard me. I was curious," he added in his gentle way as he laid his hand upon the young man's shoulder, "to find out what part of the newspaper interested you so much, but the glass was too dim and dirty." Jonas glanced in haste at the partition. Well, it wasn't very clean. So far he spoke the truth. "Was it poetry, now?" said Mr. Pecksniff, shaking the forefinger of his right hand with an air of cheerful banter. "Or was it politics? Or was it the price of stock? The main chance, Mr. Jonas, the main chance, I suspect." "You ain't far from the truth," answered Jonas, recovering himself and snuffing the candle. "But how the deuce do you come to be in London again? Ecod, it's enough to make a man stare to see a fellow looking at him all of a sudden who he thought was 60 or 70 mile away." "So it is," said Mr. Pecksniff. "No doubt of it, my dear Mr. Jonas. For while the human mind is constituted as it is—" "Oh, bother the human mind!" interrupted Jonas with impatience. "What have you come up for?" "A little matter of business," said Mr. Pecksniff, "which has arisen quite unexpectedly." "Oh!" cried Jonas, "is that all? Well, here's father in the next room. Hallo, father, here's Pecksniff. He gets more addle-pated every day he lives, I do believe," muttered Jonas, shaking his honoured parent roundly. "Don't I tell you Pecksniff's here, stupid head?" The combined effects of the shaking and this loving remonstrance soon awoke the old man, who gave Mr. Pecksniff a chuckling welcome, which was attributable in part to his being glad to see that gentleman, and in part to his unfading delight in the recollection of having called him a hypocrite. As Mr. Pecksniff had not yet taken tea, indeed he had but an hour before arrived in London, the remains of the late collation, with a rasher of bacon, were served up for his entertainment, and as Mr. Jonas had a business appointment in the next street, he stepped out to keep it, promising to return before Mr. Pecksniff could finish his repast. "And now, my good sir," said Mr. Pecksniff to Anthony, "now that we are alone, pray tell me what I can do for you. I say alone, because I believe that our dear friend Mr. Chuffey is, metaphysically speaking, shall I say a dummy?" asked Mr. Pecksniff, with his sweetest smile and his head very much on one side. "He neither hears us," replied Anthony, "nor sees us." "Why then," said Mr. Pecksniff, "I will be bold to say, with the utmost sympathy for his afflictions, and the greatest admiration of those excellent qualities which do equal honour to his head and to his heart, that he is what is playfully termed a dummy. You were going to observe, my dear sir." "I was not going to make any observation that I know of," replied the old man. "I was," said Mr. Pecksniff mildly. "Oh, you were. What was it?" "That I never," said Mr. Pecksniff, previously rising to see that the door was shut, and arranging his chair when he came back, so that it could not be opened in the least without his immediately becoming aware of the circumstance, "that I never in my life was so astonished as by the receipt of your letter yesterday. That you should do me the honour to wish to take counsel with me on any matter amazed me, but that you should desire to do so to the exclusion even of Mr. Jonas, showed an amount of confidence in one to whom you had done a verbal injury, merely a verbal injury you were anxious to repair, which gratified, which moved, which overcame me." He was always a glib speaker, but he delivered this short address very glibly, having been at some pains to compose it outside the coach. Although he paused for a reply, and truly said that he was there at Anthony's request, the old man sat gazing at him in profound silence and with a perfectly blank face. Nor did he seem to have the least desire or impulse to pursue the conversation, though Mr. Pecksniff looked towards the door, and pulled out his watch, and gave him many other hints that their time was short, and Jonas, if he kept his word, would soon return. But the strangest incident in all this strange behaviour was, that of a sudden, in a moment, so swiftly that it was impossible to trace how, or to observe any process of change, his features fell into their old expression, and he cried, striking his hand passionately upon the table as if no interval at all had taken place, "Will you hold your tongue, sir, and let me speak?" Mr. Pecksniff deferred to him with a submissive bow, and said within himself, "I knew his hand was changed, and that his writing staggered. I said so yesterday. Ahem! Dear me!" "Jonas is sweet upon your daughter, Pecksniff," said the old man, in his usual tone. "We spoke of that, if you remember, sir, at Mrs. Todgers's," replied the courteous architect. "You needn't speak so loud," retorted Anthony. "I'm not so deaf as that." Mr. Pecksniff had certainly raised his voice pretty high, not so much because he thought Anthony was deaf, as because he felt convinced that his perceptive faculties were waxing dim; but this quick resentment of his considerate behaviour greatly disconcerted him, and not knowing what tack to shape his course upon, he made another inclination of the head, yet more submissive than the last. "I have said," repeated the old man, "that Jonas is sweet upon your daughter." "A charming girl, sir," murmured Mr. Pecksniff, seeing that he waited for an answer. "A dear girl, Mr. Chuzzlewit, though I say it who should not." "You know better," cried the old man, advancing his weazen face at least a yard, and starting forward in his chair to do it. "You lie! What, you will be a hypocrite, will you?" "My good sir," Mr. Pecksniff began. "Don't call me a good sir," retorted Anthony, "and don't claim to be one yourself. If your daughter was what you would have me believe, she wouldn't do for Jonas. Being what she is, I think she will. He might be deceived in a wife. She might run riot, contract debts, and waste his substance. Now when I am dead—" His face altered so horribly as he said the word that Mr. Pecksniff really was fain to look another way. "It will be worse for me to know of such doings than if I was alive, for to be tormented for getting that together, which even while I suffer for its acquisition is flung into the very kennels of the streets, would be insupportable torture. No," said the old man hoarsely, "let that be saved at least. Let there be something gained and kept fast hold of when so much is lost." "My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit," said Pecksniff, "these are unwholesome fancies. Quite unnecessary, sir, quite uncalled for, I am sure. The truth is, my dear sir, that you are not well." "Not dying, though," cried Anthony, with something like the snarl of a wild animal. "Not yet. There are years of life in me. Why, look at him," pointing to his feeble clerk. "Death has no right to leave him standing and to mow me down." Mr. Pecksniff was so much afraid of the old man, and so completely taken aback by the state in which he found him, that he had not even presence of mind enough to call up a scrap of morality from the great storehouse within his own breast. Therefore he stammered out that no doubt it was, in fairness and decency, Mr. Chuffey's turn to expire, and that from all he had heard of Mr. Chuffey, and the little he had the pleasure of knowing of that gentleman personally, he felt convinced in his own mind that he would see the propriety of expiring with as little delay as possible. "Come here," said the old man, beckoning him to draw nearer. "Jonas will be my heir. Jonas will be rich, and a great catch for you. You know that. Jonas is sweet upon your daughter." "I know that too," thought Mr. Pecksniff, "for you have said it often enough." "He might get more money than with her," said the old man, "but she will help him to take care of what they have. She is not too young or heedless, and comes of a good hard griping stock. But don't you play too fine a game. She only holds him by a thread, and if you draw it too tight, I know his temper, it'll snap. Bind him when he's in the mood, Pecksniff. Bind him. You're too deep. In your way of leading him on, you'll leave him miles behind. Bah, you man of oil, have I no eyes to see how you have angled with him from the first?" "Now I wonder," thought Mr. Pecksniff, looking at him with a wistful face, "whether this is all he has to say." Old Anthony rubbed his hands and muttered to himself, complained again that he was cold, drew his chair before the fire, and sitting with his back to Mr. Pecksniff and his chin sunk down upon his breast, was in another minute quite regardless or forgetful of his presence. Uncouth and unsatisfactory as this short interview had been, it had furnished Mr. Pecksniff with a hint which, supposing nothing further were imparted to him, repaid the journey up and home again. For the good gentleman had never, for want of an opportunity, dived into the depths of Mr. Jonas's nature, and any recipe for catching such a son-in-law, much more one written on a leaf out of his own father's book, was worth the having. In order that he might lose no chance of improving so fair an opportunity by allowing Anthony to fall asleep before he had finished all he had to say, Mr. Pecksniff, in the disposal of the refreshments on the table, a work to which he now applied himself in earnest, resorted to many ingenious contrivances for attracting his attention, such as coughing, sneezing, clattering the teacups, sharpening the knives, dropping the loaf, and so forth. But all in vain, for Mr. Jonas returned, and Anthony had said no more. "What, my father asleep again?" he cried, as he hung up his hat and cast a look at him. "Ah, and snoring, only hear." "He snores very deep," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Snores deep!" repeated Jonas. "Yes, let him alone for that. He'll snore for 6 at any time." "Do you know, Mr. Jonas," said Pecksniff, "that I think your father is, don't let me alarm you, breaking." "Oh, is he though?" replied Jonas, with a shake of the head, which expressed the closeness of his dutiful observation. "Ecod, you don't know how tough he is. He ain't upon the move yet." "It struck me that he was changed, both in his appearance and manner," said Mr. Pecksniff. "That's all you know about it," returned Jonas, seating himself with a melancholy air. "He never was better than he is now. How are they all at home? How's Charity?" "Blooming, Mr. Jonas, blooming." "And the other one, how's she?" "Volatile trifler," said Mr. Pecksniff, fondly musing. "She is well, she is well. Roving from parlour to bedroom, Mr. Jonas, like a bee. Skimming from post to pillar like the butterfly. Dipping her young beak into our currant wine like the humming bird. Ah, were she a little less giddy than she is, and had she but the sterling qualities of Cherry, my young friend." "Is she so very giddy then?" asked Jonas. "Well, well," said Mr. Pecksniff with great feeling, "let me not be hard upon my child. Beside her sister Cherry she appears so. A strange noise that, Mr. Jonas." "Something wrong in the clock, I suppose," said Jonas, glancing towards it. "So the other one ain't your favourite, ain't she?" The fond father was about to reply, and had already summoned into his face a look of most intense sensibility, when the sound he had already noticed was repeated. "'Pon my word, Mr. Jonas, that is a very extraordinary clock," said Pecksniff. It would have been if it had made the noise which startled them, but another kind of timepiece was fast running down, and from that the sound proceeded. A scream from Chuffy, rendered 100 times more loud and formidable by his silent habits, made the house ring from roof to cellar, and looking round they saw Anthony Chuzzlewit extended on the floor with the old clerk upon his knees beside him. He had fallen from his chair in a fit, and lay there, battling for each gasp of breath, with every shrivelled vein and sinew starting in its place, as if it were bent on bearing witness to his age, and sternly pleading with nature against his recovery. It was frightful to see how the principle of life, shut up within his withered frame, fought like a strong devil mad to be released, and rent its ancient prison house. A young man in the fullness of his vigour, struggling with so much strength of desperation, would have been a dismal sight; but an old shrunken body, endowed with preternatural might, and giving the lie in every motion of its every limb and joint to its enfeebled aspect, was a hideous spectacle indeed. They raised him up, and fetched a surgeon with all haste, who bled the patient and applied some remedies; but the fits held him so long that it was past midnight when they got him, quiet now but quite unconscious and exhausted, into bed. "Don't go," said Jonas, putting his ashy lips to Mr. Pecksniff's ear, and whispered across the bed, "It was a mercy you were present when he was taken ill. Some one might have said it was my doing." "Your doing!" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "I don't know but they might," he replied, wiping the moisture from his white face. "People say such things. How does he look now?" Mr. Pecksniff shook his head. "I used to joke, you know," said Jonas, "but I never wished him dead. Do you think he's very bad?" "The doctor said he was. You heard," was Mr. Pecksniff's answer. "Ah, but he might say that to charge us more, in case of his getting well," said Jonas. "You mustn't go away, Pecksniff. Now it's come to this, I wouldn't be without a witness for £1,000." Chuffy said not a word, and heard not a word. He had sat himself down in a chair at the bedside, and there he remained, motionless, except that he sometimes bent his head over the pillow and seemed to listen. He never changed in this, though once in the dreary night Mr. Pecksniff, having dozed, awoke with a confused impression that he had heard him praying, and strangely mingling figures, not of speech but arithmetic, with his broken prayers. Jonas sat there too all night, not where his father could have seen him had his consciousness returned, but hiding, as it were, behind him, and only reading how he looked in Mr. Pecksniff's eyes. He, the coarse upstart who had ruled the house so long, that craven cur who was afraid to move and shook so that his very shadow fluttered on the wall. It was broad, bright, stirring day, when, leaving the old clerk to watch him, they went down to breakfast. People hurried up and down the street. Windows and doors were opened. Thieves and beggars took their usual posts. Workmen bestirred themselves. Tradesmen set forth their shops. Bailiffs and constables were on the watch. All kinds of human creatures strove, in their several ways, as hard to live as the one sick old man who combated for every grain of sand in his fast emptying glass, as eagerly as if it were an empire. "If anything happens, Pecksniff," said Jonas, "you must promise me to stop here till it's all over. You shall see that I do what's right." "I know that you will do what's right, Mr. Jonas," said Pecksniff. "Yes, yes, but I won't be doubted. No one shall have it in his power to say a syllable against me," he returned. "I know how people will talk, just as if he wasn't old, or I had the secret of keeping him alive." Mr. Pecksniff promised that he would remain if circumstances should render it, in his esteemed friend's opinion, desirable. They were finishing their meal in silence, when suddenly an apparition stood before them, so ghastly to the view that Jonas shrieked aloud, and both recoiled in horror. Old Anthony, dressed in his usual clothes, was in the room, beside the table. He leaned upon the shoulder of his solitary friend, and on his livid face, and on his horny hands, and in his glassy eyes, and traced by an eternal finger in the very drops of sweat upon his brow, was one word: Death. He spoke to them, in something of his own voice too, but sharpened and made hollow, like a dead man's face. What he would have said, God knows. He seemed to utter words, but they were such as man had never heard. And this was the most fearful circumstance of all, to see him standing there, gabbling in an unearthly tongue. "He's better now," said Chuffey, "better now. Let him sit in his old chair, and he'll be well again. I told him not to mind. I said so yesterday." They put him in his easy chair, and wheeled it near the window; then, swinging open the door, exposed him to the free current of morning air. But not all the air that is, nor all the winds that ever blew twixt heaven and earth, could have brought new life to him. Plunge him to the throat in golden pieces now, and his heavy fingers shall not close on one. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. The reader is brought into communication with some professional persons, and sheds a tear over the filial piety of good Mr. Jonas. Mr. Pecksniff was in a hackney cabriolet, for Jonas Chuzzlewit had said spare no expense. Mankind is evil in its thoughts and in its base constructions, and Jonas was resolved it should not have an inch to stretch into an ell against him. It never should be charged upon his father's son that he had grudged the money for his father's funeral. Hence, until the obsequies should be concluded, Jonas had taken for his motto, "Spend and spare not." Mr. Pecksniff had been to the undertaker, and was now upon his way to another officer in the train of mourning, a female functionary, a nurse and watcher and performer of nameless offices about the persons of the dead, whom he had recommended. Her name, as Mr. Pecksniff gathered from a scrap of writing in his hand, was Gamp. Her residence in Kingsgate Street, High Holborn. So Mr. Pecksniff, in a hackney cab, was rattling over Holborn stones in quest of Mrs. Gamp. This lady lodged at a bird fancier's, next door but one to the celebrated mutton pie shop, and directly opposite to the original cat's meat warehouse, the renown of which establishments was duly heralded on their respective fronts. It was a little house, and this was the more convenient, for Mrs. Gamp being, in her highest walk of art, a monthly nurse, or, as her signboard boldly had it, midwife, and lodging in the first floor front, was easily assailable at night by pebbles, walking sticks, and fragments of tobacco pipe, all much more efficacious than the street door-knocker, which was so constructed as to wake the street with ease, and even spread alarms of fire in Holborn, without making the smallest impression on the premises to which it was addressed. It chanced on this particular occasion that Mrs. Gamp had been up all the previous night, in attendance upon a ceremony to which the usage of gossips has given that name which expresses in 2 syllables the curse pronounced on Adam. It chanced that Mrs. Gamp had not been regularly engaged, but had been called in at a crisis, in consequence of her great repute, to assist another professional lady with her advice; and thus it happened that, all points of interest in the case being over, Mrs. Gamp had come home again to the bird fancier's and gone to bed. So when Mr. Pecksniff drove up in the hackney cab, Mrs. Gamp's curtains were drawn close, and Mrs. Gamp was fast asleep behind them. If the bird fancier had been at home, as he ought to have been, there would have been no great harm in this; but he was out, and his shop was closed. The shutters were down, certainly, and in every pane of glass there was at least one tiny bird, in a tiny bird cage, twittering and hopping his little ballet of despair, and knocking his head against the roof, while one unhappy goldfinch, who lived outside a red villa with his name on the door, drew the water for his own drinking, and mutely appealed to some good man to drop a farthing's worth of poison in it. Still the door was shut. Mr. Pecksniff tried the latch and shook it, causing a cracked bell inside to ring most mournfully, but no one came. The bird fancier was an easy shaver also, and a fashionable hairdresser also, and perhaps he had been sent for express from the court end of the town to trim a lord or cut and curl a lady; but however that might be, there upon his own ground he was not, nor was there any more distinct trace of him to assist the imagination of an inquirer than a professional print or emblem of his calling, much favoured in the trade, representing a hairdresser of easy manners curling a lady of distinguished fashion in the presence of a patent upright grand pianoforte. Noting these circumstances, Mr. Pecksniff, in the innocence of his heart, applied himself to the knocker; but at the first double knock every window in the street became alive with female heads, and before he could repeat the performance, whole troops of married ladies, some about to trouble Mrs. Gamp themselves very shortly, came flocking round the steps, all crying out with one accord and with uncommon interest, "Knock at the winder, sir, knock at the winder! Lord bless you, don't lose no more time than you can help. Knock at the winder!" Acting upon this suggestion, and borrowing the driver's whip for the purpose, Mr. Pecksniff soon made a commotion among the first floor flower pots, and roused Mrs. Gamp, whose voice, to the great satisfaction of the matrons, was heard to say, "I'm coming." "He's as pale as a muffin," said one lady, in allusion to Mr. Pecksniff. "So he ought to be, if he's the feelings of a man," observed another. A third lady, with her arms folded, said she wished he had chosen any other time for fetching Mrs. Gamp, but it always happened so with her. It gave Mr. Pecksniff much uneasiness to find, from these remarks, that he was supposed to have come to Mrs. Gamp upon an errand touching, not the close of life, but the other end. Mrs. Gamp herself was under the same impression, for, throwing open the windows, she cried behind the curtains as she hastily attired herself, "Is it Mrs. Perkins?" "No," returned Mr. Pecksniff sharply, "nothing of the sort." "What, Mr. Wilks?" cried Mrs. Gamp. "Don't say it's you, Mr. Wilks! And that poor creature, Mrs. Wilks, with not even a pincushion ready! Don't say it's you, Mr. Wilks!" "It isn't Mr. Wilks," said Pecksniff. "I don't know the man. Nothing of the kind. A gentleman is dead, and some person being wanted in the house, you have been recommended by Mr. Mould, the undertaker." As she was by this time in a condition to appear, Mrs. Gamp, who had a face for all occasions, looked out of the window with her mourning countenance, and said she would be down directly. But the matrons took it very ill that Mr. Pecksniff's mission was of so unimportant a kind, and the lady with her arms folded rated him in good round terms, signifying that she would be glad to know what he meant by terrifying delicate females with his corpses, and giving it as her opinion that he was quite ugly enough to know better. The other ladies were not at all behindhand in expressing similar sentiments, and the children, of whom some scores had now collected, hooted and defied Mr. Pecksniff quite savagely. So when Mrs. Gamp appeared, the unoffending gentleman was glad to hustle her with very little ceremony into the cabriolet, and drive off overwhelmed with popular execration. Mrs. Gamp had a large bundle with her, a pair of pattens, and a species of gig umbrella, the latter article in colour like a faded leaf, except where a circular patch of a lively blue had been dexterously let in at the top. She was much flurried by the haste she had made, and laboured under the most erroneous views of cabriolets, which she appeared to confound with mail coaches or stage waggons, inasmuch as she was constantly endeavouring for the first half-mile to force her luggage through the little front window, and clamouring to the driver to put it in the boot. When she was disabused of this idea, her whole being resolved itself into an absorbing anxiety about her patents, with which she played innumerable games at quoits on Mr. Pecksniff's legs. It was not until they were close upon the house of mourning that she had enough composure to observe, "And so the gentleman's dead, sir. Ah, the more's the pity. She didn't even know his name. But it's what we must all come to. It's as certain as being born, except that we can't make our calculations as exact. Ah, poor dear." She was a fat old woman, this Mrs. Gamp, with a husky voice and a moist eye, which she had a remarkable power of turning up, and only showing the white of it. Having very little neck, it cost her some trouble to look over herself, if one may say so, at those to whom she talked. She wore a very rusty black gown, rather the worse for snuff, and a shawl and bonnet to correspond. In these dilapidated articles of dress she had on principle arrayed herself, time out of mind, on such occasions as the present, for this at once expressed a decent amount of veneration for the deceased, and invited the next of kin to present her with a fresher suit of weeds, an appeal so frequently successful that the very fetch and ghost of Mrs. Gamp, bonnet and all, might be seen hanging up any hour in the day in at least a dozen of the second-hand clothes shops about Holborn. The face of Mrs. Gamp, the nose in particular, was somewhat red and swollen, and it was difficult to enjoy her society without becoming conscious of a smell of spirits. Like most persons who have attained to great eminence in their profession, she took to hers very kindly, insomuch that, setting aside her natural predilections as a woman, she went to a lying in or a laying out with equal zest and relish. "Ah!" repeated Mrs. Gamp, for it was always a safe sentiment in cases of mourning. "Ah, dear! When Gamp was summoned to his long home, and I see him a lying in Guy's Hospital with a penny piece on each eye, and his wooden leg under his left arm, I thought I should have fainted away. But I bore up." If certain whispers current in the Kingsgate Street circles had any truth in them, she had indeed borne up surprisingly, and had exerted such uncommon fortitude as to dispose of Mr. Gamp's remains for the benefit of science. But it should be added, in fairness, that this had happened 20 years before, and that Mr. and Mrs. Gamp had long been separated on the ground of incompatibility of temper in their drink. "You have become indifferent since then, I suppose," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Use is second nature, Mrs. Gamp." "You may well say second nater, sir," returned that lady. "One's first ways is to find sich things a trial to the feelings, and so is one's lasting custom. If it wasn't for the nerve a little sip of liquor gives me, I never was able to do more than taste it. I never could go through with what I sometimes has to do. 'Mrs. Harris,' I says, at the very last case as ever I acted in, which it was but a young person, 'Mrs. Harris,' I says, 'leave the bottle on the chimley piece, and don't ask me to take none, but let me put my lips to it when I am so dispoged, and then I will do what I'm engaged to do, according to the best of my ability.' 'Mrs. Gamp,' she says in answer, 'if ever there was a sober creetur to be got at 18 pence a day for working people, and 3 and 6 for gentlefolks, night watching,' said Mrs. Gamp with emphasis, 'being a extra charge, you are that inwalable person. Mrs. Harris,' I says to her, 'don't name the charge, for if I could afford to lay all my feller creeturs out for nothink, I would gladly do it, sich is the love I bears 'em. But what I always says to them as has the management of matters, Mrs. Harris,' here she kept her eye on Mr. Pecksniff, 'be they gents or be they ladies, is, don't ask me whether I won't take none, or whether I will, but leave the bottle on the chimley piece, and let me put my lips to it when I am so dispoged.' The conclusion of this affecting narrative brought them to the house. In the passage they encountered Mr. Mould, the undertaker, a little elderly gentleman, bald and in a suit of black, with a note-book in his hand, a massive gold watch chain dangling from his fob, and a face in which a queer attempt at melancholy was at odds with a smirk of satisfaction, so that he looked as a man might who, in the very act of smacking his lips over choice old wine, tried to make believe it was physic. "Well, Mrs. Gamp, and how are you, Mrs. Gamp?" said this gentleman, in a voice as soft as his step. "Pretty well, I thank you, sir," dropping a curtsy. "You'll be very particular here, Mrs. Gamp. This is not a common case, Mrs. Gamp. Let everything be very nice and comfortable, Mrs. Gamp, if you please," said the undertaker, shaking his head with a solemn air. "It shall be, sir," she replied, curtsying again. "You knows me of old, sir, I hope." "I hope so too, Mrs. Gamp," said the undertaker, "and I think so also." Mrs. Gamp curtsied again. "This is one of the most impressive cases, sir," he continued, addressing Mr. Pecksniff, "that I have seen in the whole course of my professional experience." "Indeed, Mr. Mould!" cried that gentleman. "Such affectionate regret, sir, I never saw. There is no limitation. There is positively no limitation," opening his eyes wide and standing on tiptoe, "in point of expense. I have orders, sir, to put on my whole establishment of mutes, and mutes come very dear, Mr. Pecksniff, not to mention their drink, to provide silver-plated handles of the very best description, ornamented with angels' heads from the most expensive dyes, to be perfectly profuse in feathers, in short, sir, to turn out something absolutely gorgeous." "My friend Mr. Jonas is an excellent man," said Mr. Pecksniff. "I have seen a good deal of what is filial in my time, sir," retorted Mould, "and what is unfilial too. It is our lot. We come into the knowledge of those secrets. But anything so filial as this, anything so honourable to human nature, so calculated to reconcile all of us to the world we live in, never yet came under my observation. It only proves, sir, what was so forcibly observed by the lamented theatrical poet buried at Stratford, that there is good in everything." "It is very pleasant to hear you say so, Mr. Mould," observed Pecksniff. "You are very kind, sir. And what a man Mr. Chuzzlewit was, sir! Ah, what a man he was! You may talk of your Lord Mayors," said Mould, waving his hand at the public in general, "your sheriffs, your common councilmen, your trumpery, but show me a man in this city who is worthy to walk in the shoes of the departed Mr. Chuzzlewit. No, no," cried Mould, with bitter sarcasm, "hang 'em up! Hang 'em up, sole 'em and heel 'em, and have 'em ready for his son against he's old enough to wear 'em. But don't try 'em on yourselves, for they won't fit you. We knew him," said Mould, in the same biting vein, as he pocketed his notebook. "We knew him, and are not to be caught with chaff. Mr. Pecksniff, sir, good morning." Mr. Pecksniff returned the compliment, and Mould, sensible of having distinguished himself, was going away with a brisk smile, when he fortunately remembered the occasion. Quickly becoming depressed again, he sighed, looked into the crown of his hat as if for comfort, put it on without finding any, and slowly departed. Mrs. Gamp and Mr. Pecksniff then ascended the staircase, and the former, having been shown to the chamber in which all that remained of Anthony Chuzzlewit lay covered up, with but one loving heart, and that a halting one, to mourn it, left the latter free to enter the darkened room below and rejoin Mr. Jonas, from whom he had now been absent nearly 2 hours. He found that example to bereaved sons, and pattern in the eyes of all performers of funerals, musing over a fragment of writing paper on the desk, and scratching figures on it with a pen. The old man's chair and hat and walking stick were removed from their accustomed places and put out of sight. The window blinds, as yellow as November fogs, were drawn down close. Jonas himself was so subdued that he could scarcely be heard to speak, and only seen to walk across the room. "Pecksniff," he said in a whisper, "you shall have the regulation of it all, mind. You shall be able to tell anybody who talks about it that everything was correctly and nicely done. There isn't any one you'd like to ask to the funeral, is there?" "No, Mr. Jonas, I think not." "Because if there is, you know," said Jonas, "ask him. We don't want to make a secret of it." "No," repeated Mr. Pecksniff, after a little reflection. "I am not the less obliged to you on that account, Mr. Jonas, for your liberal hospitality, but there really is no one." "Very well," said Jonas. "Then you and I and Chuffey and the doctor will be just a coach full. We'll have the doctor, Pecksniff, because he knows what was the matter with him, and that it couldn't be helped." "Where's our dear friend Mr. Chuffey?" asked Pecksniff, looking round the chamber and winking both his eyes at once, for he was overcome by his feelings. But here he was interrupted by Mrs. Gamp, who, divested of her bonnet and shawl, came sidling and bridling into the room, and with some sharpness demanded a conference outside the door with Mr. Pecksniff. "You may say whatever you wish to say here, Mrs. Gamp," said that gentleman, shaking his head with a melancholy expression. "It is not much as I have to say when people is a mourning for the dead and gone," said Mrs. Gamp. "But what I have to say is to the pint and purpose, and no offence intended, must be so considered. I have been at a many places in my time, gentlemen, and I hope I knows what my duties is, and how the same should be performed. In course, if I did not, it would be very strange and very wrong in such a gentleman as Mr. Mould, which has undertook the highest families in this land, and given every satisfaction, so to recommend me as he does. I have seen a deal of trouble my own self," said Mrs. Gamp, laying greater and greater stress upon her words, "and I can feel for them as has their feelings tried. But I am not a Rooshian or a Prooshian, and consequently cannot suffer spies to be set over me." Before it was possible that an answer could be returned, Mrs. Gamp, growing redder in the face, went on to say, "It is not a easy matter, gentlemen, to live when you are left a widder woman, particular when your feelings works upon you to that extent that you often find yourself a going out on terms which is a certain loss, and never can repay. But in whatever way you earns your bread, you may have rules and regulations of your own which cannot be broke through. Some people," said Mrs. Gamp, again entrenching herself behind her strong point, as if it were not assailable by human ingenuity, "may be Rooshians, and others may be Prooshians. They are born so, and will please themselves. Them which is of other naturs thinks different." "If I understand this good lady," said Mr. Pecksniff, turning to Jonas, "Mr. Chuffey is troublesome to her. Shall I fetch him down?" "Do," said Jonas. "I was going to tell you he was up there," when she came in. "I'd go myself and bring him down, only I'd rather you went, if you don't mind." Mr. Pecksniff promptly departed, followed by Mrs. Gamp, who, seeing that he took a bottle and glass from the cupboard and carried it in his hand, was much softened. "I am sure," she said, "that if it wasn't for his own happiness, I should no more mind him being there, poor dear, than if he was a fly. But them as isn't used to these things thinks so much of 'em afterwards, that it's a kindness to 'em not to let 'em have their wish. And even," said Mrs. Gamp, probably in reference to some flowers of speech she had already strewn on Mr. Chuffey, "even if one calls 'em names, it's only done to rouse 'em." Whatever epithets she had bestowed on the old clerk, they had not roused him. He sat beside the bed, in the chair he had occupied all the previous night, with his hands folded before him, and his head bowed down, and neither looked up on their entrance, nor gave any sign of consciousness, until Mr. Pecksniff took him by the arm, when he meekly rose. "60 and 10," said Chuffey. "Ought and carry 7. Some men are so strong that they live to 80. 4 times oughts and ought. 4 times 2's and 8, 80. Oh, why didn't he live to 4 times oughts and ought, and 4 times 2's and 8, 80? Ah, what a wail of grief!" cried Mrs. Gamp, possessing herself of the bottle and glass. "Why did he die before his poor old crazy servant?" said Chuffey, clasping his hands and looking up in anguish. "Take him from me, and what remains?" "Mr. Jonas," returned Pecksniff. "Mr. Jonas, my good friend." "I loved him," cried the old man, weeping. "He was good to me. We learnt tare and tret together at school. I took him down once. 6 boys in the arithmetic class, God forgive me, had the heart to take him down." "Come, Mr. Chuffey," said Pecksniff, "come with me. Summon up your fortitude, Mr. Chuffey." "Yes, I will," returned the old clerk. "Yes, I'll sum up my 40. How many times 40? Oh, Chuzzlewit and Son, your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit, your own son, sir." He yielded to the hand that guided him, as he lapsed into this familiar expression, and submitted to be led away. Mrs. Gamp, with the bottle on one knee and the glass on the other, sat upon a stool, shaking her head for a long time, until, in a moment of abstraction, she poured out a dram of spirits, and raised it to her lips. It was succeeded by a second and by a third, and then her eyes, either in the sadness of her reflections upon life and death, or in her admiration of the liquor, were so turned up as to be quite invisible; but she shook her head still. Poor Chuffey was conducted to his accustomed corner, and there he remained, silent and quiet, save at long intervals, when he would rise and walk about the room and wring his hands, or raise some strange and sudden cry. For a whole week they all three sat about the hearth and never stirred abroad. Mr. Pecksniff would have walked out in the evening time, but Mr. Jonas was so averse to his being absent for a minute that he abandoned the idea; and so, from morning until night, they brooded together in the dark room, without relief or occupation. The weight of that which was stretched out, stiff and stark, in the awful chamber above stairs, so crushed and bore down Jonas that he bent beneath the load. During the whole long 7 days and nights he was always oppressed and haunted by a dreadful sense of its presence in the house. Did the door move, he looked towards it with a livid face and starting eye, as if he fully believed that ghostly fingers clutched the handle. Did the fire flicker in a draught of air, he glanced over his shoulder, as almost dreading to behold some shrouded figure fanning and flapping at it with its fearful dress. The lightest noise disturbed him, and once in the night, at the sound of a footstep overhead, he cried out that the dead man was walking, tramp, 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 about his coffin. He lay at night upon a mattress on the floor of the sitting room, his own chamber having been assigned to Mrs. Gamp, and Mr. Pecksniff was similarly accommodated. The howling of a dog before the house filled him with a terror he could not disguise. He avoided the reflection in the opposite windows of the light that burned above, as though it had been an angry eye. He often and every night rose up from his fitful sleep, and looked and longed for dawn. All directions and arrangements, even to the ordering of their daily meals, he abandoned to Mr. Pecksniff. That excellent gentleman, deeming that the mourner wanted comfort, and that high feeding was likely to do him infinite service, availed himself of these opportunities to such good purpose that they kept quite a dainty table during this melancholy season, with sweetbreads, stewed kidneys, oysters, and other such light viands for supper every night, over which, and sundry jorums of hot punch, Mr. Pecksniff delivered such moral reflections and spiritual consolation as might have converted a heathen, especially if he had had but an imperfect acquaintance with the English tongue. Nor did Mr. Pecksniff alone indulge in the creature comforts during this sad time. Mrs. Gamp proved to be very choice in her eating, and repudiated hashed mutton with scorn. In her drinking, too, she was very punctual and particular, requiring a pint of mild porter at lunch, a pint at dinner, half a pint as a species of stay or holdfast between dinner and tea, and a pint of the celebrated staggering ale, or real old Brighton tipper, at supper, besides the bottle on the chimney-piece, and such casual invitations to refresh herself with wine as the good breeding of her employers might prompt them to offer. In like manner Mr. Mould's men found it necessary to drown their grief, like a young kitten in the morning of its existence, for which reason they generally fuddled themselves before they began to do anything, lest it should make head and get the better of them. In short, the whole of that strange week was a round of dismal joviality and grim enjoyment, and every one, except poor Chuffey, who came within the shadow of Anthony Chuzzlewit's grave, feasted like a ghoul. At length the day of the funeral, pious and truthful ceremony that it was, arrived. Mr. Mould, with a glass of generous port between his eye and the light, leaned against the desk in the little glass office, with his gold watch in his unoccupied hand, and conversed with Mrs. Gamp. Two mutes were at the house door, looking as mournful as could be reasonably expected of men with such a thriving job in hand. The whole of Mr. Mould's establishment were on duty within the house or without. Feathers waved, horses snorted, silk and velvets fluttered. In a word, as Mr. Mould emphatically said, everything that money could do was done. "And what can do more, Mrs. Gamp?" exclaimed the undertaker, as he emptied his glass and smacked his lips. "Nothing in the world, sir." "Nothing in the world," repeated Mr. Mould. "You are right, Mrs. Gamp. Why do people spend more money? Here he filled his glass again. "Upon a death, Mrs. Gamp, than upon a birth. Come, that's in your way. You ought to know. How do you account for that, now?" "Perhaps it is because an undertaker's charges comes dearer than a nurse's charges, sir," said Mrs. Gamp, tittering, and smoothing down her new black dress with her hands. "Ha, ha!" laughed Mr. Mould. "You have been breakfasting at somebody's expense this morning, Mrs. Gamp." But seeing, by the aid of a little shaving glass which hung opposite, that he looked merry, he composed his features and became sorrowful. "Many's the time that I've not breakfasted at my own expense along of your recommending, sir, and many's the time I hope to do the same in time to come," said Mrs. Gamp, with an apologetic curtsy. "So be it," replied Mr. Mould. "Please Providence. No, Mrs. Gamp, I'll tell you why it is. It's because the laying out of money with a well conducted establishment, where the thing is performed upon the very best scale, binds the broken heart, and sheds balm upon the wounded spirit. Hearts want binding, and spirits want balming when people die, not when people are born. Look at this gentleman to day. Look at him." "An open-handed gentleman?" cried Mrs. Gamp, with enthusiasm. "No, no," said the undertaker. "Not an open-handed gentleman in general, by any means. There you mistake him. But an afflicted gentleman, an affectionate gentleman, who knows what it is in the power of money to do, in giving him relief, and in testifying his love and veneration for the departed. It can give him," said Mr. Mould, waving his watch chain slowly round and round, so that he described one circle after every item. "It can give him 4 horses to each vehicle. It can give him velvet trappings. It can give him drivers in cloth cloaks and top boots. It can give him the plumage of the ostrich, dyed black. It can give him any number of walking attendants, dressed in the first style of funeral fashion, and carrying batons tipped with brass. It can give him a handsome tomb. It can give him a place in Westminster Abbey itself, if he choose to invest it in such a purchase. Oh, do not let us say that gold is dross, when it can buy such things as these, Mrs. Gamp." "But what a blessing, sir," said Mrs. Gamp, "that there are such as you to sell or let 'em out on hire." "Ay, Mrs. Gamp, you are right," rejoined the undertaker. "We should be an honoured calling. We do good by stealth, and blush to have it mentioned in our little bills. How much consolation may I, even I," cried Mr. Mould, "have diffused among my fellow creatures by means of my 4 long-tailed prancers, never harnessed under 10 10." Mrs. Gamp had begun to make a suitable reply, when she was interrupted by the appearance of one of Mr. Mould's assistants, his chief mourner in fact, an obese person, with his waistcoat in closer connection with his legs than is quite reconcilable with the established ideas of grace, with that cast of feature which is figuratively called a bottle nose, and with a face covered all over with pimples. He had been a tender plant once upon a time, but from constant blowing in the fat atmosphere of funerals had run to seed. "Well, Tacker," said Mr. Mould, "is all ready below?" "A beautiful show, sir," rejoined Tacker. "The horses are prouder and fresher than ever I see 'em, and toss their heads, they do, as if they knowed how much their plumes cost. 1, 2, 3, 4," said Mr. Tacker, heaping that number of black cloaks upon his left arm. "Is Tom there with the cake and wine?" asked Mr. Mould. "Ready to come in at a moment's notice, sir," said Tacker. "Then," rejoined Mr. Mould, putting up his watch, and glancing at himself in the little shaving glass, that he might be sure his face had the right expression on it, "then I think we may proceed to business. Give me the paper of gloves, Tacker. Ah, what a man he was! Ah, Tacker, Tacker, what a man he was!" Mr. Tacker, who from his great experience in the performance of funerals would have made an excellent pantomime actor, winked at Mrs. Gamp without at all disturbing the gravity of his countenance, and followed his master into the next room. It was a great point with Mr. Mould, and a part of his professional tact, not to seem to know the Doctor, though in reality they were near neighbours, and very often, as in the present instance, worked together. So he advanced to fit on his black kid gloves as if he had never seen him in all his life, while the Doctor, on his part, looked as distant and unconscious as if he had heard and read of undertakers, and had passed their shops, but had never before been brought into communication with one. "Gloves, eh?" said the Doctor. "Mr. Pecksniff, after you." "I couldn't think of it," returned Mr. Pecksniff. "You are very good," said the doctor, taking a pear. "Well, sir, as I was saying, I was called up to attend that case at about 1:30. Cake and wine, eh? Which is port? Thank you." Mr. Pecksniff took some also. "At about 1:30 in the morning, sir," resumed the doctor, "I was called up to attend that case. At the first pull of the night bell I turned out, threw up the window, and put out my head. Cloak, eh? Don't tie it too tight. That'll do." Mr. Pecksniff having been likewise inducted into a similar garment, the doctor resumed. "And put out my hat, eh? My good friend, that is not mine. Mr. Pecksniff, I beg your pardon, but I think we have unintentionally made an exchange. Thank you. Well, sir, I was going to tell you—" "We are quite ready," interrupted Mould in a low voice. "Ready, eh?" said the doctor. "Very good, Mr. Pecksniff. I'll take an opportunity of relating the rest in the coach. It's rather curious. Ready, eh? No rain, I hope?" "Quite fair, sir," returned Mould. "I was afraid the ground would have been wet," said the doctor, "for my glass fell yesterday. We may congratulate ourselves upon our good fortune." But seeing by this time that Mr. Jonas and Chuffy were going out at the door, he put a white pocket handkerchief to his face, as if a violent burst of grief had suddenly come upon him, and walked down side by side with Mr. Pecksniff. Mr. Mould and his men had not exaggerated the grandeur of the arrangements. They were splendid. The 4 hearse horses especially reared and pranced, and showed their highest action, as if they knew a man was dead, and triumphed in it. They break us, drive us, ride us, ill-treat, abuse, and maim us for their pleasure, but they die. Hurrah, they die! So through the narrow streets and winding city ways went Anthony Chuzzlewit's funeral, Mr. Jonas glancing stealthily out of the coach window now and then, to observe its effect upon the crowd; Mr. Mould, as he walked along, listening with a sober pride to the exclamations of the bystanders; the doctor whispering his story to Mr. Pecksniff, without appearing to come any nearer the end of it; and poor old Chuffy sobbing unregarded in a corner. But he had greatly scandalized Mr. Mould at an early stage of the ceremony by carrying his handkerchief in his hat in a perfectly informal manner, and wiping his eyes with his knuckles; and, as Mr. Mould himself had said already, his behaviour was indecent, and quite unworthy of such an occasion, and he never ought to have been there. There he was, however, and in the churchyard there he was also, conducting himself in a no less unbecoming manner, and leaning for support on Tacker, who plainly told him that he was fit for nothing better than a walking funeral. But Chuffy, heaven help him, heard no sound but the echoes, lingering in his own heart, of a voice for ever silent. "I loved him," cried the old man, sinking down upon the grave when all was done. "He was very good to me. Oh, my dear old friend and master!" "Come, come, Mr. Chuffy," said the doctor, "this won't do. It's a clayey soil, Mr. Chuffy. You mustn't, really." "If it had been the commonest thing we do, and Mr. Chuffy had been a bearer, gentlemen," said Mould, casting an imploring glance upon them as he helped to raise him, "he couldn't have gone on worse than this." "Be a man, Mr. Chuffy," said Pecksniff. "Be a gentleman, Mr. Chuffy," said Mould. "Upon my word, my good friend," murmured the doctor, in a tone of stately reproof, as he stepped up to the old man's side, "this is worse than weakness. This is bad, selfish, very wrong, Mr. Chuffy. You should take an example from others, my good sir. You forget that you were not connected by ties of blood with our deceased friend, and that he had a very near and very dear relation, Mr. Chuffy." "Ay, his own son!" cried the old man, clasping his hands with remarkable passion. "His own only son!" "He's not right in his head, you know," said Jonas, turning pale. "You're not to mind anything he says. I shouldn't wonder if he was to talk some precious nonsense, but don't you mind him, any of you. I don't. My father left him to my charge, and whatever he says or does, that's enough. I'll take care of him." A hum of admiration rose from the mourners, including Mr. Mould and his merry men, at this new instance of magnanimity and kind feeling on the part of Jonas. But Chuffy put it to the test no farther. He said not a word more, and being left to himself for a little while, crept back again to the coach. It has been said that Mr. Jonas turned pale when the behaviour of the old clerk attracted general attention. His discomposure, however, was but momentary, and he soon recovered. But these were not the only changes he had exhibited that day. The curious eyes of Mr. Pecksniff had observed that as soon as they left the house upon their mournful errand, he began to mend; that as the ceremonies proceeded, he gradually, by little and little, recovered his old condition, his old looks, his old bearing, his old agreeable characteristics of speech and manner, and became in all respects his old pleasant self. And now that they were seated in the coach on their return home, and more when they got there and found the windows open, the light and air admitted, and all traces of the late event removed, he felt so well convinced that Jonas was again the Jonas he had known a week ago, and not the Jonas of the intervening time, that he voluntarily gave up his recently acquired power without one faint attempt to exercise it, and at once fell back into his former position of mild and deferential guest. Mrs. Gamp went home to the bird fanciers, and was knocked up again that very night for a birth of twins. Mr. Mould dined gaily in the bosom of his family, and passed the evening facetiously at his club. The hearse, after standing for a long time at the door of a roystering public-house, repaired to its stables with the feathers inside, and 12 red-nosed undertakers on the roof, each holding on by a dingy peg, to which, in times of state, a waving plume was fitted. The various trappings of sorrow were carefully laid by in presses for the next hirer. The fiery steeds were quenched and quiet in their stalls. The doctor got merry with wine at a wedding dinner, and forgot the middle of the story which had no end to it. The pageant of a few short hours ago was written nowhere half so legibly as in the undertaker's books. Not in the churchyard? Not even there. The gates were closed, the night was dark and wet, the rain fell silently among the stagnant weeds and nettles. One new mound was there which had not been there last night. Time, burrowing like a mole below the ground, had marked his track by throwing up another heap of earth, and that was all. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20 is a chapter of love. "Pecksniff," said Jonas, taking off his hat to see that the black crape band was all right, and finding that it was, putting it on again complacently, "what do you mean to give your daughters when they marry?" "My dear Mr. Jonas," cried the affectionate parent, with an ingenuous smile, "what a very singular inquiry!" "Now don't you mind whether it's a singular inquiry or a plural one," retorted Jonas, eyeing Mr. Pecksniff with no great favour, "but answer it or let it alone, one or the other." "Hum. The question, my dear friend," said Mr. Pecksniff, laying his hand tenderly upon his kinsman's knee, "is involved with many considerations. What would I give them? Eh?" "Ah, what would you give 'em?" repeated Jonas. "Why, that," said Mr. Pecksniff, "would naturally depend in a great measure upon the kind of husbands they might choose, my dear young friend." Mr. Jonas was evidently disconcerted, and at a loss how to proceed. It was a good answer. It seemed a deep one, but such is the wisdom of simplicity. "My standard for the merits I would require in a son-in-law," said Mr. Pecksniff after a short silence, "is a high one. Forgive me, my dear Mr. Jonas," he added, greatly moved, "if I say that you have spoiled me and made it a fanciful one, an imaginative one, a prismatically tinged one, if I may be permitted to call it so." "What do you mean by that?" growled Jonas, looking at him with increased disfavour. "Indeed, my dear friend," said Mr. Pecksniff, "you may well inquire. The heart is not always a royal mint, with patent machinery to work its metal into current coin. Sometimes it throws it out in strange forms, not easily recognized as coin at all. But it is sterling gold. It has at least that merit. It is sterling gold." "Is it?" grumbled Jonas, with a doubtful shake of the head. "Ay," said Mr. Pecksniff, warming with his subject, "it is. To be plain with you, Mr. Jonas, if I could find two such sons-in-law as you will one day make to some deserving man, capable of appreciating a nature such as yours, I would, forgetful of myself, bestow upon my daughters portions reaching to the very utmost limit of my means." This was strong language, and it was earnestly delivered. But who can wonder that such a man as Mr. Pecksniff, after all he had seen and heard of Mr. Jonas, should be strong and earnest upon such a theme that touched even the worldly lips of undertakers with the honey of eloquence. Mr. Jonas was silent, and looked thoughtfully at the landscape, for they were seated on the outside of the coach at the back, and were travelling down into the country. He accompanied Mr. Pecksniff home for a few days' change of air and scene after his recent trials. "Well," he said at last, with captivating bluntness, "suppose you got one such son-in-law as me, what then?" Mr. Pecksniff regarded him at first with inexpressible surprise, then, gradually breaking into a sort of dejected vivacity, said, "Then well I know whose husband he would be." "Whose?" asked Jonas dryly. "My eldest girl's, Mr. Jonas," replied Pecksniff, with moistening eyes. "My dear Cherry's. My staff, my scrip, my treasure, Mr. Jonas. A hard struggle, but it is in the nature of things. I must one day part with her to a husband. I know it, my dear friend. I am prepared for it." "Ecod, you've been prepared for that a pretty long time, I should think," said Jonas. "Many have sought to bear her from me," said Mr. Pecksniff. "All have failed. 'I never will give my hand, papa,' those were her words, 'unless my heart is won.' She has not been quite so happy as she used to be of late. I don't know why." Again Mr. Jonas looked at the landscape, then at the coachman, then at the luggage on the roof, finally at Mr. Pecksniff. "I suppose you'll have to part with the other one some of these days," he observed, as he caught that gentleman's eye. "Probably," said the parent. "Years will tame down the wildness of my foolish bird, and then it will be caged. But Cherry, Mr. Jonas, Cherry—" "Oh, ah!" interrupted Jonas. "Years have made her all right enough. Nobody doubts that. But you haven't answered what I asked you. Of course you're not obliged to do it, you know, if you don't like. You're the best judge." There was a warning sulkiness in the manner of this speech which admonished Mr. Pecksniff that his dear friend was not to be trifled with or fenced off, and that he must either return a straightforward reply to his question, or plainly give him to understand that he declined to enlighten him upon the subject to which it referred. Mindful in this dilemma of the caution old Anthony had given him almost with his latest breath, he resolved to speak to the point, and so told Mr. Jonas, enlarging upon the communication as a proof of his great attachment and confidence, that in the case he had put, to wit, in the event of such a man as he proposing for his daughter's hand, he would endow her with a fortune of £4,000. "I should sadly pinch and cramp myself to do so," was his fatherly remark, "but that would be my duty, and my conscience would reward me. For myself, my conscience is my bank. I have a trifle invested there, a mere trifle, Mr. Jonas, but I prize it as a store of value, I assure you." The good man's enemies would have divided upon this question into two parties. One would have asserted without scruple that if Mr. Pecksniff's conscience were his bank, and he kept a running account there, he must have overdrawn it beyond all mortal means of computation. The other would have contended that it was a mere fictitious form, a perfectly blank book, or one in which entries were only made with a peculiar kind of invisible ink to become legible at some indefinite time, and that he never troubled it at all. "It would sadly pinch and cramp me, my dear friend," repeated Mr. Pecksniff, "but Providence—perhaps I may be permitted to say a special Providence—has blessed my endeavours, and I could guarantee to make the sacrifice." A question of philosophy arises here, whether Mr. Pecksniff had or had not good reason to say that he was specially patronized and encouraged in his undertakings. All his life long he had been walking up and down the narrow ways and by-places, with a hook in one hand and a crook in the other, scraping all sorts of valuable odds and ends into his pouch. Now, there being a special providence in the fall of a sparrow, it follows, so Mr. Pecksniff and only such admirable men would have reasoned, that there must also be a special providence in the alighting of the stone or stick or other substance which is aimed at the sparrow. And Mr. Pecksniff's hook or crook having invariably knocked the sparrow on the head and brought him down, that gentleman may have been led to consider himself as specially licensed to bag sparrows, and as being specially seized and possessed of all the birds he had got together. That many undertakings, national as well as individual, but especially the former, are held to be specially brought to a glorious and successful issue, which never could be so regarded on any other process of reasoning, must be clear to all men. Therefore the precedents would seem to show that Mr. Pecksniff had, as things go, good argument for what he said, and might be permitted to say it, and did not say it presumptuously, vainly, or arrogantly, but in a spirit of high faith and great wisdom. Mr. Jonas, not being much accustomed to perplex his mind with theories of this nature, expressed no opinion on the subject, nor did he receive his companion's announcement with one solitary syllable, good, bad, or indifferent. He preserved this taciturnity for a quarter of an hour at least, and during the whole of that time appeared to be steadily engaged in subjecting some given amount to the operation of every known rule in figures, adding to it, taking from it, multiplying it, reducing it by long and short division, working it by the rule of three, direct and inversed, exchange or barter, practice, simple interest, compound interest, and other means of arithmetical calculation. The result of these labours appeared to be satisfactory, for when he did break silence, it was as one who had arrived at some specific result, and freed himself from a state of distressing uncertainty. "Come, old Pecksniff," such was his jocose address, as he slapped that gentleman on the back at the end of the stage, "let's have something." "With all my heart," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Let's treat the driver," cried Jonas. "If you think it won't hurt the man, or render him discontented with his station, certainly," faltered Mr. Pecksniff. Jonas only laughed at this, and getting down from the coach top with great alacrity, cut a cumbersome kind of caper in the road; after which he went into the public house, and there ordered spirituous drink to such an extent that Mr. Pecksniff had some doubts of his perfect sanity, until Jonas set them quite at rest by saying, when the coach could wait no longer, "I've been standing treat for a whole week and more, and letting you have all the delicacies of the season. You shall pay for this, Pecksniff." It was not a joke either, as Mr. Pecksniff at first supposed, for he went off to the coach without further ceremony, and left his respected victim to settle the bill. But Mr. Pecksniff was a man of meek endurance, and Mr. Jonas was his friend. Moreover, his regard for that gentleman was founded, as we know, on pure esteem, and a knowledge of the excellence of his character. He came out from the tavern with a smiling face, and even went so far as to repeat the performance, on a less expensive scale, at the next alehouse. There was a certain wildness in the spirits of Mr. Jonas, not usually a part of his character, which was far from being subdued by these means, and for the rest of the journey he was so very buoyant, it may be said boisterous, that Mr. Pecksniff had some difficulty in keeping pace with him. They were not expected. Oh dear no. Mr. Pecksniff had proposed in London to give the girls a surprise, and had said he wouldn't write a word to prepare them on any account, in order that he and Mr. Jonas might take them unawares, and just see what they were doing when they thought their dear papa was miles and miles away. As a consequence of this playful device there was nobody to meet them at the finger post. But that was of small consequence, for they had come down by the day coach, and Mr. Pecksniff had only a carpet bag, while Mr. Jonas had only a portmanteau. They took the portmanteau between them, put the bag upon it, and walked off up the lane without delay, Mr. Pecksniff already going on tiptoe, as if, without this precaution, his fawn children, being then at a distance of a couple of miles or so, would have some filial sense of his approach. It was a lovely evening in the spring-time of the year, and in the soft stillness of the twilight all nature was very calm and beautiful. The day had been fine and warm, but at the coming on of night the air grew cool, and in the mellowing distance smoke was rising gently from the cottage chimneys. There were 1,000 pleasant scents diffused around, from young leaves and fresh buds. The cuckoo had been singing all day long, and was but just now hushed. The smell of earth newly upturned, first breath of hope to the first labourer after his garden withered, was fragrant in the evening breeze. It was a time when most men cherish good resolves, and sorrow for the wasted past; when most men, looking on the shadows as they gather, think of that evening which must close on all, and that to-morrow which has none beyond. "Precious dull," said Mr. Jonas, looking about. "It's enough to make a man go melancholy mad." "We shall have lights and a fire soon," observed Mr. Pecksniff. "We shall need 'em by the time we get there," said Jonas. "Why the devil don't you talk? What are you thinking of?" "To tell you the truth, Mr. Jonas," said Pecksniff with great solemnity, "my mind was running at that moment on our late dear friend, your departed father." Mr. Jonas immediately let his burden fall, and said, threatening him with his hand, "Drop that, Pecksniff." Mr. Pecksniff, not exactly knowing whether allusion was made to the subject or the portmanteau, stared at his friend in unaffected surprise. "Drop it, I say!" cried Jonas fiercely. "Do you hear? Drop it, now and for ever. You had better, I give you notice." "It was quite a mistake," urged Mr. Pecksniff, very much dismayed. "Though I admit it was foolish. I might have known it was a tender string." "Don't talk to me about tender strings," said Jonas, wiping his forehead with the cuff of his coat. "I'm not going to be crowed over by you because I don't like dead company." Mr. Pecksniff had got out the words, "Crowed over, Mr. Jonas," when that young man with a dark expression in his countenance cut him short once more. "Mind," he said, "I won't have it. I advise you not to revive the subject, neither to me nor anybody else. You can take a hint, if you choose, as well as another man. There's enough said about it. Come along." Taking up his part of the load again when he had said these words, he hurried on so fast that Mr. Pecksniff, at the other end of the portmanteau, found himself dragged forward in a very inconvenient and ungraceful manner, to the great detriment of what is called by fancy gentlemen the bark upon his shins, which were most unmercifully bumped against the hard leather and the iron buckles. In the course of a few minutes, however, Mr. Jonas relaxed his speed, and suffered his companion to come up with him and to bring the portmanteau into a tolerably straight position. It was pretty clear that he regretted his late outbreak, and that he mistrusted its effect on Mr. Pecksniff, for as often as that gentleman glanced towards Mr. Jonas, he found Mr. Jonas glancing at him, which was a new source of embarrassment. It was but a short-lived one, though, for Mr. Jonas soon began to whistle, whereupon Mr. Pecksniff, taking his cue from his friend, began to hum a tune melodiously. "Pretty nearly there, ain't we?" said Jonas, when this had lasted some time. "Close, my dear friend," said Mr. Pecksniff. "What'll they be doing, do you suppose?" asked Jonas. "Impossible to say," cried Mr. Pecksniff. "Giddy truants! They may be away from home, perhaps. I was going to propose," said Mr. Pecksniff, "that we should enter by the back way, and come upon them like a clap of thunder, Mr. Jonas." It might not have been easy to decide in respect of which of their manifold properties, Jonas, Mr. Pecksniff, the carpet bag, and the portmanteau, could be likened to a clap of thunder; but Mr. Jonas giving his assent to this proposal, they stole round into the back yard, and softly advanced towards the kitchen window, through which the mingled light of fire and candle shone upon the darkening night. Truly Mr. Pecksniff is blessed in his children, in one of them at any rate. The prudent Cherry, staff and scrip and treasure of her doting father, there she sits at a little table, white as driven snow, before the kitchen fire, making up accounts. See the neat maiden, as with pen in hand and calculating look addressed towards the ceiling, and bunch of keys within a little basket at her side, she checks the housekeeping expenditure. From flat iron, dish cover, and warming pan, from pot and kettle, face of brass footman, and black leaded stove, bright glances of approbation wink and glow upon her. The very onions dangling from the beam mantle and shine like cherubs' cheeks. Something of the influence of those vegetables sinks into Mr. Pecksniff's nature. He weeps. It is but for a moment, and he hides it from the observation of his friend, very carefully, by a somewhat elaborate use of his pocket-handkerchief, in fact, for he would not have his weakness known. "Pleasant," he murmured, "pleasant to a father's feelings. My dear girl! Shall we let her know we are here, Mr. Jonas?" "Why, I suppose you don't mean to spend the evening in the stable or the coach-house?" he returned. "That, indeed, is not such hospitality as I would show to you, my friend," cried Mr. Pecksniff, pressing his hand. And then he took a long breath, and tapping at the window, shouted with stentorian blandness, "Bo!" Cherry dropped her pen and screamed, but innocence is ever bold, or should be. As they opened the door, the valiant girl exclaimed in a firm voice, and with a presence of mind which even in that trying moment did not desert her, "Who are you? What do you want? Speak, or I will call my pa." Mr. Pecksniff held out his arms. She knew him instantly, and rushed into his fond embrace. "It was thoughtless of us, Mr. Jonas, it was very thoughtless," said Pecksniff, smoothing his daughter's hair. "My darling, do you see that I am not alone?" Not she. She had seen nothing but her father until now. She saw Mr. Jonas now, though, and blushed, and hung her head down as she gave him welcome. But where was Mary? Mr. Pecksniff didn't ask the question in reproach, but in a vein of mildness touched with a gentle sorrow. She was upstairs, reading on the parlour couch. Ah, domestic details had no charms for her. "But call her down," said Mr. Pecksniff, with a placid resignation. "Call her down, my love." She was called, and came, all flushed and tumbled from reposing on the sofa, but none the worse for that. No, not at all. Rather the better, if anything. "Oh, my goodness me!" cried the arch girl, turning to her cousin when she had kissed her father on both cheeks, and in her frolicsome nature had bestowed a supernumerary salute upon the tip of his nose. "You here, fright! Well, I'm very thankful that you won't trouble me much." "What, you're as lively as ever, are you?" said Jonas. "Oh, you're a wicked one." "There, go along," retorted Mary, pushing him away. "I'm sure I don't know what I shall ever do if I have to see much of you. Go along, for gracious sake." Mr. Pecksniff striking in here, with a request that Mr. Jonas would immediately walk upstairs, he so far complied with the young lady's adjuration as to go at once. But though he had the fair Cherry on his arm, he could not help looking back at her sister, and exchanging some further dialogue of the same bantering description, as they all four ascended to the parlour, where, for the young ladies happened, by good fortune, to be a little later than usual that night, the tea-board was at that moment being set out. Mr. Pinch was not at home, so they had it all to themselves, and were very snug and talkative, Jonas sitting between the two sisters, and displaying his gallantry in that engaging manner which was peculiar to him. It was a hard thing, Mr. Pecksniff said, when tea was done and cleared away, to leave so pleasant a little party, but having some important papers to examine in his own apartment, he must beg them to excuse him for half an hour. With this apology he withdrew, singing a careless strain as he went. He had not been gone 5 minutes when Mary, who had been sitting in the window, apart from Jonas and her sister, burst into a half-smothered laugh and skipped towards the door. "Hello!" cried Jonas. "Don't go." "Oh, I dare say," rejoined Mary, looking back. "You're very anxious I should stay, fright, ain't you?" "Yes, I am," said Jonas. "Upon my word I am. I want to speak to you." But as she left the room notwithstanding, he ran out after her, and brought her back, after a short struggle in the passage, which scandalized Miss Cherry very much. "Upon my word, Mary," urged that young lady, "I wonder at you. There are bounds even to absurdity, my dear." "Thank you, my sweet," said Mary, pursing up her rosy lips. "Much obliged to it for its advice. Oh, do leave me alone, you monster, do!" This entreaty was wrung from her by a new proceeding on the part of Mr. Jonas, who pulled her down, all breathless as she was, into a seat beside him on the sofa, having at the same time Miss Cherry upon the other side. "Now," said Jonas, clasping the waist of each, "I have got both arms full, haven't I?" "One of them will be black and blue to-morrow if you don't let me go," cried the playful Mary. "Ah, I don't mind your pinching," grinned Jonas, "a bit." "Pinch him for me, Cherry, pray," said Mercy. "I never did hate anybody so much as I hate this creature, I declare." "No, no, don't say that," urged Jonas. "And don't pinch, either, because I want to be serious. I say, Cousin Charity." "Well, what?" she answered sharply. "I want to have some sober talk," said Jonas. "I want to prevent any mistakes, you know, and to put everything upon a pleasant understanding. That's desirable and proper, ain't it?" Neither of the sisters spoke a word. Mr. Jonas paused and cleared his throat, which was very dry. "She'll not believe what I am going to say, will she, cousin?" said Jonas, timidly squeezing Miss Charity. "Really, Mr. Jonas, I don't know until I hear what it is. It's quite impossible." "Why, you see," said Jonas, "her way always being to make game of people, I know she'll laugh, or pretend to. I know that beforehand. But you can tell her I'm in earnest, cousin, can't you? You'll confess, you know, won't you? You'll be honorable, I'm sure," he added persuasively. No answer. His throat seemed to grow hotter and hotter, and to be more and more difficult of control. "You see, Cousin Charity," said Jonas, "nobody but you can tell her what pains I took to get into her company when you were both at the boarding house in the city, because nobody's so well aware of it, you know. Nobody else can tell her how hard I tried to get to know you better, in order that I might get to know her without seeming to wish it, can they? I always asked you about her, and said where had she gone, and when would she come, and how lively she was, and all that. Didn't I, cousin? I know you'll tell her so, if you haven't told her so already. And I dare say you have, because I'm sure you're honorable, ain't you?" Still not a word. The right arm of Mr. Jonas, the elder sister sat upon his right, may have been sensible of some tumultuous throbbing which was not within itself, but nothing else surprised him that his words had had the least effect. "Even if you kept it to yourself and haven't told her," resumed Jonas, "it don't much matter, because you'll bear honest witness now, won't you? We've been very good friends from the first, haven't we? And of course we shall be quite friends in future, and so I don't mind speaking before you a bit. Cousin Mercy, you've heard what I've been saying. She'll confirm it, every word. She must. Will you have me for your husband, eh?" As he released his hold of Charity to put this question with better effect, she started up and hurried away to her own room, marking her progress as she went by such a train of passionate and incoherent sound as nothing but a slighted woman in her anger could produce. "Let me go away. Let me go after her," said Mary, pushing him off, and giving him, to tell the truth, more than one sounding slap upon his outstretched face. "Not till you say yes. You haven't told me. Will you have me for your husband?" "No, I won't. I can't bear the sight of you. I have told you so 100 times. You are a fright. Besides, I always thought you liked my sister best. We all thought so." "But that wasn't my fault," said Jonas. "Yes, it was. You know it was." "Any trick is fair in love," said Jonas. "She may have thought I liked her best, but you didn't." "I did." "No, you didn't. You never could have thought I liked her best when you were by." "There's no accounting for tastes," said Mary. "At least I didn't mean to say that. I don't know what I mean. Let me go to her." "Say yes, and then I will." "If I ever brought myself to say so, it should only be that I might hate and tease you all my life." "That's as good," cried Jonas, "as saying it right out. It's a bargain, cousin. We're a pair, if ever there was one." This gallant speech was succeeded by a confused noise of kissing and slapping, and then the fair but much dishevelled Mary broke away and followed in the footsteps of her sister. Now whether Mr. Pecksniff had been listening, which in one of his character appears impossible, or divined, almost by inspiration, what the matter was, which in a man of his sagacity is far more probable, or happened by sheer good fortune to find himself in exactly the right place at precisely the right time, which, under the special guardianship in which he lived, might very reasonably happen, it is quite certain that at the moment when the sisters came together in their own room, he appeared at the chamber door. And a marvellous contrast it was, they so heated, noisy, and vehement, he so calm, so self-possessed, so cool and full of peace, that not a hair upon his head was stirred. "Children!" said Mr. Pecksniff, spreading out his hands in wonder, but not before he had shut the door and set his back against it. "Girls! Daughters! What is this?" "The wretch, the apostate, the false, mean, odious villain, has before my very face proposed to Mercy," was his eldest daughter's answer. "Who has proposed to Mercy?" asked Mr. Pecksniff. "He has. That thing Jonas downstairs." "Jonas proposed to Mercy?" said Mr. Pecksniff. "Aye, aye, indeed." "Have you nothing else to say?" cried Charity. "Am I to be driven mad, papa? He has proposed to Mercy, not to me." "Oh, fie, for shame!" said Mr. Pecksniff, gravely. "Oh, for shame! Can the triumph of a sister move you to this terrible display, my child? Oh, really, this is very sad. I am sorry, I am surprised and hurt to see you so. Mercy, my girl, bless you. See to her. Ah, envy, envy, what a passion you are!" Uttering this apostrophe in a tone full of grief and lamentation, Mr. Pecksniff left the room, taking care to shut the door behind him, and walked downstairs into the parlour. There he found his intended son-in-law, whom he seized by both hands. "Jonas!" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "Jonas, the dearest wish of my heart is now fulfilled." "Very well, I'm glad to hear it," said Jonas. "That'll do, I say. As it ain't the one you're so fond of, you must come down with another 1,000, Pecksniff. You must make it up 5. It's worth that to keep your treasure to yourself, you know. You get off very cheap that way, and haven't a sacrifice to make." The grin with which he accompanied this set off his other attractions to such unspeakable advantage that even Mr. Pecksniff lost his presence of mind for a moment, and looked at the young man as if he were quite stupefied with wonder and admiration. But he quickly regained his composure, and was in the very act of changing the subject, when a hasty step was heard without, and Tom Pinch, in a state of great excitement, came darting into the room. On seeing a stranger there, apparently engaged with Mr. Pecksniff in private conversation, Tom was very much abashed, though he still looked as if he had something of great importance to communicate, which would be a sufficient apology for his intrusion. "Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff, "this is hardly decent. You will excuse my saying that I think your conduct scarcely decent, Mr. Pinch." "I beg your pardon, sir," replied Tom, "for not knocking at the door." "Rather beg this gentleman's pardon, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff. "I know you. He does not." "My young man, Mr. Jonas." The son-in-law that was to be gave him a slight nod, not actively disdainful or contemptuous, only passively, for he was in a good humour. "Could I speak a word with you, sir, if you please?" said Tom. "It's rather pressing." "It should be very pressing to justify this strange behaviour, Mr. Pinch," returned his master. "Excuse me for one moment, my dear friend. Now, sir, what is the reason of this rough intrusion?" "I am very sorry, sir, I am sure," said Tom, standing, cap in hand, before his patron in the passage. "And I know it must have a very rude appearance." "It has a very rude appearance, Mr. Pinch." "Yes, I feel that, sir, but the truth is, I was so surprised to see them, and knew you would be too, that I ran home very fast indeed, and really hadn't enough command over myself to know what I was doing very well. I was in the church just now, sir, touching the organ for my own amusement, when I happened to look round, and saw a gentleman and lady standing in the aisle listening. They seemed to be strangers, sir, as well as I could make out in the dusk, and I thought I didn't know them. So presently I left off, and said, would they walk up into the organ loft or take a seat? No, they said they wouldn't do that, but they thanked me for the music they had heard. In fact," observed Tom, blushing, "they said, 'delicious music.' At least she did, and I am sure that was a greater pleasure and honour to me than any compliment I could have had. I beg your pardon, sir." He was all in a tremble, and dropped his hat for the second time. "But I'm rather flurried, and I fear I've wandered from the point." "If you will come back to it, Thomas," said Mr. Pecksniff, with an icy look, "I shall feel obliged." "Yes, sir," returned Tom, "certainly. They had a posting carriage at the porch, sir, and had stopped to hear the organ, they said. And then they said, she said, I mean, 'I believe you live with Mr. Pecksniff, sir?' I said I had that honour, and I took the liberty, sir," added Tom, raising his eyes to his benefactor's face, "of saying, as I always will and must, with your permission, that I was under great obligations to you, and never could express my sense of them sufficiently." "That," said Mr. Pecksniff, "was very, very wrong. Take your time, Mr. Pinch." "Thank you, sir," cried Tom. "On that they asked me, she asked, I mean, wasn't there a bridle road to Mr. Pecksniff's house?" Mr. Pecksniff suddenly became full of interest. "Without going by the Dragon?" when I said there was, and said how happy I should be to show it 'em, they sent the carriage on by the road and came with me across the meadows. I left 'em at the turnstile to run forward and tell you they were coming, and they'll be here, sir, in less than a minute's time, I should say," added Tom, fetching his breath with difficulty. "Now who," said Mr. Pecksniff, pondering, "who may these people be?" "Bless my soul, sir!" cried Tom, "I meant to mention that at first. I thought I had. I knew them, her, I mean, directly. The gentleman who was ill at the Dragon, sir, last winter, and the young lady who attended him." Tom's teeth chattered in his head, and he positively staggered with amazement at witnessing the extraordinary effect produced on Mr. Pecksniff by these simple words. The dread of losing the old man's favour almost as soon as they were reconciled, through the mere fact of having Jonas in the house, the impossibility of dismissing Jonas, or shutting him up, or tying him hand and foot and putting him in the coal cellar, without offending him beyond recall, the horrible discordance prevailing in the establishment, and the impossibility of reducing it to decent harmony with Cherry in loud hysterics, Mercy in the utmost disorder, Jonas in the parlour, and Martin Chuzzlewit and his young charge upon the very doorsteps. The total hopelessness of being able to disguise or feasibly explain this state of rampant confusion, the sudden accumulation over his devoted head of every complicated perplexity and entanglement for his extrication from which he had trusted to time, good fortune, chance, and his own plotting, so filled the entrapped architect with dismay that if Tom could have been a Gorgon staring at Mr. Pecksniff, and Mr. Pecksniff could have been a Gorgon staring at Tom, they could not have horrified each other half so much as in their own bewildered persons. "Dear, dear!" cried Tom. "What have I done? I hoped it would be a pleasant surprise, sir. I thought you would like to know." But at that moment a loud knocking was heard at the hall door. Chapter 20